bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Tantangan adalah kesempatan.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
MPL Indonesia Season 12 memiliki banyak cerita. Dari 9 tim yang tersedia, kini sudah menjadi 4 tim yang tersisa. Kini pertarungan sudah hampir memasuki babak akhir, di mana setiap pemain harus mulai mengeluarkan kemampuan yang tidak ada batasnya.
Masuknya Baloy bareng gua di season 10 itu, sejujurnya gua banyak belajar dari dia. Mau makro, mau mikro, sampai benar-benar dapat ilmunya yang jadi gua yang sekarang ini. Ya, Baloy banyak ngebantu gua secara pribadi sih sampai sekarang.
Kalau idola gue dari gue main Mobile Legends, Lemon lah. Kalau dia cara komunikasi, terus segi dia positif di dalam in-game-nya, itu yang ngebuat gue belajar. Dia sama segi mentalitas dia, karena dia player lama, gue belajar mentalitas dari dia.
Namun, tidak banyak pemain yang mampu mencapai performa tertinggi hingga harus refleksi diri dan mengakui bahwa mereka belajar dari sang ahli.
Intinya gue selalu belajar lah, dari Indo, romer luar juga, nggak perlu di siapapun lah. Kalau emang dia ada kelebihan atau nggak lebih jago, ya udah kita pelajarin aja lah.
Yang gue lihat banget kalau main marksman Brands mungkin. Gue lihat dia mainnya kayak fun banget aja sih, sekedar itu doang. Makanya kayak kemana-mananya selalu gue ikutin juga. Cuman lebih ke gue ngeliat dia mainnya fun banget lah, nggak ada tekanan.
Kini, 4 tim sudah bersiap untuk membuktikan diri menjadi sang Raja Galaksi. Siapa yang berhasil melaju ke upper bracket dan siapa yang harus berjuang dari lower bracket? Mari kita saksikan di MPL Indonesia Season 12. We own this!
Di dunia tipu-tipu, kamu harus hati-hati. Pakai beli aja yang pasti. Pasti puas hanya di beli-beli.
Monster kill. Godlike. Victory.
Ini bukan sekedar permainan. Karena menurut aku dan mereka, ini soal perjuangan dan harapan. Lihat Raka, walau jauh dari hiruk pikuk, tapi semangatnya tak pernah pudar. Atau Rama, walaupun layarnya tidak sempurna, tapi dari cari inspirasi bisa jadi mythical glory. Dan Alia, walaupun tanggung jawab mengisi hari-harinya, tapi ia selalu sempatkan waktu untuk bisa jadi nomor 1. Dalam keterbatasan, mereka bisa jadi legenda di MLBB Indonesia Community Cup, gerbang untuk menjadi pro player. Begitupun dengan kamu. Ayo, raih mimpimu di MLCC 2023.
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus and if terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we only nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we only nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan
Disiarkan langsung dari Mahaka Square, Jakarta. MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head & Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Indonesia, dunia, selamat datang di Grand Final MPL Indonesia Season 12. Wow, kita semua tentunya sudah tidak sabar untuk melihat satu pertandingan terakhir antara ONIC dan juga Geek Fam. Betul, ini adalah pertarungan terakhir dalam Best of 7 Series setelah mereka melalui babak playoff bahkan dari regular season yang sangat panjang. Namun dua tim terbaik sudah berada di panggung MPL. Betul sekali, tapi Bude Clara dan juga Super Fans, sebelum kita akan melihat match terakhir, ada juga kebahagiaan yang ingin dibagikan bersama dengan para Super Fans di sini. Bahwa ternyata MPL Indonesia Season 12 memiliki rekor baru. Kita bersama memecahkan sebuah rekor. Rekor apakah itu? Mari kita cek bersama-sama.
Mobile Legends Professional League adalah sebuah turnamen yang selalu menciptakan berbagai sejarah. Berawal dari sebuah langkah kecil, kini MPL Indonesia menjadi salah satu turnamen mobile terbesar di Indonesia. Berhasil menjadi salah satu pilar e-sports terbesar di Indonesia. MPL Indonesia memecahkan rekor dunia sebagai turnamen lokal pertama dan turnamen mobile pertama yang berhasil menembus 100 juta watch hours selama season 12 berlangsung. Pencapaian ini merupakan bentuk kebersamaan dan kolaborasi yang kita bangun untuk mewujudkan turnamen mobile terbesar dan bergengsi sepanjang sejarah. Karena MPL Indonesia adalah cerita kita. Cerita kita bersama. We own this.
Dan inilah dia momen yang tentu saja kita pecahkan bersama-sama. Bahwa ternyata MPL Indonesia Season 12 resmi telah menembus 100 juta watch hour.
Dan memang ini membuat semua orang yang menyaksikan MPL secinta itu karena watch hour sendiri adalah salah satu faktor untuk mengukur popularitas turnamen e-sports. Biasanya jumlah seperti ini hanya bisa dicapai turnamen berskala internasional. Tapi MPL Indonesia Season 12 berhasil menjadi pengecualian dan menembus 100 juta watch hour.
Yes, dan angka ini membuat MPL Indonesia Season 12 memecahkan rekor turnamen lokal dan juga turnamen game mobile yang pertama di dunia yang mencapai angka 100 juta watch hour.
Yap, ini adalah pencapaian yang luar biasa karena dukungan dan kontribusi dari kita semua komunitas Mobile Legends.
Dan seperti tagline dari MPL Indonesia yaitu We Own This, pencapaian ini adalah milik kita semua. Sekali lagi selamat untuk MPL Indonesia Season 12.
Yes, dan pastinya kita berharap bahwa Grand Final ini akan bisa menembus rekor baru lagi. Karena di babak Grand Final ini memang kita sudah memiliki 2 wakil Indonesia untuk M5 World Championship. Namun hanya ada satu saja gelar Raja Galaksi yang harus diperebutkan dalam Best of 7 Series.
Yes, ada 2 tim yang akan memperebutkan gelar Raja Galaksi. Ada ONIC dan juga Bigetron. Apakah ONIC dan juga Geek Fam? Apakah ONIC? Sonic, mana suaranya? Ataukah Geek Fam? Geek Fam ini mana suaranya?
Semua superfans pastinya sudah tidak sabar dan menantikan akan seperti apa perjuangan dari kedua tim ini yang kita sudah lihat dari babak regular season. Kedua tim berperang dengan tiada henti. Mereka memberikan yang segala mereka miliki dengan gameplay, meta, dan juga mental yang begitu kuat. Akan seperti apa pertarungan di Grand Final ini? Mari kita sambut bersama-sama. Inilah dia, tim Geek Fam dan juga ONIC di Grand Final MPL Indonesia Season 12. We own this!
Trofi ini menjadi simbol untuk mereka yang mentalnya dicambuk, tapi menolak ambruk. Sebuah tanda bahwa setiap letih akan berbuah, bahwa setiap gigih akan menjadi gagah. 9 tim telah berpartisipasi, 7 telah tereliminasi. Kini tinggal 2 tim yang berkompetisi untuk menunjukkan siapa paling berkompetensi mengangkat simbol kemenangan tertinggi, memenangkan trofi paling bergengsi yang menjadi simbol penguasa Raja Galaksi. Dengan pemain-pemain terbaik di setiap lini, semua orang sepakat bahwa ONIC tak terhenti. Sejak kedatangan Kairi di 2 musim lalu, perjalanan mereka di babak playoff hampir tak pernah ternodai. Barulah di season ke-12 ini, langkah mereka mulai teruji.
Seperti biasa, cukup game, jump, dan buat sampai bilang reset ya. Gak usah peduli skor guys, jadi kita next game, ini lagi terus sisanya aman guys.
Respect ya guys, tetap sampai akhir kita kita takut sih, kita main seperti biasa, tapi musuhnya itu jago. Tapi kita
kalau gak ada Faragi sekarang itu kita tapi pelan-pelan ya. Oke.
Di arena inilah pertama kalinya ONIC mendapatkan gelar MPL Indonesia di season yang ketiga. Era di mana para KG tak tahu apa yang namanya kekalahan. Era tersebut telah berakhir. Kini era baru telah lahir. Era di mana semua lawan dibuat kocar-kacir. Dengan status juara bertahan 2 musim berturut-turut, apakah ONIC akan menjadi tim pertama yang berhasil menjadi juara MPL Indonesia 3 musim beruntun? tidak hanya diisi pemain-pemain terbaik, tapi ONIC juga memiliki barisan pendukung yang fanatik. Kini, pasukan Sonic siap mengawal sang Raja Langit untuk kembali membawa nama Indonesia ke posisi wahid. Performa luar biasa Geek Fam sepanjang season membuat banyak orang berekspektasi tinggi pada Baloiski dan kolega. Permainan ngotot dan ciamik selalu mereka sajikan di setiap pertandingan yang ada. Menurunkan sang Raja RRQ dan sempat menggoyahkan kerajaan langit ONIC, membuat King Slayer bukan sekedar titel belaga, tapi memang realita.
Focus and relax, confident but not overconfident. Alright? Stay focused, respect them, respect ourselves, let's do our best.
Akan plus one. I think once the zero.
Uranus lagi sih dia.
Yeah, I think Uranus. I agree.
Jangan kasih, don't make them confident guys. Fenomena.
Alright guys.
Once again,
Kombinasi pemain muda dan pemain veteran membuat Geek berhasil meraih grand final pertama mereka. Dengan semangat pejuang yang membara, Geek Fam yakin bahwa era para raja bisa mereka sudahi. Sorak-sorai dukungan dari Geek Fam Unity tentu menjadi motivasi untuk para pemain memberikan performa terbaiknya. Geek Fam Unity siap mengawal perjalanan Geek Fam sampai mendapatkan gelar Raja Galaksi pertama mereka. Arena pertarungan telah tersaji, babak puncak yang dinanti-nanti. Raja Langit sudah berapi-api menunggu penantang yang akan dihadapi. Mari kita sambut para pemain yang akan bertanding untuk memperebutkan titel Raja Galaksi. Mid laner, Sans dan Abo. Kilak Sans tentu bakal selalu melekat di benak kita semua. Tapi Aboy juga tak kalah menarik perhatian. Pertarungan mekanik di area tengah akan menjadi duel yang kita nantikan. EXP laner, Bats dan Lu. Dua pemain yang terlihat kalem tetapi ganas ketika di dalam game. Adu otak dan saling ngotot akan tersaji karena keduanya akan menjadi garda terdepan di timnya masing-masing. Cold laner, JW dan Marky. Sebagai pemegang rata-rata GPM tertinggi di MPL ID, JW akan tetap diunggulkan dalam satu sisi. Tapi semua harus ingat bahwa Marky adalah mas-mas runner-up M3. Jungler, Kairi dan Nail. Debut di MPL, debut di playoff, dan membawa Geek debut di M-Series. Nail siap menantang Kairi sang jungler fenomenal. Final MVP MPL ID Season 10. Romer, Keyboy dan Baloiski. Dua pemain dengan segudang hero pool akan menyajikan duel yang memanjakan mata. Memberikan vision, membantu mengontrol map, menginisiasi maupun coverisasi, menjadikan duel mereka patut kita saksikan. Coach, Yep dan Erpa. Masuk di tengah musim bukan menjadi halangan, tetapi sukses membawa Geek Fam menuju era kejayaan. Erpang siap berputar otak dan beradu strategi melawan Coach Yep, sang arsitek kesuksesan ONIC di era yang baru. Dua tim inilah yang akan menjadi perwakilan Indonesia di kancah M5 World Championship 2023 nanti. Dan mereka jugalah yang akan menjadi harapan untuk mengembalikan Indonesia supremasi. Waktu yang dinanti telah tiba. Babak pamungkas yang diantisipasi. Dua tim yang tersisa hadir. Bukan untuk sekedar adu gengsi, tapi karena ambisi untuk meraih prestasi. Apakah gelar The King Slayer akan tergenapi atau malah Raja Langit yang akan semakin mendominasi? Mari kita saksikan perebutan titel Raja Galaksi di Grand Final MPL Indonesia Season 12. We own this!
The dynasty on the brink of extinction. And herein lies the final titan, the Sky Kings. However, the usurpers, the King Slayers, they have readied their swords, their archers, and their cavalry for the final battle. The battle of their lives and the battle of the century. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the grand finals of MPL ID Season 12. And here on the caster desk is me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko and Arashi. And thank you so much for tuning in to the English broadcast. Before we begin the battle of the century, we want to thank our sponsors because MPL ID Season 12 is powered by Moonton. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy official gaming phone. Our official sponsor is Head & Shoulders. Our official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Our official gold partner, UBS Gold. We also want to thank our partner in esports. We got Blee, Dunia Game, Grab, OVO, as well as YouTube. Thank you to our official broadcast as well, Maxstream, Tepper Esports, as well as video. We would also like to thank our suppliers, Innomart, Point Coffee, Mineski, and Samsung. And MPL ID Season 12 is supported by Febe SE. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now live in Mahaka Square, Jakarta, Indonesia, and the turnout has been incredible. All the seats are filled right now, and it's got me shaking to my very core. But Mirko, Arashi, what? Feels like we're not alone.
We're not. We're around a lot of people. What do you mean?
You're
There's
right.
Thousands of people here. I think the max capacity is 3,000 people here. You can definitely feel the atmosphere before it even starts.
I think we're like over capacity here. I see people
standing.
Oh yeah, sitting on one seat with two people, you know, just squeezing in as many people as possible because they want to witness history, man. This is something else.
If only we had more people on the
I
desk.
wish, because you know, with Wolf and Lafelle coming in, I got so much insight
Where
from
are
them.
they?
I wish they were here.
Oh, wait.
Hello!
Oh my God!
Whoa. Where did you guys come from? What the heck, man?
Oh, I'm from Malaysia. Where are you from? Philippines. Yeah. We flew all the way here just for this and a few other things as well.
Thank you for joining us. Welcome.
Thank you.
It's an honor to finally share a desk again with you guys.
I know. I mean, like, dude, I gotta say, man, you look better outside of shadows. Yeah.
That's
no, like the talent room, I mean.
Yeah, because
with lights, you look better.
Yeah, do you see my shadow actually?
Yeah. No.
No, I love it here.
You look good. You guys look good.
Thank you. But you know, we're all talking about how we look good. But how are we feeling right now?
I'm feeling good. How about you?
I'm feeling so excited because this is probably the first time that a team like a Geek Fam is getting to the finals.
That's what we're going to talk about right now, right here, right now. The trio runner-up of M3, they finally get to return to the world stage. Now, Wolf, Lafelle, you guys have had a lot of experience on the world stage. Maybe we'll start with you, Wolf. What do you think about this?
I think this is great for both Marke and Baloy. Of course, Kyrie, they had I would say, an easier route to this because Coach Yeb, if you also include Coach Yeb, that's practically a reunion. For M5, and fortunately for them, M5 is hosted in the Philippines, so it's just, a great story. You can think about it.
I mean, like, personally for me, man, I just feel like this entire journey going to the M5, a lot of big names are not going, and at the same time, a lot of big names are going again.
Yeah, that's right.
And it's underrated because now, unfortunately for you, Wolf, they're representing Indonesia. But let's take a look at this real quick, right? Most pick and ban heroes from both of these teams. Now, I'm going to throw it over to Arashi here. What can we just simplify from this so far throughout the playoffs?
You can see that there's a huge emphasis on the EXP lane right here. But look at the most bans. That Uranus is just always lurking around the corner, and so is that Pakiro. We've seen that in the previous games when the going gets tough, when the team fights get too risky, too dicey to get reliable. Teams always fall back on that macro play. split pushing, controlling the waves, and these heroes with a lot of mobility and survivability, I think that combination makes it perfect to just buy some time, just be a huge nuisance, and if teams are not careful, they can just straight up end the game.
And I think that's fair. That's a fair point. And you know, a little bird told me.
Ooh. A little bird?
A little bird told me.
Not a medium bird?
Not a medium bird. A little bird told me exactly about this. I think Wolf earlier mentioned about this, the fact that it feels like ONIC is, not just ONIC PH is coming back, but the fact of the matter is, Niall was actually also a loan from ONIC Prodigy.
That's right.
So is this an ONIC dynasty that it's building here in MPL ID?
One thing's for sure, we know that ONIC has an eye for talent and can also develop talent, because the way that they scouted their players, also like even Kyrie, right? ONIC is a franchise. They have established their dominance in MPL Indonesia because of how they develop players.
I gotta say, I feel left out. We need ONIC in Malaysia, man. I mean, like, you guys got it. Like, come on, give us something. Throw us a bone.
I will have to add something. Marquee, ONIC PH to BTR. Then here. Yeah.
Okay. All right, sure, nerd.
You're reaching for glory right there. It's always Geek Fam, so let's take a look at the keys to victory by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Of course, watch out for Kyrie's assassin potential. Choose heavy disabled heroes to make Voloisky appear more formidable so he can actually have pressure around the map. That might be what they need instead of those roamer supports. But of course, that is the curveball that they can play around with. And along with that, win the matchup of the EXP lane heroes. We saw Luke just do crazy things, outplays, dives, covers on a big array of different heroes. He can do it again right here, but he needs to be given the right tools.
But I want to actually jump back to that first point, right? Kyrie's assassin picks. On the playoff stage, he even mentioned that he nearly cried when he played an assassin because of how pressured he was against a Hilda that was actually brought in by Bigatron Alpha number 3. Any thoughts about that?
Yeah, I think Kyrie is always good at assassins, but you can always draft against it. That's why assassins are always like 50-50, even when it's Kyrie that's playing it.
Maybe a bit higher, 60-40.
Actually, yeah, I agree.
Well, here's the victory for ONIC though on the other side here. Focus less on contesting the turtles and prioritize mirroring the opponent's moves. This is something we saw them do in the final game in their full 5-game series when they're actually moving around and corralling Geek Fam when they're trying to stick together and instead pulling them apart and disabling that Geek Fam unity. When Geek plays a healer, it's also the time for Kyrie to utilize all the diving heroes, all these heroes that hasn't been seeing a lot of game time because of the current meta. And of course, if you can allow Boots to secure his own heroes, we've seen that he's a man that can do insane things, but of course, depending on what the heroes are.
For me personally, whenever I look at a team's strength, it can also be used as a weakness because we can see when Voloisky is on that healer, it kind of adds a little bit more pressure for Kyrie to potentially use the assassin, right? So in a way, Geek Fam could bait this out because, okay, we understand your pattern because you guys keep on winning. You guys are keep giving us data, so they could manipulate the data there.
Especially the fact that they can put a boy on these healers. We've seen that before. If they go for something big like a Hilda, we've seen Beloy pull this off before. And again, like you mentioned, number 3, it's hard to say it, but number 3 did do it. BTR, they did shut Kyrie down on a Lancelot with that very same pick that we saw from Todak, from M4 group stage, Coach Amokes to Coach Aldo, and now maybe it'll rub off on Yeb and Adi.
Don't remind us about that Todak ONIC thing.
Why?
We don't like to remember that.
LaFell loves it.
I mean, things happen on the M World stage that sometimes sometimes we don't want to remember it. But ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who've actually tuned in through the M Series, you guys can actually vote for your heroes in this M Series 5th anniversary because the greatest 10 players will be launched on the 4th of November. Who would you personally vote for, LaFell?
Here's the thing, whoever I vote for will eventually lose. Because my curse works on a universal level. Even yesterday, me and Merkel, we had a standoff and I won.
What did you say yesterday?
Oh, okay. So you know how people taunt each other? We do the reverse. I say nice things about his team, he say nice things about my team, and then eventually I just win.
You won the battle, but I won the score.
So your curse is better than Miracle.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I 100% believe in ONIC for this one.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, LaFell, I 100% believe in ONIC too.
Hey.
That's not good.
No, it's great.
That's not good.
We won a series.
If I was Sonic, I'd be shaking in my chair right now. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome you into the drafting phase here, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy official gaming phone. It appears that Geek will have first pick and ONIC on the second. So ONIC, the Sky Kings, they're going to be on their comfortable spot. Do you agree with this?
For sure. Coach Yeb loves that red side or the second pick. Fanny's open. Matilda is open, but they pick Fredrin first. And Matilda is banned out, but Fanny is open. They go for Rafaela.
Honestly, looking at the composition, it's going to be very interesting to see what Geek actually comes up with, because we saw before where they just protect Marky, making sure that Marky can carry toward the later stage of the game with that Irithel. And now with first picking the Valentina, I don't know. I kind of want to see what kind of option they want to go for, because they tried it before. It didn't work out, but that was a best of 5. Now it's a best of 7.
But I like that you mentioned that, because a lot of casters have actually argued on that exact point. Valentina first pick, whether it will be worth it or not. I'm going to throw it over to Arashi here. Valentina first pick for Geek Fam.
Well, it seems like so far it hasn't really been that signature pick that's so costly that you have to first pick it. But Geek, they believe in it, and I think they have an expectation for ONIC to have some very useful ultimates here, even though the Faramis is banned away. But for ONIC, having the Rafael and Fredrin, it seems to be that high maneuver, high movement speed, roam gameplay that we're expecting, but Geek, they pick up that signature pick.
We mentioned this in the previous match, I believe it was with LaFell.
Yep.
Beloyski can play healers, but he can also play the pick-off heavy, the gamble style of play. And right now, the Ruby is what is present with a boy's signature damage shadow carry technique.
This is actually the curveball that Geek Fam did, because typically this Ruby, the Ruby, those setup heroes for Beloyski gets banned out in the second phase. So what they did is to third pick it. A very bold move, actually, if you think about it, for Geek Fam.
Honestly, based on my personal analysis, watching whenever Geek Fam, having Beloyski using something like a Ruby did clump up way earlier compared to when he's using a healer, right? At least the impact is way different, especially based on yesterday's match. Whenever the Ruby is there, their rotation moving S4 is much earlier. I would say between the first and second turtle, that is where they get the most aggressive, the most offensive.
They play around the mutual objectives, but for ONIC, they've been able to actually dismantle that by picking an assassin with a lot of mobility. You're trying to stick together, they go and pull you apart before going for the objectives, and even then, they didn't go straight for the objectives, they go for the kills first, and then they get that guaranteed pickoff.
But with this Novaria being banned out now for Geek, what does this signal? Does it have any clues as to where they're going with this composition?
Yeah, they just want to win the mid lane, because that's Novaria as well as Lilia maybe are the two heroes that's left for Sans to win versus this Valentina.
If they win the mid lane, for the side of ONIC, they need to find something else here. They either double down on the mid lane pressure to try to counteract that, or they get a strong side XP, put the Fredrin in the jungle for the strong side jungle as well, control these neutral objectives through the top side of the map.
That means Uranus or Terizla as their pick, I would say. But specifically this fourth slot for Coach Yeb, what they want to do is to still apply pressure so that they'll have a good last pick for Sans.
Here it is, the Lancelot last ban coming in from Geek, denying that away from ONIC. Maybe trying to push it in, the Fredrin into the jungle, but Ford now being picked up. That's a lot of backline pressure. Can Geek Fam solve it here in the two picks that they are going to be able to pick up?
I would say, honestly, the Gort pick, I think, is actually low-key genius here, because the Novaria, one of the things that is strong about the Novaria is the turtle control, because you can provide vision and quite a lot of damage with the first kill, but the Gort can more or less do the same thing in terms of the control. Maybe not the vision, but the control and damage, I would say the Gort can do just as well.
The Gort is traditionally the answer to the Valentina, too.
Oh, wait, that's interesting. I just remembered. This is actually a really good fun fact. This is kind of a rematch from MPLI last year. 493,920 minutes. This is the total amount of minutes from the last encounter of both of these teams when competing in the grand final of MPLI 2022. But during that time, that was a 4-0 for ONIC.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't.
It was a 2-0 start into a full reverse sweep for ONIC.
Oh, really?
It was that close. Geek Fam were able to utilize the crash meta back in the day with Gushin still in the fray. Well, what did you call it? The crash, the burst meta?
The lethal burst
the
meta.
lethal burst meta, the LBM. And right now for Geek Fam, it's kind of a mix of that. It's kind of like a reflection of that. They want to go for these big fights with some single target damage, but also some proper good AoE CC to back them up. What do ONIC need to do to complete their drafts?
I think the mobility is definitely a big factor, and they need to try and find ways to avoid being captured right here, because with all the crowd control, the heavy spin, the Paquito, the carry with the true damage as well, it's a lot of dangers, but they go for a very interesting pick right there. I think it can work, but it depends on the movement in the map, and especially in the early game.
Yeah, Dairoth last pick. Usually we see that being as a counter towards the Uranus, but here, what do you guys think about what we're seeing from both of the teams?
They want to amplify their killing potential for ONIC, and Dairoth is going to be used in combination with the Cloud because of the minus armor.
I don't know, for me it's always ONIC. I'm all for ONIC the entire series. Don't even need to ask, man.
It's going to be ONIC 4-0, right, Lafel? 4-0 to ONIC is Lafel and Mirko's prediction.
That's got me worried. That's got me worried, and I'm pretty sure ONIC are shaking. As ladies and gentlemen, we see the wings flapping in the background as we bring you into the land of dawn for the first game in this best of 7 series. The Sky Kings are looking to complete their three-peat. But here, Geek Fam are looking to overtake the throne. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get straight into it.
The Kings have descended from the skies, and the usurpers from the depths of the underworld, all into the land of dawn as we get to pace ourselves out. You can hear the big gasp of relief as well from the crowd. Like, oh my god, I thought we were gonna have to get straight into it. No, we gotta chill first, ladies and gentlemen. Rashi, tell me what your opinions are, your thoughts are here for this matchup, for the draft of Game 1.
Well, first of all, I think it's funny that you mentioned the depths, because in Indonesian, pause means paus, or pause means whale. That's kind of a funny joke in itself. But for ONIC, this Dairoth pick has always been very versatile and allows ONIC to play in a very weird fashion. They don't exactly have an assassin, but they can match up in the damage department. And I think for both teams, there is this big, the big idea is to have multiple types of damage to ensure that the opposition can't really itemize effectively. True damage from Gord and from the carry available for both teams. But I do feel like with the Gord being in the mid lane, it's going to be online a lot earlier. So I think ONIC needs to be very careful and try and find a way to ensure that they can get to the mid game where the carry can have some items, some more security. And if that happens, that's a lot of damage. And you can see how Marky performs when he has that space.
Well, now
I'm wondering how things are going to be in the later stage of the game. I think ONIC and Geek, they have a sort of similarity in which when they draft for that mid pressure, they are going to go in full ham in that early game. But here, who wins that early game?
In the full early game, I feel like Geek definitely has a bit more of an edge here with all the crowd control available. ONIC though has an advantage in a bit more when it comes to the movement speed and the wave clear. So I think when it comes to maneuvering, ONIC will have an advantage. When it comes to an actual all-out brawl, I think Geek will have ways to actually pull that in their favor.
I mean, looking at it now, I feel like the question is early game fights or neutral objectives, right?
Yeah.
Because if it's neutral objective, then obviously I think the Akai will have a better chance compared to the Fredrin in these retribution battles. And here, we do have a bundle fact. Kyrie, thank you MPL, successfully securing the M5 ticket. Coach Jeb, Kyrie, Beloyski, and Marky have been given tickets free to return to their homelands in the Philippines.
And yet, when they bleed, they're going to bleed red and white.
Maybe yellow and black and red,
Yeah,
right?
okay,
Because
but
the
like,
color of their teams.
Man, like the point of, you know...
Oh, the Indonesian
exactly,
flag!
Thank you.
Oh.
Why did you think red and white?
We're trying to claim
red
them,
and
Mirko.
black, like the Geek Fam team. But what do you mean we're trying to claim them? Beloyski, Marky, Yeb, and Kyrie are all Indonesians.
I'm glad we can't hear Wolf right now.
Wolf
Or
is
can
also
we?
Indonesian.
Let's
Why would
try,
he be
let's
mad?
try ringing him. Hello? Tess, Wolf?
Wolf,
Hello? Are you there?
Tess, I
Hello?
don't see. He always just disappears. It's almost like he's a shadow sometimes.
Yeah, it just goes poof, and before you know it, he's gone. But then you see his impact everywhere else. That's the kind of man Wolf really is.
Oh, we see the Marshal. Let's go into the land of dawn. We're back, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, we get to see a sneak peek as to what already elapsed here in the first 40 seconds of the game.
Here it is, the land of dawn. 46 seconds in already. Anything interesting in the emblem department? Oh, wow. An early win for Marky on this winning matchup.
Look at something interesting. I think the Purify on CW is almost a given at this point. But San's going with the Flicker. This is his signature style. He's on an immobile mage, but he likes making those flashy plays. He likes going for the Mythic Gush and then flickering forwards. That's his style. But look at Beloyski, already targeted by ONIC as always.
A good stun over. It's not a Beloyski game without 2 deaths at the minimal. A boy prevents that from happening, and ONIC will be able to get control over the enemy jungle.
I can see a lot of emphasis here in the rotations towards the gold lane. Why do you think this is?
Because the gold lane is just so important. Marky is one of the main win conditions, and in the previous few crazy series he's been averaging like 2 or 3 deaths a game, in a game that can trail all the way to like 20 minutes. So I think that is a safe bet, and they can get CW ahead right here. Then the matchup becomes a bit easier for him as well, because there's that true damage, and in the 1v1 duel, the win of nature becomes something that we've already been talking about when it comes to a 1v1 gold laner duel.
But in the early game, is it a carry or a Claude winning that matchup?
I have to say, I think the carry will win it, especially in an all-in. If you can force a Claude, especially one of Purify, to just engage in that fight, it's going to be dangerous, but Keyboy!
Good knockup by Nile, forcing that Flicker out. ONIC versus Geek. It's a 3v4 right now, but it's a spin now pinning them down, and it should be a free retreat as Nile picks it up. Below him, he tosses it up as Luke goes into the back. Keyboy very low, no Flicker. A boy with a good splash of damage, picking one up, but now they're caught in the midst of ONIC. Kyrie and Boots will pin a boy down to secure another. It's 2 kills traded in for 1 kill and a neutral objective. Meanwhile, up top, Blazing Duet, Marky taking very low under the turret, and CW takes a win.
Man, that's aggressive plays from both teams. But then we see it again. If ONIC can outmaneuver and then go in and out of a fight, that's where they can get ahead. Geek Fam with the signature, with the superior burst will be a lot more dangerous as we take a look at the talent's predictions here, especially from our foreign guests.
Oh, but in Indonesia, it's full Geek Fam here. A unanimous vote in that regard. Back to the game though. With that being said, oh, wait a minute. Okay, some damage being put on to a boy here in the mid lane. But with Kyrie and Nile, what's the game plan for ONIC? Because earlier on, Mirko mentioned that when they go in for neutral objectives, Nile on the Akai surely has a little bit of an advantage because of that heavy spin.
I think they go straight for the neutral objective contest without fighting. Nile can definitely come out ahead. But with ONIC having Kyrie in quote-unquote comboed with Boots, that's a lot of damage that I think most people won't really expect coming in from the Fredrin. Because you're so used to seeing him doing damage without the addition of that physical defense shred. So ONIC, I think, has to find catches, but now Keyboy.
Good baptism by both, but now it's a knockup, and I'm offended. Beloyski picks up the kill to equalize the kill stat in the 3rd minute of the game. ONIC still holding on to that gold lead for now.
Looking at the gold differences by UBS Gold right here. Still pretty equal, but in the EXP lane, that's where our eyes are in. It's still only 100k gold, so I mean, 100 gold, not 100k. But
that's a lot.
They're trying to just equalize, but I think with Sans having the Ice Queens one now, this means that now Geek Fam needs to be a bit more careful in their pathing and where they're trying to cross to try and find pickups.
That's some good poke, man. A Mystic Gush and a taunt from Kyrie to lock them down just for a bit. Nile with the heavy spin, a bit late though. Now the baptism, and it's CW with the Blazing Duet to pick it up. Beloy running away. I'm offended, connecting on to CW, but he has a BMI placed defensively. Meanwhile, Keyboy has to flicker out, but Marky follows through as well. Holy baptism, one more shot, but it's Kyrie still with the retreat, who secures it, jumps in onto Luke. Now dealing some damage as Luke jumps in as well. It's just a quick knockout strike as he clears the mid lane to provide a boy with some assistance.
Now that was initiated preferably from Geek Fam, and that's what we were talking about in terms of neutral objective take, right? Because flat out, it feels like Nile has a little bit more of an advantage than Kyrie, but this is the results that we're given. ONIC, they have been able to make things messy. They've been able to make things a little bit more in favor of them. And now Kyrie is actually a level ahead. And Nile just secured that level 8.
So what important to note here is it's the golden advantage. You see action in the EXP as well. ONIC trying to use that movement speed, try and gank as many lanes, swing it in their favor. But for Geek Fam, I think the main issue here is Nile is the main front line, but also the main contestant for the neutral objective. We're seeing this trend where the Akai moves forward, has the heavy spin, but is going to be forced to burn it out or even get picked off before the objective is even low enough to contest. Geek Fam must find a way to try and get in that zone without really sacrificing too much HP from Nile or Beloyski.
Audience prediction though by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G still heavily favors ONIC for this particular game. But here it is. Are they going to go for something here? It turns out they won't.
Nope, still too slow. No neutral objective for both these teams. They center around those neutral objectives. That Gord for mid-clear, and obviously Fredrin on the hands of Kyrie. Same thing goes for Geek Fam with that Akai. Abloyski is looking for a gank in the bottom lane where Boots is very immobile, has the flicker, gets out. But it's a big resource spent. 18 seconds before the turtle spawns.
Without the flicker available, it's going to be a bit difficult for Boost to find ways to get in there or be aggressive enough without a way out. But ONIC, they're putting their attention on the top side, putting Kibo there, perhaps to trap Luke. Might just work out, but it's a Paquito on a sprint, on a cooldown. But the Quantum Charge here can allow him to move a lot faster, and everyone's just parading away down to the turtle pit.
Ooh, an aggressive heavy spin. That is a very costly mistake if it doesn't work out. Boost gets brought back to the team. The Mystic Gush stolen away. A boy now melting him down. Now cancel out with Mystic Gush and the Blazing do it to the back line. And it's even a taunt. A big one for ONIC. Kyrie picks up the double, but Niall picks up the turtle. Now it's Marky in the bush, getting out. Luke trying to run away, but Kyrie stops that dash from happening. Able to just get out from a different wave. And it's Geek Fam with, Niall almost just assassinating CW there in the mid lane.
That was nearly a worth it trade, 2-2 if they were able to get that pick onto CW. But face value is it was a 2-1 plus Geek Fam was still able to secure the turtle. This was Niall a level below of Kyrie.
That's the Akai power, but it's also because the ONIC was focusing more on going for those kills. I mean, I have no idea how Sans even survived that. Moving so aggressively on a gourd, but then slipping right past, right point blank to Geek Fam's members, and still coming out unscathed. Beloyski with the I'm Offended though will not be able to find Keyboy, and his positioning in this game has been so good. No one has been able to get to him without really exerting some kind of resource.
But now it's a slow game again. Both these teams will always only fight for neutral objectives unless they see someone overextend, overcommit. The highest level of MLBB in Indonesia right now, and this is what you're watching.
Yeah, you're right. Everyone is just, they understand the stakes. They understand. Both teams, ONIC want to keep their kingdom going. They want to keep their dynasty alive. But here, Geek, they're looking to threaten that. But ONIC, at this point, 8 minutes in, still a 1K gold lead.
Rashi, it almost feels like the 1,000 gold lead in these matches, even yesterday, feels like not a gold lead. Almost every time you have a gold lead, you're going to lose it.
I think the execution really evens it out. In these games, in this matchup especially, if you don't have a gold lead and want to brag about it, I think it has to be at least 1.5 to 2K gold. CW though taken very low, but with the flash of the Oasis completed, Keyboy is going to be such a nuisance to the burst-heavy composition from Geek Fam. Below 20%, you get a big shield, and Keyboy always going to be around.
A boy just got picked off. That's a mega kill for Kyrie. 4th kill in this game, and it's Sans who provided that damage. ONIC are going straight for the Lord, and Geek Fam might not be able to contest for this, but they're looking for a CW. No Purify, but is able to escape with the BMI right now as a Holy Baptism connects onto Beloy. CW jumps back, dealing a bit more damage. Sans with the burn. That's the glowing wand dealing the damage, but it's not enough. Marky put some damage back. Now it's Niall in the midst against Kyrie. Pops in a heavy spin right now, but the Lord is not low enough. They're looking for it. They're looking to burst it down. Niall will fall before he even can go for that retry battle, and it's Kyrie who secures it with the retry.
That's a 2,400 gold lead instantly secured by ONIC in the 9th minute of the game. Beautifully executed, and the cool thing about this particular game is this is Keyboy on a Rafaela of all heroes. You wouldn't say that this is particularly adjacent to his style, to his identity, and yet he's still really good at the cover, and he's also really good at the initiation.
That's the crazy part. I think ONIC knows that Geek Fam is expecting the crazy Keyboy plays. He's playing a Rafaela, and he's counter-engaging. Every time Niall comes in with a heavy spin, he gets Holy Blessinged. And then Luke as well earlier. Seems like ONIC are just playing reactively, trying to make sure that Geek Fam are the ones overextending to try and secure the neutral objective, like we saw earlier. But without the right scouting, without the right intelligence, they can't really get in the right moments, and ONIC is baiting them using that fact.
And it was just so perfectly timed, right? Even Miracle mentioned earlier on that 1K gold lead that ONIC was able to build feels still like a stalemate, and yet just that entire momentum shifted into the hands of the Sky Kings, the Yellow Porcupines, and one by one, these turrets are going to fall from Geek Fam.
Ooh, Luke's dealing a good amount of damage, but CW is dealing more. They even commit the Mystic Gush, a bit of overkill, but when you have a 5,000 gold lead, you can afford it. Beloy is offended. He brings Keyboy back, but the healing from that photo and the Holy Healing grants him all the HP back to get the trade back, turn it around onto Beloy.
2-0.
That was crazy. The pre-placement on the field by Sans as well to predict where Beloy is trying to escape to. This man on the gourd is just something else, man. He doesn't operate like the usual gourd you see. It's aggressive, but somehow it's always out of reach.
So what's the plan here? What's the plan, right? Because at this point, every time they go in for team fights, it doesn't appear that anyone can actually dive into the back line and cut the range that ONIC has short because of that gourd. Whose job is it to go to the back line, and how do they do it?
I think Luke definitely is the main contender, but actually a boy can do so as well. Technically, the whole comp from Geek Fam do really well when they're not exactly in a complete front to back. The short range of the carry means that CW technically has more AoE, but if they can really find ways to get in the back line and utilize the crowd control efficiently, that could be the way they can do it, but they have to try and farm up and equalize the gold difference first, because at 6K, that is starting to be too much for execution and micro plays to be able to equalize.
They're really just forced to turtle in their own base. There's not much they can even do in their own jungle here. Nile has to walk up and open it up for the team. And by doing that, he's already risking his life. He's a level below of Kyrie. Sure, more neutral objectives so far, but ONIC have more structures. They can play the map, they can poke. Geek Fam and Beloyski going for that signature game-changing play. Not too sure if that will work out for them here, as they have gone to the complete opposite side of where ONIC are residing in.
They don't see him. Sans knows what they're doing. Look at the way that ONIC have actually responded to that, despite them in the unknown.
Oh, what an insight from Sans there, but now Kyrie tries to capitalize on it.
That's a big taunt onto Beloyski. CW with some follow-up there, and a Mystic Gush just melts him away. Luke is forced to pop the sprint defensively, and it's all ONIC in the 13th minute of the game. CW blazing direct to the front, dodging everything, and now onto Marquet. CW in a 1v3 forces the heavy spin, and a boy gets executed by Gila Sans.
Obliterated. This is just a different level coming from ONIC here in game number 1 of this best of 7 series. And even though we see on the kill board 411, look at all the kills that were taken by Geek Fam. It's only onto Boots, it's only onto Keyboy. Sans and CW, the two anchors of damage coming in from the Yellow Porcupines, still remain untouched at this point of the game.
And that's with Sans just flickering aggressively yet again in the previous fight. Just the move on and the predictions here, but Beloyski with the conceal, Wolf of Boots.
Good pickoff onto Boots. The fadeaway should kill him, and yes, it does. That's a kill over to Marquis. Something they desperately need was a glimpse of hope, and that's a glimpse of brilliance that they just got.
Now here it is, Wind of Nature finally secured in by Marquis. Is this something that they need at this point?
Well, there's a lot of magical damage on the side of ONIC as well, though. As well as true damage coming in from Gourd. So Marquis will be a bit more safe, but he needs to still be careful as Beloy gets taken out.
Heck, a defensive item for Marquis. What about Beloyski? Oh my god, it's Nile finding the back, but it's the Holy Baptism to cancel it out. CW! Once again with a blazing duet, just takes them out in the back. And the executor will never be CW. It will be Keyboy and Sans. And now, even one more. Keyboy flickering forward, basic attacking. Luke able to escape, but Keyboy is the executioner. Sans again with a Mystic Gush and a stun onto Nile. Kyrie dashing forward, the base wide open. In the 14th minute of the game, that's a two-man stun. That's an Appraiser's Wrath, and it's CW who is unstoppable. The mid-waves crashing in. Beloyski looking for a miracle play. CW onto the base. The Baptism connecting. No minions right now. They have cleared it, but Beloy falls once again. It's Marquis caught in the laser beam. And it's ONIC dismantling, deteriorating, obliterating Geek Fam in game 1.
The Sky Kings, they're going to lead the series, this best of 7 series, 1-0. And we're going to call our analysts, our shadows. Ring, ring, ring. For a friend, Wolf LaFell. What was that?
playoffs. I'm saying this because they look like they really planned against Geek Fam in their second meeting. They got the Rafaela, they snatched it away, and all of the other support heroes are banned out, and then they pick up Gord. It was so clean when they executed.
For me, I definitely have a lot of notes in this first game here where I would say Geek Fam made a lot of mistakes, positional mistakes, but most of them are because of ONIC.
Yep.
The way that Kyrie and Suns, Kyrie was controlling the front line, and Suns, he was getting attention from other people from the side of Geek Fam, and because of that, Geek Fam seemed very uncoordinated. The first turtle, they made a mistake. The third turtle, they made a mistake. The first Lord, Geek Fam made a mistake. They made the mistake, but again, props to ONIC, they forced that mistake.
It's just a different level.
Yeah. There's one thing that I want to say that this is a focus on the Akai, right? So there are forced errors, and we saw that the usages of the heavy spin in the first 3 tries they did all useless, right?
Yep.
They weren't able to make anything out of it. And additionally, I think ONIC pulled off a BTR against Nael Sakai when they did it, because what we saw is that the weakness of Akai is that Akai cannot flash farm, and once you can take out some of the farm coming out from the Akai, he cannot get to a certain level that he is going to be at par with the Fredrin. So it's actually the Fredrin from Kyrie as well as Boots who took away so much of the farm of the Akai. So every time that they see the Akai somewhere else, they just take over the jungle. And what it does is that it takes away levels from the Akai. That means that the retro battle, the neutral objectives, will never be in favor of Geek Fam.
I would have to say as well before we pass it over to our casters is that I feel like Geek Fam, they're not really in the zone, because at 1 minute and 10, we already see ONIC already grouping up, trying to get some kind of river control. And I would say most of the river control is onto ONIC. On the side of Geek Fam, at 6 minutes and 15 seconds, that's where they started to move S4. And I kind of feel like a little bit, I would say uncoordinated, and I have to say this, a lot of mechanical mistakes as well from Geek Fam.
All right. What about you, Rashi?
Yeah, I think I agree with both Lafel and Wolf. There's just so many things ONIC were doing, the subtle, small things that just force Geek Fam into weird parts. I mean, they go with multiple ways of engaging in a fight, multiple ways of pickoffs, and you can see that if you're Nile, what are you looking out for? Is it Kyrie jumping at you, taunting you up, knocking you up? And when you're focusing on that, the Mystic Projectile from Suns also comes out of nowhere. So there's layers on how they approach these fights is what makes the counter so difficult to process, because you need multiple things.
And it's actually just a shadow, I would say a shadow curveball that they made on it, right? Because we were talking about Geek Fam sending over a curveball, utilizing the Ruby instead of a healer. Well, it's the complete opposite. It was the Rafaela, and we completely forgot, because usually for Keyboy, for ONIC, they play an initiator, a very aggressive roamer, to supplement the trio mid, not to supplement the man you see on your screen. CW was finally given the chance to show how he does as a strong side. Rafaela was always in the gold lane, even in the neutral objective contest. They went towards CW, got him fed, and he showed that on a strong side, he can carry. Give me the resources, and I'm not only a weak side god.
And this is the reason why I asked in the early game, which gold lane matchup does it favor? Did it favor the Claude, CW, or did it favor the carry? Because in that early game, it looked like CW on the Claude was the one that was pressuring the carry, and at some point, even in the early stage of the game, which shouldn't have happened, even before that power spike, CW actually had 500, 800 gold lead.
Anyone with a Rafaela will win the gold lane. Anyone with a healer.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, even you see that even with the Ruby out there, the Ruby cannot pressure the Claude, but at the same time, you can see the Rafaela that can pressure both the Ruby as well as the carry while also protecting the Claude. That's the strength of the Rafaela in the side lanes.
Yeah, because if we're looking at damage, the carry should be dishing out more damage, but damage doesn't matter if your HP just keeps bouncing up and down.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Bouncing up and down.
What's bouncing up and down?
The health. The HP.
Oh,
with the healing.
Right. No, yeah. Got it.
What did you hear?
Let's take a look at the replay here, the game highlights of game number 1.
or in the early game, we see that Geek Fam had some pressure. They were pushing ONIC back, but ONIC were just unflustered. They moved back away, and it's almost like a soft approach. Usually teams collide solidly at the mutual objective, but ONIC just move around. And here you can see that Geek were confused on who to actually focus on. They're chasing members, but then they corral together, and they fall for that combo.
And again, look at all the positional errors, because I would say the first turtle, they're very split between the front line as well as the back line. In the second one, they clumped up together where everyone was easy damage for ONIC.
Yeah, you can see that even the neutral objectives, ONIC was able to bait out Niall. If he does not commit the heavy spin early, he's gonna die. If he does commit the heavy spin early, they stop hitting onto the Lord and then poke Nael, and Nael will get out. And now the strength of the Akai in the neutral objectives is nullified.
Other than that, the one thing that I also see is that Geek Fam really committed onto the Valentina first pick. And it was supposed to be a power pick for Geek Fam. We've seen a boy shine the entire regular season through the playoffs on this Valentina. And ONIC were so good at making a boy a non-factor. Look at his KDA now, 2-5-2.
I would say the reason why the Valentina didn't look good is because they didn't win the mid lane.
Yeah.
If they won, they would have priority whenever they're rotating, but that doesn't happen.
Wait, sorry. They didn't win the mid lane rotation due to the draft or execution?
I would say a little bit of both, because like I said, I feel like Geek Fam, they're not in the zone. The way that they're moving around the map seems more unconfident, if that's a way
They're
to
not
really say it.
They're basically not in charge this time.
Yeah, they're not in charge.
Mhm.
That's the reason.
Which usually happens when they have heroes for Baloyski. Like even the Ruby, you would know that they will be the ones to dictate where the team fight should be, but it was completely the opposite. And that's what you get from the Gord, because the Gord is more like a lane stabilizer that Valentina cannot go to. And even when you zone out that Gord, you can just throw out the first skill, the second skill, and you're gonna be able to clear the lanes.
And that's the thing about the first skill, right? It's so off-tempo. You think it's going to hit somewhere, and then it bounces again, and it gets you off. That tempo really was seen in this game. Geek Fam were not ready for it. They thought they dodged it, but then they went back to where exactly it was going to bounce in. And I have one funny little story.
Okay.
If you watched the awarding session earlier, everyone on ONIC got an award except for the MVP of game number 1. Maybe he's gonna get the best award of them all, the finals MVP.
Dude, he looked upset.
He looked mad.
That looked personal.
That did.
It's like he's here to just send a message. And it's not like Geek Fam weren't trying to find ways to start a fight. We saw the concealed play attempt on the top side, but it seems like ONIC just has a read on them and how they like to operate. Usually both these teams spread apart right before the neutral objective, and then they try and get some leverage on the far side of the map. But there, when Geek Fam went for it, ONIC were just waiting comfortably on the bot side, and that's also because that they have all the prio and the waves were all managed completely. We talked about the advantage in damage from Geek Fam, but we said that the wave clear was also quite favorable towards ONIC, and I think they made use of that to not only neutralize Niall, they neutralized Luke as well. The Paquito wasn't able to do a lot of burst damage, wasn't allowed to find the backline targets, and so was Marky in that lane. So I think the movement that they used just denied Geek Fam any solo 1v1 kind of play. They just made it a collective, and then they outmaneuver as 5.
This is the strength of ONIC, having 2 coaches, and of course the way that they are prepared and the fact that they have good players.
So Geek Fam should get one more?
Maybe.
All right.
Maybe.
Cool.
So the Shadow Atlas wasn't enough.
Don't they already have
That's what I was about to say.
Yeah.
It's never enough. Having only 1 coach is never enough.
But they have 2.
I mean, I only see one
I
walk
saw-
up on stage.
Yeah, but there's one.
Do you not see
in
the shadow that
Yeah.
Airpong is
The
casting?
one with the hat and the mask.
That's also true.
Oh.
Well, that's
Do
my
we see Geek here? Oh, we don't. We see. Oh, we
Oh,
do.
they're there.
Do you see that additional
behind
person?
Arashi.
He's wearing a hat and he's also wearing a mask.
There
See?
you go.
There you go.
Yeah.
I don't see him.
He's there.
I don't see any shadows. It's so bright.
Yeah.
Although to be fair, I do have eye problems.
That's true.
Yeah.
So what's the plan now?
But what's the plan
What's
now?
the plan? Does it mean that they need to change something up in the drafts? Is Valentina maybe not the go-to
I personally
pick?
say find your confidence again, because that game, I kind of have to say, they look a bit lost.
Yeah, and the Ruby, although it's a signature pick for Baloyski, I think it's far too early.
Yeah.
Together with the Akai, you already know what they're doing.
Right, so that brings the question again, first pick, what do they pick? Depending, does Geek want to go back
I'll
to
give you
first
an
pick
answer.
or revert still
Maybe
to
Rafaela?
second?
I'll give you an answer. Rafaela would be a very good choice, but combo it together with the Irithal. It seems like ONIC are so lenient on always just letting it go in the first phase.
Yeah.
Geek Fam, one of the reasons they were able to take ONIC to a full game series, full match there in the upper bracket finals was because of the 5-game Irithal pick, right? So go ahead and try to utilize that again.
Yeah.
As Mirko likes to say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I understand that.
Yeah, I says that.
Every
I
single
says
time.
Every
that.
single game.
Every day.
Wow, that's
Every
kind
day,
of boring.
even
but
in his
okay.
sleep.
Oh wow.
Yeah, because I sleep and
No
I
wonder I don't
fix
sleep
it.
with you anymore.
Because
I don't think that's the reason.
All right. Yeah.
I think you don't sleep with Mirko anymore because he changed his shampoo, man. Do you notice a difference?
Dude, look at him. He doesn't have any dandruff.
Exactly.
Wow,
That's
thank
why
you.
you chose to sleep with Wolf.
Wait, what?
I mean,
Eterna, calm
as
down.
roommates.
Calm down, Eterna. Calm
as
down.
roommates, because of this. Mirko will walk us through why.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see from my glorious hair, the hair that you see on your camera here, I'm Eterna. I'm gonna open this bottle. Oh my god, it smells so good. Jeez. My hair is so, oh wait. My hair is so good with Head and Shoulders. Look at me. Oh, I'm gonna drop some soap. Oh, no, shampoo on Lofel. There you
Honestly,
go,
if you
folks.
gave me the last game of the day, I would use it because I've been in a Head and Shoulders commercial.
Oh,
See it, right?
There you go.
Yeah.
I did see it. It
You-
was
you see
actually
it?
pretty good.
I see
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
They could not have picked a better person then. But
Maybe not.
What do I do with this?
Yeah, what now?
If it's the first game, if you give me on the last game, I would.
You can,
Give it
you
to
can
the
use
girl.
it on her.
Oh, I mean, oh well, you know, I would.
CITB,
All right, step up.
Sheffins in the building, ladies and gentlemen. The hair cam by Head and Shoulders here. You can see glorious hair from what? Glorious shampoo.
I am surprised of what's
Is
happening
it,
here.
is it weird to say? This feels.
Smell it.
This
Oh, smell it.
No.
Smell it.
this feels familiar to me.
Yeah.
I've been in this situation before.
Yeah, every
Because you
time
were
you
in the
shower.
commercial.
What?
Every time
Everybody's
you shower.
been in the shower before.
Yes.
You not
Yeah.
shower?
I do.
Exactly.
That's what I'm referring to, of course.
Wolf's
Yeah, in the
lucky he's
commercial.
not sitting next to
Yeah,
me.
I have to say I do buy a lot of tissue.
Yeah. I totally believe that, Nafel.
Want to talk about the game, Wolf?
Yeah, let's talk about the game. Because I want to say that the ONIC really came in prepared, specifically against the Akai, because we've seen that at the start of the MPL ID playoffs, Akai has been one of Niall's most picked heroes.
Yep.
And this time, what they did is to shut it down, like force him to pop the heavy spin, control his jungle. BTR actually we caught a glimpse of that when BTR played against Geek Fam. When they shut down the jungling of Niall with the Akai, it's like as if Akai will not be able to recover. And the thing is, that's the thing with Akai, you kind of need to not only be good with the heavy spin, you also have to mind your farm. And that is what ONIC did not allow in this game.
That's why I have a big QQ.
QQ.
A lot of QQ.
QQ.
Question.
Okay.
A big question. QQ.
Okay.
A question.
What?
QQ.
Never mind. I think the audience understands. QQ, okay, guys? My big question is, sure, Niall has been super highlighted throughout the playoffs. Everyone says that he might be second best in Indo. But I think we got to talk about...
We just forget Super Ken?
We ignore Super Ken. He's not top two.
But he
anyway,
lost.
what I'm trying to say is hero pool.
Yeah.
Niall, is this the reason that Geek is forced to secure a pick for Niall in the first phase and is unable to be a little bit more flexible in that way? Or does he actually have more to work with?
Yeah, definitely. I think we've seen in the regular season that he can play assassins. He can play jungle damage assassins, right? But the thing is, I think Geek Fam's priority nowadays, it's really not about like giving utility heroes, much more so that they wanna pick up the Akai so that the other lanes are open, which is weird because they pick up the Ruby afterwards. Typically, when you go this route, as you know, your drafting pattern is like this, you want your enemy to counter Nail's hero so that now the other heroes would have a better time. But picking up the Ruby earlier on is quite a question mark, you know?
Yeah. Honestly, here's the thing. Whenever we're talking about the drafts and everything, we got to talk about the strategy, right? I have a friend named Sun Tzu where he said, never make yourself obvious at what you're trying to do. And I kind of feel like the first phase just now was a little bit obvious. And the thing is, when you're showing you want to play the Riverside, then the opposing side, they can fight back. I almost have to say, they got to approach the game with the first phase, either grab for very strong picks where it almost doesn't matter what the opponent picks up, or show weakness in the first pick and then counter later in the second phase. Because I gotta say, fighting in the Riverside, even I'm not too confident to win against ONIC.
And we were talking a lot about countering, right? Just finding out what they're trying to do, find counters to it. I think this is why in this matchup, the second pick is just so much more favorable, right? You can just pick up 2 options first, see the full 3 picks from the opposing side, and then decide how you want to adjust then. Like ONIC is absolutely doing that. And if you look at the picks, it's almost like ONIC is taking all of Geek Fam's main weapons and using it against them.
Yeah.
The Rafaela, we've seen it before. The Fredrian in the hands of Nile is also a bit of a signature pick, and so is Marky on the Claude. So I think they're countering by bans a lot of these heroes, but they're also picking it away from Geek Fam as much as possible.
That's why in the first phase of the bans, they went for Joy, Kadita, and Matilda. Joy, Kadita, I understand, but is Matilda not a flex? Can you replace that with the Rafaela, or even just leave that open and go for a trade between the two?
Yeah, I think that would be a great choice to leave open, right? They are first pick. You can actually prioritize and pressure this Matilda a bit more, but let's take a look at ONIC here. Achiever of high-performing players. Almost all the players and staff members who are on the stage now are ONIC ex-players, ex-staff, players and staff. Only a boy and Luke are not from ONIC.
Even the Marshall?
Wow. What?
Have you been in ONIC before?
I have been in ONIC
Yeah,
before.
right?
Wait, what?
Even on the
desk?
Even on the desk, yeah.
Have you been in ONIC,
That's
Ranji?
true.
Yeah. I remember
think
that.
so.
That is very true.
Congratulations, by the way.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Are you from ONIC, Eterna?
Unfortunately, no.
Ghani's from, well, he's an ONIC supporter.
Yeah.
He's always Gonic.
His best friend is the owner.
See?
Oh, wow.
We're living in ONIC's world.
We're living in ONIC's world. I think even Coach Erpang came from ONIC.
ONIC Prodigy, Nile, ONIC Prodigy,
Yeah.
Marky, ONIC PH, Beloy, ONIC PH, Luke and Boy. That's it.
Yeah.
Just Luke and a boy.
Chandra. How about Chandra?
Oh, yeah, on stage.
Well, true.
Well,
That's
ONIC
a
is
loophole.
just monopolizing everything, but let's see, man. They are also on second pick again here. You can see the Angela and Matilda still traded around, and ONIC is just unwilling to let go of that Paramis.
Yes, let's welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, to the drafting phase of game number 2. And it turns out they're not changing a single thing from the side of Geek. I'm wondering if they're going to still commit onto the Valentina first pick here.
Yep, the Rafaela should be the next option. I would understand why they picked the Valentina. It's an boy special, but it can be countered as we've seen. The Gord is the traditional lane counter to the Valentina, but it still is a pretty good pick, you know. You don't want to give it to ONIC as well.
Still Valen. This is what I always see from Geek as well, man. They always use the same pattern over and over. Micro adjustments is the key.
Personally,
Fred Rafa.
Oh my god.
Personally, I do feel the Valentina can be pretty good here. But here's the thing, you kind of want to establish a very good early control. Picking up the Claude here kind of makes it so that the Claude can be played a weak side. But again, as we saw previously, as long as the Rafa is there, you kind of can't ignore the goalie because it's going to get punished very heavily.
And there's a lot of combos with it. You still have the Bruno. Bruno Rafa still pretty good. Bruno is decent versus this Akai. But what the Claude gives you is the ability to defeat all the marksmen in the late game.
What about Irital?
Irital is also pretty good. Like I said, any marksman at this point is pretty good. But what the Claude gives is at least a win condition versus the Rafa as well as the Irital. Because what you have damage in the late game.
But we've seen, though, in the late game, the Claude can do a lot more damage. It shreds, but at the same time, in a 1v1 duel against the Irithel, the crit burst-heavy nature of the heavy crossbow does make the 1v1 slightly in favor of the Irithel, I think, because we've seen it with multiple times, especially in this matchup between these two teams. And the Irithel always becomes a bigger problem due to the mobility as well.
Yeah, theoretically, the other benefit of Claude is that, apart from the other marksmen, the Claude is a hero that can go with the next laner, which is perfect because they ban the Lapu-Lapu. The idea for Lapu, Terizla, your Yuzhong, you go to the backlines to eliminate the marksman, right? If you have the Claude with you, now you have extra damage.
Yeah, honestly, looking at the draft right now, I'm also looking at his Claude and I'm wondering, are they being too honest or is this really their win condition? Because I kind of feel like having the Claude, you have multiple ways to win. Team fight, sure, you're going to be pretty strong, but if ONIC is sleeping towards the game, it's like, oh, we're too focused on the Lord or etc. etc. We can see Marky doing his own thing, getting a lot of structures, and then making sure that he equalizes the goal. So I kind of feel like Geek this time approaching the draft with a lot of ways to attack ONIC. And I kind of like it, but at the same time, it's tricky and honest at the same time. That's what I'm trying to say.
I want to go for a more far-fetched possibility that with the Claude being picked up here from Geek Fam, they could even, in the late stage of the game, when there's nothing else that they can do, they can even look for something like a backdoor or a split push.
Yeah,
Exactly,
that's what I say, yeah.
exactly what CW did, right? Or what LaFell said just yesterday, I believe. Yeah, again, ONIC versus Geek in the upper brackets, that's what we saw. The Claude is so dynamic because of that maneuverability, the mobility in and out of team fights, in and out of lane, getting gold as well. You're so creative with it. It's only now that you have to be a little bit more creative because you can no longer use that blazing duet in lane. That's why against bully laners like the Irithel, especially when comboed in against the Raph, and now even a Gord, you're really gonna have to find a proper space. You need to be able to find that weak link, that hole in this ONIC game plan.
Yuzhong as well as Cho looks good for Geek Fam.
I really want to use Zong here. I feel like the Yuzong can make sure that the Gord does not feel comfortable, and the Irithel cannot move forward, has to move backwards.
But I think, is this not the trap that is being set by ONIC? Force a Yuzong being picked up here, because these are the choices that they went for in the ban in the drafting phase, Lapu Lapu and Khalid, and then they try to counter the Yuzong in lane.
Well, if they want to go counter the Yuzong, there's still options available. But I think that idea of the dive along with the Claude, that's an idea that ONIC is very aware of. And the Paquito is still a very solid option, but it doesn't have the same AoE presence like the Raging Sandstorm, the Bravest Fighter from the Lapu Lapu and the Khalid. So ONIC can still use the maneuverability and just make sure that the spacing is paid attention to. That will mean that Geek will struggle to really find combos.
Yep. Teresa sounds good for ONIC, or even Uranus actually, so that they can really punish this Akai, like win all those neutral objectives. They have strong front to back if that is the case. So they have a choice between Teresa and Uranus this time.
You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking French and XP. The Lancelot was banned last game. They can go for the Lancelot pick here and have more hope.
Ruby, Paquito, Akai, do you want to play Lancelot in that case? Well, if you're Kyrie,
exactly.
you
I was about to say, like, usually, no. In any circumstance, you do not want that. And then they'll go, yeah, you know what? Yeah, you're right, Wolf. It's a bit too risky for the Lance, even for Kyrie. We'll go for the Terizla.
And again, looking at ONIC's draft, their control in the river is going to be very, very strong, right? The team fight capabilities is going to be amazing. In this game, if Geek Fam really wants to make a difference, I got to say, the Paquito has to be the one attacking the backlines and making sure that every single kind of damage coming out from ONIC is going to be disrupted. I really don't care even if the Paquito dies, as long as the backline doesn't have an easy time, it's going to be looking good for Geek Fam.
Final expectations, Wolf.
Yeah, I think ONIC has a more easy track to execute, I would say. So they will take this, I think.
All right, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Wolf. Thank you, LaFell. We'll see you after this game. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have to focus on this second game. Will Geek Fam be able to come back from this 1-0, force yet another series, another eye-to-eye with ONIC? That's going to be the question as we'll welcome you to the Land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2, ONIC and Geek Fam.
Have to see if ONIC can really find the same kind of success. Can Geek Fam make the adjustment to really throw a wrench in this tempo playstyle of ONIC? All begins in the lane, so we have to take a look at the battle spells as well. 2 sprints on Geek, probably trying to outmaneuver and match up to the bit of that Raphael movement speed boost.
And now it comes down to the same problems for both these two teams, and we'll see if ONIC, they can win the neutral objective battle again, or will Geek Fam actually win it out with those small micro adjustments in that Claude in the gold lane. Rashi emblems by Dunia Games.
We have an Inspire by Sans, because he uses a Mystic Projectile not only to engage, but also to scout out and deter Geek Fam from moving in. The fact that the bounce happens on that skill, it throws you off tempo, but at the same time, it takes longer to quote-unquote finish its animation. So it actually is a great zoning tool, especially in a big fight where you want the backline of Geek Fam to just be a bit more nervous, opening them up to possibilities.
All right, let's see. The main change here is with the Irithel and Keyboy on the... Oh, wait a minute. Boy, what is he doing?
Just some poke. Just a bit of poke up top there, rotating around. But again, this is the problem for them all throughout, even game number 1. The sustain in that gold lane. It's never a weak side when you have a Rafaela.
Even on the side of Geek Fam, you see that they have a lot more emphasis in the mid lane right here. Like we said earlier, it is a bit of a countered matchup. The wave clear from Gord is just so oppressive. So Beloy is moving there a bit more. But I think the real big fights are going to start from the jungle the jungle control here. Which jungle can really start being more aggressive first and maybe gank and impact the lanes. And in the early stage of the game, before level 4, it is Kyrie on the Fedrin, but now that it's level 4, maybe he can go for the heavy spin play before before the turtle is actually contested.
That's going to be the main factor here because both of these junglers are at level 4. So we'll see the setup difference coming in from both of these teams. There you go.
Some good damage. The assassination from Niall, but the Brazer's Wrath connects as well. There's a 1-for-1. Luke diving deep into enemy territory. Kyrie now with the help of the penalty zone from Boots. And 1v1, it's still him who wins it out, even despite a heavy spin. And now Beloy is caught, forced to flicker out. Luke gets a proper knockout strike to disengage the rest of his team from that skirmish.
That's a 1-for-1 trade in favor of ONIC because they pick up the turtle. In addition to that, that's an outcome that we expected here. Niall on the Kai.
I want to play from Kyrie though. He reads that the heavy spin is coming. He dashes out of the pit to avoid getting pinned down, securing the turtle quite easily. Man, that kind of foresight is what makes ONIC so difficult to deal with. It seems like they are always one step ahead. Now, like game 1, the tempo is shifting in their favor, and Beloyski has been unable to really find a big value pickoff.
Not yet. It's tough, right? Because in the gold lane, it feels like ONIC has a little bit more to say. Beloyski misses that chance to go in. And then it feels like in the EXP lane, it looks like ONIC, Boots is having a fun time as well, and in the jungle it looks like Kyrie's winning it all out.
Niall though already invading here with the help of Luke. As the red tree finds it, but a penalty zone locks him down. A good heavy spin that disengages. Luke is able to dash away. Boots now there to capitalize on a good taunt knockup from Kyrie as ONIC takes the lead again in the stat line. Another good stun to stop a boy from clearing this wave and to get Kyrie some good space.
What do you do? What do you do if you were Geek at this point, not having a proper setup on all 3 lanes, jungle losing as well? Arashi.
But at this point, it's also a bit of an outplay situation here, because earlier Beloyski was trying to find that pickup on Kyrie, but he dodges it yet again. It's like he just knows. And now with Paquito falling behind like this, I'm quite concerned as well because no one's going to be diving in the back line unless Marky.
Oh, he saved the heavy crossbow all the way to the end. It might be an outplay. One more hit. A fadeaway. Keyboy. Again, the executor. The assassin, but on a healer.
The X Factor Keyboy. MVP all throughout, and he's able to, again, perform on a hero that we don't necessarily find himself on. And they're back again with a beautiful setup on the next neutral objective.
This time now has a good spot, but penalty zone gets popped in, and again the combo prevents Geek from even stepping in the vicinity. Kyrie with a taunt, Beloyski with his health bar just drained out.
This is looking like a very dangerous situation, man. Geek Fam, with how flustered they are, how forced they are to actually move into these objectives without the man advantage, without the wave advantage. They're coming in rushed and together, and you saw earlier, Sans just lands yet another huge combo. And if they really want to come out on top in these fights, they cannot do that. Of course, Luke, the main flanker for Geek Fam, is already 1 kill down. He needs to try and make a play maybe, and that's what he's doing in the bot side.
Geek Fam have to pull an Arashi. Whoa. You heard his voice. It's a bit scrappy. Geek Fam needs to look for a proper scrap here against ONIC. They need to make it weird like this. I'm offended, but no, of course it's not. CW, unkillable, just jumps out like it's nothing.
It's a similar story to what we saw in game number 1. That's the exact thing that they want to look for, yet ONIC always deny that opportunity from happening. Whether it be from Keyboy's healing, whether it be from the FOTO item or photo, as you call it. Every time Geek Fam wants to look for opportunities to make things uneven in these team fights, make it scrappy, look for a pickoff, ONIC always have a way to deny it away.
Gotta give credit to Keyboy as well though, because his mana management is so good. Look at his item. He does not have the Enchanted Talisman. He only has the Flash of the Oasis, and that's the only thing he has, but now he's getting jumped on.
Baptism connecting and finally... No way! Again! Kyrie with a taunt now. Keyboy with a bait. It's a big heavy spin from Niall, but it's a Mystic Gush even bigger. Kyrie now into the front. It's a flicker forward from Keyboy. Niall gets slowed and now taken out as a 3-man Baptism. A boy versus 2. That's the passive from Keyboy, getting a bit more damage. A boy needs to look for an outplay here. That's a splasher again, but CW will be able to just pick up a double. When you look for a scrappy team fight, ONIC says we can win it anyways. Luke 2 dashes. What he needs, he jumps, he gets one, but he misses another. Now it's an outplay. Luke has been normalized. Yesterday's play was nothing but a fluke in the face of ONIC.
They just made him look like an amateur, like a ranked game player. They dodge everything, they bait him out. CW knows that he has a heavy crossbow available, dodges out of it, and Luke was just caught out there, high and dry, nothing to do. And once again, the denial. Niall can't do anything.
Absolutely
Denial.
nothing. Denial?
Denial, get
I
it?
love it. 10 out of 10,
man.
Arashi.
10 out of 10, Arashi.
We appreciate you.
10 out of 10 retries as well from Kyrie so far. That one right there went to Niall. That was Niall still having that retry, but what the heck is going on? It almost seems like ONIC have regained their Season 11 form. They are untouchable.
Does Geek Fam want to go for a different approach maybe this time around? Sure, they've been looking for pickoffs, but for the amount of times that they failed, they went on the same person. They went onto Keyboy. And over, time and time again, he has been able to outplay the situation. Is there a way for them to go for a different approach?
I think the only real play that stands out is maybe some macro-heavy splitting done by Luke. Because if he doesn't go in, they can't really make him commit. But look at his play!
The turrets mean nothing, not to ONIC. Niall with a 2-man heavy spin, but what is a heavy spin? So no follow-up! I'm offended, bringing Boots back under the turret right now as the Appraiser's Wrath doesn't connect. The boy misses the baptism and now gets gunned down. But Marquet with a blazing duet, it's healed again! The Mystic Gush, everything you throw at ONIC, ONIC throws at you again, 2 times. Fold.
6,000 gold lead in the 8th minute already in that particular skirmish. That was a 2-0 trade. And ONIC, they're taking down the structures and the structures are falling like flies. ONIC have completely taken this entire game of Mobile Legends, rewritten the code, and there doesn't look like anyone is here to stop them.
I don't think team fighting skirmishes can be won by Geek Fam at this point. The goal disparity is just way too big. And if you notice, it's not like Geek Fam has not been able to find any real good engagements. Beloy and Niall has landed massive ultimates, the I'm Offended, as well as the heavy spins. But while that was happening, look at how ONIC is posturing. Boots and Sons just stand there menacingly and say, you want to jump in on this? You can do that. It's going to be a big Mystic Gush combo or a huge penalty zone, and we're going to wipe you out. That deterrent is just so difficult for Geek Fam to deal with right now. I think macro play is the only thing they have, but they're just outmaneuvered.
Now's the setup. We're going to see the Lord dance here coming in from both of his teams with Kyrie at level 12, Niall at level 11. Either or, ONIC has way bigger of an advantage in this particular skirmish. Niall, I don't think he's able to force this out, but I like what Geek Fam is doing. They understand this, and they're looking for a trade, a macro play, something that they can put in their pocket, which is that push in the top side.
Something is definitely better than nothing. But with the Lord coming up here, ONIC can still equalize in the lost turret department, and they can even go for a bit more with a penalty zone, with tools to just crowd control, but Boots may be walking into a trap.
I'm Offended connecting onto Boots. If he survives this, that will not happen. But if he survives, that would be cool, right? I mean, ONIC have survived every single skirmish. But unfortunately, in the mid lane, Kyrie will just pick up a free tier 2. In the mid lane, they're pushing in the bottom, so even though they got a kill, the setup is still for ONIC.
It looks bad. It looks bleak for Geek Fam right now, but does this not look like they're setting up for a backdoor or a split push strategy for Marky to go in?
That's the only thing they can do. But for ONIC, they have multiple frontliners, so they can send someone to try and stop the push, or they can just go for a fight and make it a bit of a base race. With the Lord coming in, I don't think Luke can really match up to the pushing speed, but they will send Boots back, so the penalty zone deterrent is now no longer in the picture. This could be an opportunity for Geek Fam, unless...
Beloy's Conceal just got cancelled earlier. Holy Baptism baiting out the heavy spin. Beloyski, oh, that's an I'm Offended only onto the cannon minion, and it actually procs the sentry, the turret there. And now it's the turret in the mid lane, tier 2, just taken out without minions.
That's the first Lord as well, and Luke tries to replicate the same kind of success, but it's gonna cost him.
He survives for a bit, but not for long. The heavy crossbow does that much damage through the shielding. It pierces through.
Desperation, just the stink, the stench of desperation all over Geek Fam. And it's only been 11 minutes, yet they're resorting to this sort of strategy and this sort of gameplay. Sacrificing Luke, looking for structures, trying to set up for what appears to be a Hail Mary play, but ONIC, despite all that thrown at them, it doesn't matter. They don't care. They're confident enough to actually go this in a conventional way.
They're still respecting Geek Fam and their defensive abilities though. Usually we see that ONIC, especially with an 8k gold lead, they can make plays to just dive in and just destroy teams in their own bases. But they know that Geek Fam, they've been here before. This is where they're just scheming, waiting for a chance in the shadows to try and make something happen.
And now it's, what, just ONIC controlling everything. What do Geek even do? They look for a split push up top. Luke is getting some good farm, but for Marky, he is the weapon they need to get online right now. But unfortunately, he is 3 levels down against CW. I'm only curious as to see how much gold CW is ahead by.
Me too. I want to know how far behind he is.
Have to
I
wait.
want to know I want to see the items.
I guess we have to see and wait for the gold chart by UBS Gold. If it does show up, now with the Lord spawning, see the movements from ONIC here, putting 3 on top this time, attempting to just try and cut the wave, maybe deny the push before it even begins. They're rotating now. I think Luke is gonna go for broke.
Let's see if he can do it. He's on the base turret already, and ONIC have no response to it. Keyboy's finally now recalling, but ONIC here, they're actually not recalling. They've canceled it out. That's an I'm offended off the Keyboy right now, but he still has the flicker. Goes in for the baptism, saves the flicker. Luke is still on the top side right now, looking to play, but Beloyski gets melted down before anything can happen, and there are no more minions up top. ONIC have gone for a risky play. They have left the top side, and now, only now, do they send Sans back to clear it. Luke in the mid lane trying to be a nuisance, and ONIC are still holding on to the Lord. Niall's only a level behind, and Kyrie's already holding on to it. Niall jumps in with a good knockup. Sans has cleared up top lane. Kyrie jumps to the taunt and a penalty zone from Boots. It's CW going godlike as Marky jumps into the lazy duet. Now Luke onto CW. Should be able to take him down. A good shutdown, but Niall now running away. A flicker forward from Sans as Niall should fall. Sans picks up a killing spree. What looked good has ended up disastrous for Geek Fam.
Fortunately for Geek Fam, they're able to find CW though, so the pushing power is going to be a bit more limited. But with this next Lord right here, ONIC, there's just a moment where if they want to play this early game style, they want to go for the end. The base start has been taken for Geek Fam. That's a great advantage, a bit blessing in this, a silver lining for them. But now ONIC will definitely go for a decisive play. And if you take a look at the items, it's full aggression coming in from CW, and he's ahead by 3,500 gold. With the GDS, he has maneuverability, and with the Lord already in their hands, there's no chance for Geek Fam to force him into close quarters battle.
A small loophole that I see is CW. Oh no!
What you see is Beloyski getting melted down, Eterna. ONIC aren't even using the sideways. They don't care. They'll go straight at that base turret in the mid lane, take it down, and then recall. And then now Luke has to be careful. He's still going for it. He might actually lose his life now. That's CW with a heavy crossbow chasing Luke down. That's some damage. Pop down. The knockout strike comes out. The Geek Fam sticker emote comes out. But he will not come out alive from this trade.
He doesn't. He doesn't. He's able to find a little bit of time maybe for Geek Fam. But other than that, he was even unable to get that turret in the bottom side of the map, get that inhibitor turret for his team. And now ONIC with a man up. They're looking for a little bit more pressure into Geek Fam. The one thing that I really wanted to point out was CW has yet to buy a 1.
Yep.
So that's something that Geek Fam can exploit, but it's a shot in the dark, but it's the only shot they got.
It's also holy healing to help that, right? You don't need to win in nature when your HP doesn't even go low. Marky's physical damage right now, it's still not at that level.
Why? Because he already has DHS, he has Golden Staff as well.
Rafaela
I think he has a corrosion.
I think it's only one item away from having a full inventory slot. But yes, there's a lot more utility built into it. And again, it's just not the same kind of crit, the same kind of burst. With Luke gone earlier, ONIC has been able to get the bottom side base turret as well. And now, with them locked in the base like this, Luke can't find a window to actually go out.
That's an I'm offended onto Keyboy, but he still gets out. He gets a baptism as well! On the last possible pixel of that baptism, he finds Beloyski. A proactive move by Beloy, and you will not believe the outcome of it.
Man, the aggressive play from ONIC continues, and Sans has a Winter Truncheon. Fully expected to do something absolutely crazy, and now they go in.
Nothing crazy, everything just by the books. They go in for the first person they see. It's a penalty zone. That will be utilized to melt a boy down. 2 members down. Nile jumps in with a heavy spin. That's Marky with a blazing duet to the back line, but it doesn't melt anyone down. The holy healing provides enough sustain. Sans doesn't even go for the kill. He just recalls in the face of danger, in the face of the Marquee. The solution in this game has to run past his base, across, and make a big lap before Beloy now respawns in. That's a baptism not connecting. Luke, knockout strike. But one more shot should deal with him here. They're chasing for him. Luke is buying a lot of time. ONIC with a 9,000 gold lead. Now a holy healing. Luke, can he make a miracle play to defend? Sans, that's a stun, not connecting, but the burn does connect. That's a slow. Luke, still magical, as always. But magic will only get you so far against ONIC.
He bought a lot of time, but even despite all that, it's still ONIC with a better setup on the next neutral objective. And ladies and gentlemen, 18 minutes of this game, a 10k gold lead for ONIC. And this is going to be yet another free lord for ONIC. What is Geek Fam planning here? A boy posturing in that area? What is he looking for?
I don't think they're planning too far ahead, man. They're grasping at straws here. Anything that can keep them in the game. That kid from Luke bought them some time, but with the Lord coming back in, if ONIC makes this a 3-wave push, I'm not sure if Geek Fam can withstand the Lord, clear it in time while taking the damage coming in from ONIC. Because especially for Sans, if he puts the zone down, the Mystic Field down, there's damage coming out constantly without him required to be in the vicinity for any kind of strike back.
They're trying though. Arashi Miracle, they're trying.
His flank.
Beloyski a boy, they're going for a flank.
This is a big gameplay. Beloyski with Imo Fantasy CW able to dash away right now with a Purify as well. He gets out, he buys the immortality while in the midst. That's a Mystic Gush with an off angle from a boy. They bought enough time for the lore right now. They're crashing in, but Boots just penalty zones in. That's a Mystic Gush getting rid of Beloyski's HP bar. Even in the front, it's going to be Luke, the frontliner, the guy who can distract. Melted down, a killing spree for Tewen. Now it's a blazing duet, only connecting onto Kyrie, who's gonna be there, who just takes it in with a taunt, with a baptism. Marky will be taken out, and ONIC will secure another dominant game.
2-0, ladies and gentlemen, the Sky Kings, they are angry. They are looking fierce, they are looking solid, they are looking unstoppable.
Jeez.
But remember, this was a rematch. This is a rematch of the upper bracket finals. And if I'm not mistaken, it was ONIC leading it, right? At match points?
Yep, 2-0.
So we're close to that point, but Geek Fam were still able to come back.
Yeah, there was a reverse sweep
anything
scenario.
can happen.
So this is not over just yet. But man, that second game definitely was a slight bit closer. So you do get the feeling that Geek Fam, they are learning, they are adapting, and this is what they do best. The longer the game goes, the more solutions they can potentially find.
The solution, the marquee in this game, unfortunately was not able to find it. ONIC just threw a big stomp to shut down the first 2 games, and maybe even the morale, the mental. That's the big question here coming into game number 3. How do Geek Fam answer?
For no particular reason at all, I want to ask Wolf.
Okay, no particular reason.
No particular reason.
Maybe because of the guest analyst here,
Yeah,
maybe.
exactly.
Yeah, maybe.
That's valid.
I think that the Akai might be a direction that they should not be going to, because back-to-back games we saw that they were shut down. Even in their series against BTR, it was also shut down. Maybe this is the time that they give up on that strategy. Valentina, valid strategy, I would say. It's always a 50-50 between the pickup of the Raphael and the Valentina, but I don't want to give the Valentina to ONIC because they are so good at it. Sans is so good at that hero. I think it's just the Akai that they need to kind of change in the early stages of the draft.
Honestly, for me, I gotta say, Raphael I cannot go through anymore. Because throughout the game, I would say in this game, it really is about how all the lanes are controlled. Because looking at how they're playing, ONIC, they're almost having the mindset, we don't have to win the lane. We just don't have to lose. Every single time we see a proactive movement coming in from the mid lane of Geek Fam, going to the gold lane, oh, Raphael is there, nothing can be done. Gord in the mid lane, Sans, he doesn't even care about rotating. He's just, I'm gonna clear a wave. I'm gonna make sure when I'm moving throughout the map, I'm going in a very safe route, so I can't get caught out by Beloyski. And then just eventually we saw that Luke and Marky this is what we said when we saw the Cloud. It's deceptively obvious they want to play the side lanes. But the side lanes aren't winning because of this Rafaela. They gotta handle it some way, somehow. Either pick it up first pick or bat it out.
And it makes sense, right? The player of the game by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. It's Keyboy on the Rafaela. I think maybe even one season ago, if I saw a Rafaela being POTG and it's Keyboy behind it, I would have said that you guys are, out of your mind.
You would have said,
Must be
no, that's
bonkers."
Beloy.
Yeah.
Right?
That makes sense way more.
That's his hero. That's his signature style, right? The flexibility. But Keyboy now showing that, I got a bit of that as well, right? Whatever the team needs, I can provide. He is a player of the game by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, with a 91% kill participation. Rushing in with the flash of the Oasis, and afterwards, I think building for a bit more defensive items first, just to ensure that he can stay in the thick of things and output that healing.
I would say the flash of the Oasis is also a big factor why Geek Fam always look like they don't have enough damage. Because 1,600 something shield, like you guys were talking about the Claude having all those damage items, it really doesn't matter because true damage cannot penetrate shields. And if the shield is so big, the entire Blazing Duet, if it hit on even one person, it won't have enough damage. That shield is too much.
And I think that in drafts, where in compositions versus compositions, where there is an enchanter hero, there's a support, and there's no other hero for the other side, they are in a big disadvantage. It kind of makes Rafaela triple S tier when there's no one else to trade it with. You're seeing like Matilda, Rafaela, Angela, as well as Theramis. These are the heroes that you are looking for when it comes to supporting. But Geek Fam not having access to that means that Rafaela now becomes top tier when it comes to the support.
Even our boy looked like he could have a cool outplay situation. It's not enough. And this is kind of what happens when you're just slowly losing the game, which I would say game number 1, game number 2, this is the story. Geek Fam is just slowly losing the game. In fact, pre-10 minutes, Geek Fam didn't even move as 5. They look very uncoordinated. After Luke took this game in his own hands, then Geek Fam felt like, okay, now we have a rough idea what we're going to do. I got to say, Geek Fam has to take this time. The coach has to talk to whoever the shot caller is, make a decision, and everyone has to commit, because this one looks like the decision was very cluttered. Not sure what they're going to do about it.
And it's not just the flask of the Oasis, in my opinion, right? I mean, looking at it, just the holy healing with the additional movement speed as well. The whole concept of that Blazing Duet dealing damage is you need to be in that range, and the holy healing gets you out. So you already have the sustain to soak that damage in. You also have the mobility to walk out. You see it here as well. Keyboy just gets Sans to safety. They get proper chases as well. It's good to disengage. It's good to engage. That's why it has so much prio here in this game, and that's why ONIC continuously just take it away from Geek Fam, and there's nothing Geek Fam can do. Even they need some real lockdowns. They need someone that can really pin these guys down. But even then, is it worth it to go for something like a Kaja, a Franco in this game?
I would say if they want a Kaja or Franco, the coordination needs to be a little bit more. And they got to make sure that they have enough burst damage in the early game, because honestly, looking at the drafts, ONIC's really winning in the drafts. They pick up the Irrital, making sure that whatever damage they're going to have, early, mid, and late, is going to be looking good, because Irrital, just 2 items, and you can already make sure that the team fights are messy because your damage is just too much, and you kind of heal quite a lot coming in from the Husk Claws.
Yeah. And the thing is, I think I kind of like the idea of the Kaja, because it's traditionally good versus the Rafaela or Rafaela compositions, because you take away one hero from the other, then you try to pick them up one after the other. However, the Terizla, I think, is the real problem here. I think Boots
I would say Fredrin as well.
Yep. But Boots is silently one of the good macro, I guess micro-intensive kind of players, where he's able to get into the right pushes in the mid game. You see that even when Aboy as well as Baloyski wanted to go for a -1 kind of play where they want to pick off, Boots was there for some reason. And this is because he knows the macro of Geek Fam. He knows where to position himself so that he's able to spot out Geek Fam's plans.
Yeb has said many times that Baloyski is kind of a mini version of Yeb, right? So having Coach Yeb, the head, he knows exactly what Baloyski is thinking. He knows where he's going to maneuver, and he definitely told his players, and I think that was the point, right? Boots understanding how Geek Fam like to make those miracle plays.
I guess that's why in those big fights, even though it seems so good for them, Boots was just able to find a penalty zone, and it's not always on the right. It's not always at as most people as possible. Sometimes the penalty zone isn't targeted towards the heroes. It's targeted towards an area that is most detrimental to the success of Geek Fam.
Choke points.
And honestly, this is why the Kaja sounds good on paper, but against Kyrie as well as Boots,
Yeah.
the way that they've been playing, I kind of feel like if you think you're at the advantage because you're the aggressor, they just pop out of nowhere and be like, hey, call the ambulance, but not for us, man. They will always get punished.
Something's got to change.
It's the punish zone.
I like that.
The
1 out of 10.
How can you like it and be 1 out of 10?
You like it as much as 1 out of 10.
Yeah.
That's
Alright.
what she's trying
That's
to say.
sarcasm.
You got pity points, bro.
Yep.
The Indonesian special.
And other than
We're the best.
everything that you guys mentioned earlier, I still don't understand why Geek Fam also let the Iritel go.
I agree. I think the Claude pick there earlier, I feel like I understand the Claude again, a weak side laner as well, but having a weak side plus Rafaela is already dangerous. Having a strong matchup plus the Rafaela, it's even more dangerous.
It's almost like, hey, Marky, how much do you want to suffer? And he said, yes, please.
Yeah. So if you remember how ONIC banned against Geek Fam before, there was those 4 straight games with same bans, and even the 5th game,
Yeah.
for the first time that I met, they banned the Paquito. This time they did not ban the Paquito and actually gave it up. You can see that they're struggling against the split push, but not against the team fight. So now ONIC has learned, and this is amazing about what ONIC can bring to the table, especially with Coach Chev as well as Coach Adi being in there. They can think of the whole the draft in a whole tournament's perspective in a way that you can show something in the first few stages and then change it up in the grand finals. That's the benefit of having so much and very good coaches as well.
But doesn't Geek Fam have a really good coach too?
They do. I
They
mean,
do.
Airpong has been one of the. Well, he was the coach that actually brought Geek Fam all the way here, with obviously the Shadow. But we don't know who that is.
Yeah, we heard great things about him, right? But it seems like with his involvement, there's just a lot more depth in the drafting of Geek Fam, and you really wonder why. And on the point of the Claude, I mean, Rick was talking about the protection, the AoE healing, and also the movement speed. Well, the Claude has the corrosion side, and that slows down people, but Rafaela negates the slow, so you really wonder about it. But maybe we can get some more info right here, because there's another segment coming up.
Yeah, it looks like there's going to be an interview on stage with a member of Team Hawk.
What?
What? What's going on? So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw over to Pure Clara Mongstar for the interview. We'll be right back.
Di sini ternyata bukan cuman dari seluruh Indonesia yang bergabung di MPL Arena di Mahaka Square, tapi ada juga yang jauh-jauh dari Malaysia. Ada Aiman, owner tim Hak, dan juga Gary, jungler dari tim Hak.
Welcome back to
Welcome.
Indonesia,
Thank
tim
you.
Hak. Selamat datang kembali.
Thank you.
Kerasan kayaknya ya. Tapi gimana suasana di MPL Indonesia Season 12?
Memang seru, beda sedikit sama Malay punya MPL.
Ada beda dikit. Apa itu bedanya itu?
Lepas M4, MPL MY makin pesat, komunitinya makin ramai. Tapi gak bisa lagi lawan dengan sama Indonesia punya komuniti.
Wow, community di Indonesia ya, Bude Clara. Dan tapi kali ini Gary pertama kali juga di panggung stage playoff.
Iya.
Nonton langsung.
First time ke MPL Indo.
Oh, first time ke MPL Indo. Ini ngeliat pertandingannya sudah seperti apa sih? Ini hari keberapa di playoff datangnya?
Hari ketiga.
Oh, hari ketiga ternyata udah ngikutin dari 3 hari kemarin ya.
Ya.
Ngeliat pertandingannya seperti apa nih?
Lebih seru dari Malay.
Dari segi apanya, Gary?
Gameplay dengan persekitaran.
Oh, jadi dari gameplaynya dan juga ambience-nya dari sekelilingnya. Namun kalau dari gameplay yang seperti apa, Gary? Kita penasaran. Gameplay yang seperti apa sih kalau di Malaysia dan juga di Indonesia dari Gary?
Rasanya kalau dari ONIC, diorang makro dengan mekanik terlalu tinggi.
Mekaniknya terlalu tinggi. Memang banyak sekali yang sudah bilang seperti itu ya. Bahkan dari tim Hak juga merasakan Lavel said that in Malaysia and Indonesia kita suka perang. Sama nggak kalau itu?
Sama
Ya? Gameplaynya rame.
Betul.
Nah, kalau ngelihat tadi juga mungkin ya, kita tahu ramenya gameplay, ramenya juga dari komunitasnya pula. Mungkin bisa diceritain nggak sih tentang komunitas? Seperti apa di Malaysia MPL-nya dan juga mungkin bisa dibandingkan atau bukan, mungkin dilihat seperti apa kalau di Indonesia?
Of course di Indonesia lagi ramai banding sama Malai, tapi lepas M4 komunitas di Malai perspektif terhadap e-sports makin positif dan makin ramai komunitas support e-sport in Malaysia.
Contohnya seperti tiap tim tanding supporternya makin berani bawa drum band segala macam itu ya, betul ya?
Betul. Season 12 ni adalah season pertama yang kami ada orang kata apa Ultras, kalau RRQ ada Kingdom, di Malaysia pun ada namanya sendiri juga.
Wow,
Ada fan base.
semakin seru ya dengan super fans yang ada di Malaysia. Tapi ini kan Aiman dan juga Gary bersama tim Hak sudah beberapa hari di Indonesia nontonin MPL Indonesia Playoff. Udah berinteraksi, udah ketemu dengan mungkin player-player dan juga tim lain nggak?
Masih belum lagi. Jadi dah jumpa?
Belum.
Masih belum.
Jadi ingin jumpa siapa kalau di MPL ID?
Kyrie kok.
Kyrie, kenapa?
Idola jungle.
Idola Jungler juga rival juga ya untuk Gary ya. Iya dong, M4 juga kan sebenarnya satu turnamen idol. Dari kapan, Gary?
Saya idolakan dia dari saya sebelum pergi M4 lagi. Sebab memang minat dia punya assassin.
Assassin. Memang assassin dari Gary juga tajam. Kyrie juga begitu. Edian di sini. Namun kita bakal mungkin melihat juga ya. Sesaat lagi kan akan ada pertarungan di best of 7, best of 7, grand final. Do you have prediction guys?
Prediksi dari Aiman terus Gary nih.
Prediksi mau lihat Geek Fam comeback 2-sama dan kita beri kemenangan lah kepada ONIC mau treble champion.
Oh, jadi dikasih kemenangan buat Geek, tapi tetap ONIC yang menang terakhir. Nah, kalau Gary, gimana Gary?
Kalau saya rasa ONIC, cuma skor tak kisah. Tapi rasanya ONIC lah.
Rasanya ONIC, dua-duanya rasanya ONIC. Tapi kedua tim ini nantinya akan mewakili Indonesia di ajang M5. Ada juga tim dari Malaysia yang akan mewakili di M5. Menurut kalian, sesengit apa sih pertandingan antara Malaysia dan Indonesia nanti di M5?
Sekarang kita ada Homeboys yang akan mewakili Malaysia. Homeboys permainannya agak beda banding sama-sama tim Malay yang lain. So M4 kami enggak bertemu Indo punya tim, tapi M5 kali ni kami harap Malay punya tim dapat jumpa Indo punya tim untuk tengok saingan mana yang paling hebat.
Ingin bertemu, sama-sama juga biar mana nih yang hebat. Karena pas M4 belum sempat ketemu Indonesia dan juga Malaysia. Kalau dari Gary sendiri bagaimana melihat mungkin M5 untuk tahun ini dari tim-tim beberapa kan sudah ada perwakilannya. Bagaimana kamu melihat dari tim Malaysia dan juga tim Indonesia dan mungkin negara-negara lainnya Gary?
Saya rasa M5 lagi best sebab dekat wildcard pun ada negara China kan. So saya rasa lebih seru lah.
Lebih seru, tapi ada region atau negara yang kira-kira ini bakalan jadi saingan beratnya Malaysia.
China.
Philippines, Indonesia?
Itu dah memang.
Itu dah memang
udah
ya?
memang.
So, new challenge. New challenge. Tapi kalau kita melihat ada new challenge untuk tim Malaysia dan juga semua negara mungkin ya. Ini akan bersatu padu di M5. Namun sebelum itu kita akan mencari dulu nih. Siapa yang akan menjadi Raja Galaksi dari Best of 7 ini, Monik?
Betul sekali, tanpa berlama-lama lagi kita akan langsung masuk ke game ketiga antara ONIC dan Geek Fam. Caster, silakan.
Clara Mongstar as well as Monica Ko.
What the heck,
They
Wolf?
went all the way here.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sorry, man. I'm just
picture.
distracted by
What?
Wolf because he didn't know what Chewe stands for.
It's Calvin Winata, bro.
Exactly, it's his name, Wolf.
I know, I called him Chewe.
Oh.
Yeah.
Call him a girl?
I don't call him at all. Usually just WhatsApp.
What's wrong with calling him a girl?
Nothing? It's just inaccurate.
Is that the Shadow Atlas?
It's just scientifically
Is that
inaccurate.
Shadow Atlas?
Oi, who's that?
There you go.
Is that
Ocho Gahama just walked behind us.
Oh my god, it's
in the flesh?
not Wolf!
Wait,
Yeah,
you thought it
was-
was Wolf?
Yeah!
Was
Because
it?
of
Why
the-
would you think it was
because
you?
of the post on the PH.
You know why? You never watch on a proper good screen. You need to watch on the best Here you go, the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. You've been watching on some weird phone, man. Go get the best right now. Epic specs with obviously that good screen that you can see the real Ocho Gahaba with. If you tap your screen, just go backwards a little bit, you can use the 120 Hz refresh rate of the S23 to get to that point. Look at how glorious it is in this color. And Arashi here, he's the analyst. Well, you guys are too, but he's the better analyst for Samsung phones. So, Arashi, take it away.
That's a processor technology, 4nm Snapdragon 8 Gen 2, by the way. Gen 1, it's old school. Gen 2, and of course, it has up to 12 gigabytes of RAM and 5G connectivity. No lag from the device, from the processing. No lag from the connection either. It's all great. And talking about the display, right? You want to see the pixels, you know, get things right this time, Eterna. You go for that wide display with 120 refresh rate. And of course, it's all strong, but it lasts long as well because of the 5,000 mAh battery life. Lasts for years, man.
I never learn.
You never?
I never learn. I just really got to check out Samsung.co/ID/ID just as soon as possible. And this is what we were talking about, that size matters, Lafel. I think you were wondering. This is it. Do you see the monitor right behind Arashi?
Oh yeah, I do.
You do?
I do.
Right here.
You see it?
This thing.
It's a 98-inch.
How can I not see it?
Exactly.
It's huge.
It's ginormous.
Here's a pen for scale.
Ginormous.
Here's a pen for scale,
That's
I guess.
gigantic and enormous. Ginormous.
Galaxical.
There's 85-inch,
Galactical.
75-inch, 50-inch, 43-inch. Why would you do that? Go for the 98-inch. The size matters.
Sometimes, well, you just said size matters. Sometimes your room can't fit that, right? So you get a smaller TV, you put it up on the wall.
No, get a bigger room.
That's also true.
Right?
That's a baller move.
Very good. Very good.
Of course, that's what Lafel and Wolf would say.
Right.
Richest casters.
From the man with 2 watches.
Anyways, talking about the game, just like this conversation.
No.
Just like this conversation, we were talking about the coaches before. I kind of feel like they got to be like this. Lower down the IQ a bit.
Wait.
No.
Because I feel like Geek Fam, they're overcomplicating things. I mean, like, oh, Rafaela is open. Let's take Valentina.
Maybe they're...
If they dumb it down a bit, it's like, well, I guess Rafa is open. Might as well just take it.
I honestly think that they're lagging a bit because of their quota. You know, I think they're lacking on quota, and I don't know why, because like we're already in the playoffs, on the final day of the playoffs, and they don't know about this.
I know why.
Why?
I know why. For them, it's like, bro, I need to spend money on in-game purchases and quota, right?
Telkomsel and the Dunia Games collaboration, they got you covered, man, because
How?
you get the best of both worlds. Because
What?
for every in-game purchase that you make, you guys can get a free 3 gigabytes
What?
worth of quota. Boom,
3
bang,
gigs.
bada bing. Exactly.
That's all I had to do all this time. I've been buying diamonds and my quota separately, Arashi. What the heck am I doing?
This is why you're not as rich as our foreign guests right here.
Exactly.
You gotta learn from the best to be the best.
They're so rich, they even got a new desk.
Exactly, you're
Last
right.
minute.
It wasn't here yesterday. They must
Mirko
have- they brought it from
is not
overseas.
as rich as us because Mirko is richer than us. Literally.
Well, we can all agree that we're not richer than a man who with 2 trophies, Mr. Chad Era, Rising Star, and most improved, not Rising Star, sorry,
First
most
team
improved
gold.
player and first team gold.
Man, how can you be most improved player from the previous season and then most improved again?
He's improved squared.
He's improved squared.
Wow, improved squared. But I do agree. It's just surprising that he's not being played here for Geek Fam. Now playing on the second pick.
Is it though? Is it surprising with how much improvement we see from Marquis in that gold lane? That's the ultimate question. And the other question is, now that both of these teams have opted to swap sides for game number 3, what differences are we expecting here? ONIC go for a Boxian and Angela. Do we finally see a change with the Rafaela situation going on?
Yeah, maybe. I think they want to prioritize the Matilda. So yeah, I think they will, as expected. What's going to happen here is they are going to ban the Valentina. Geek Fam will be tempted into not banning the Fanny, right? So what's going to happen is they will ban out something like Matilda this time. Now ONIC will be picking up something like Rafaela the first, and then last pick on the third slot, maybe pick up something like Fanny to cancel Geek Fam.
I would say ONIC, ever since their previous meeting with Geek Fam, they're really dictating the draft based on the bans. even for this one, okay, now their first pick, they're betting out the Valentina. Before this, we see that the Geek Fam and ONIC can go toe-to-toe whenever the Baxia as well as the Faramis is open. Now it almost seems like ONIC is saying, you guys can get the Faramis. We don't mind that. We already have a different idea for it.
I think if we talk about the jungle pick as well, by the way, we saw that ONIC against, in the previous series, they were struggling with crowd control initially when they had the Akai as well, but then they swapped to the Fredrin and have a bit more of a rapid fire crowd control tool as well. So I think that could be something that could be explored here for the side of Geek Fam.
I think this is a mistake. Because what happens is if you ban the Claude, yeah, Matilda is going to be the first pick for ONIC. And this is great. Keyboy is so good at it. And Geek Fam will be tempted into getting the Rafaela this time. And then the Fanny is still open. Rafaela +1 always struggles against the Fanny. And then you also have Fanny plus the Matilda.
But the thing is, if you don't pick up the Rafaela,
Rafa plus Matilda is so strong.
Yeah, that's why I say
nasty.
That's why I say they're dictating it based on the bans.
But what if, would Geek Fam, is there a possibility, a shot in the dark that they go for the Fanny here? Absolutely not. They completely leave that entire thing open. They go for the Faramis and the Fredrin instead. So no Rafaela, no Irithel, none of that whatsoever. They go for a power pick for a boy, the Faramis and the Fredrin. Now, what else does this signify, these two picks?
It signifies a lot of all-ins, a very sustainable kind of playstyle. The Fredrin has already tons of regen. You add the Netherrealm on top of it. If you can get a solid backline carry here in the hands of Marky, this is the strategy that they use to really pressure ONIC back when they met the first time. But against Lilia, it's an age-old counter for the Faramis when everyone's clumping together. And with the current state of the Lilia, where at 5 stacks, you keep regenning that dark energy, that's a lot of damage if he's left unchecked. And it's Gila Sans on that hero.
It's a signature pick. And it's also not just good against the Faramis, but also against this Fredrin. You can put him in the choke points, you can kite him back. They have to go for the Rafaela. At this point, I think that Lilia pick basically forced them to do that. They need an answer to these choke points, getting the Fredrin to a place of comfort.
Yeah, traditionally we know that the Lilia is great versus the Faramis, but you have to remember that there's additional movement speed now on the Nether Realm, quote unquote, and also because of the Rafaela, being with the slow immunity that we have in the first few seconds, now it makes sense versus the Lilia. So I think this is a pretty even draft at the start, but there's a lot of serious damage issues that Geek Fam needs to solve now. Their marksman needs to be active in all stages of the game.
Yeah, I kind of feel like if the marksman can follow the tempo, meaning like even without items, you can kind of do something in the game, it's going to be looking pretty good. Because looking at the draft here, ONIC, they're not changing their strategy. They're changing the draft, but not the strategy. They still want to control the riverside. And I kind of feel like this is what makes Geek Fam go a little bit off tempo. They're like, wait, now what do we do?
I think another thing that is a common thread between the three games, as you mentioned earlier, aside from that fact, is they've been able to shut down Luke. We saw it on the Paquito. It wasn't as effective in game number 1. It wasn't as effective in game number 2. Why? How was Luke such a huge factor in most of the games they play is when he's given heroes that maybe in this certain case requires crowd control. With the Lapu Lapu takeaway, and I'm thinking that Charizla might be taken away as well, even the Yuzong sometimes doesn't fit into the dynamic of the composition. That's the issue that I feel is quite lurking for Geek.
We've seen him use the Khalid to the same effect as well. But you guys were talking about forcing Beloyski onto the Rafaela by having so many slows. The last time we saw Beloyski go on a support in the final game against ONIC, that's where the Assassin came out and it completely shut down Beloyski when he's not on those durable picks. That could be something that ONIC is just scheming for right here.
I'll go back to Eterna's question for Luke. I actually honestly have to say it's not the heroes, it's the player. He's up against Boots. Boots is known to be able to neutralize any XP laner. He neutralized Edward, neutralized Sanford. It was a bit tougher on Edward, but now we're basically seeing that. He's getting neutralized in the lane itself. Luke is always so active on the map, but when you lose that lane, when you get shoved in, when you have just more pressure on Boots, he's able to dictate the game. Luke is getting ordered around by Boots.
I want to know if there's a difference in his impact on the Charizla now. We finally get to see him on a different hero.
Yep. Which means that the answer should be Edith or X-Borg coming out from ONIC. And then they'll finish up this time with a hero that can counter, that can supplement a lot of damage between it. Like Ixia, for example. I'm thinking like this might be the hero, especially... Okay, well, there it is.
The Wolf special. It should be the X-Borg too, by the way. Like the X-Borg. Oh, whoa.
Okay.
Finally, you get something wrong. I was really convinced by the X-Borg pick, but they go for something quite different here. The Paquito, this is a signature pick back in Season 8, Season 9, Season 10. For Boots, he was even called the Heavenly Fist because of how good his Paquito is.
Yep. Okay, Bruno, standard pickup. Because what you do is to have the Rafaela combo with it. This is gonna be close. I think that both teams, at this time, it's not really one-sided on the side of ONIC. I still think that ONIC will take it just because of the fact that they went in for the Paquito instead of the export. Because if they followed what I think, maybe they'll lose because I'm not smart enough. But if they did change it up with the Paquito, I think it's better.
Honestly, I would say the Paquito is to add a different dimension towards their fight, because look at their composition. Besides the Matilda, there's no one diving to the backside, and they have the last pick coming up. So I feel like the Paquito is two-dimensional. Sure, you can join the fight, but you can flank as well. So it makes it so that the drafting phase, they're not going to get punished.
The final statements coming in from Wolf as well as Lafell, ladies and gentlemen, as we're heading to what appears could possibly be match point. In this best of 7, 3 points is all you need, and if Geek Fam can't win this one, then it's GG. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, will Geek Fam be able to turn it around with the Sky Kings already leading with a 2-0 as we enter the Land of Dawn? Let's go.
It's time here to see whether Geek Fam can be tested mentally. They did it before against RRQ, reverse sweep. Can they do it again?
I'm curious to see how will ONIC use this Akai. We've seen that sometimes it's always the same way for the neutral objective contest, but at times it's also for the pickoffs before then, especially with so many targets available to them here and a very easy in and out due to the guiding wind. ONIC can use it in a more aggressive fashion.
Let's see if they do, as we take a look at their emblem choices here by Dunia Games. Anything in particular that stands out?
Well, both supports are going to go for the Wilderness Blessing and the Agility. They want to be all across the map. I think the shielding to everyone at the same time from the Matilda is going to really be a bit value, especially in the earlier stages of the game when the items really isn't as developed for both supports.
With the Lilia being their choice here for the side of ONIC for Suns, with heavy wave clear, it will facilitate them to go in for these early ganks to the side lanes and even to set up for these neutral objectives. As you can see here already, it being cleared, and now Kyrie has a lot more space to go in.
And you can see the pressure, once again, that we kind of spoke about in the drafts. Geek are now putting more pressure onto Luke, getting him ahead and getting him off of the clutches of Boots.
It turns out Nile is the one picking up the gold buff though. Bit of a win for the rookie. But I think the big difference you're going to see initially is going to be in that first turtle. Already both junglers coming at it. Will ONIC try and go for something else, or going to try and shut down Nile against the turtle pit and then try and get something a bit more guaranteed? Because in the early game, that Lilia damage is something that Geek Fam has to take into consideration as well.
Luke is in position. It's going to be Nile jumping in with penalty zone. It's Boots helping out in the back line, and it's going to be Kyrie who wins it with a heavy spin. This is what we expect on the Akai. Nile pinned down. And first blood over to ONIC. Luke getting the holy healing to disengage, but Keyboy wants more. Diving deep, the Stampede brings him back for a bit, but it's just ONIC who takes a big W and walks out. Oh, Sans almost getting another cheeky little kill.
It's such a statement from ONIC here. They completely turned the jungle around. Now Kyrie is on the Akai, and I think coming to this matchup as a whole, ONIC and Geek Fam, a lot of highlights between who is the better jungler. Sure, Kyrie is still #1, but a lot of people have said that Nile is a close second. He's a budding, a junior Kyrie in a way. And this statement coming in from Kyrie is huge, just really pushing Nile down and testing his confidence, his level of confidence that we've seen him portray throughout the playoffs.
Well, the performance of Nile is how far Geek Fam has come in this playoffs is in no small part due to the success of Nile and the crazy moments he's been able to find, even against the more well-known junglers, the more experienced junglers as well. So here, if he can really get going, if he can get some kills and such a snowball, I think he can definitely still bring the fight to ONIC.
Holy Baptism connecting onto one member only. Beloy forced to run away all the way under the tier 1 and then towards the purple buff. That's the off-angle attack of Boots, and Nile has already used the Retribution, trying to finally fend Boots away. Get away, but in the bottom lane, the same thing happens, but onto the gold laner now with a pin down. That's a good Nether Realm from a boy. But he did commit a flicker for it. That's a big resource, a big ultimate. Same goes for that heavy spin though.
And in the previous game, we saw that the macro play, the split push was what Geek Fam was using. Now it's no longer available. They're going to be very reliant on going for these team fights. But with the gold lane pressured so much by the roaming, it's going to be a lot more difficult to do so in the mid game when the items start rolling in.
What did you guys say earlier on with Rafaela? In the gold lane, whoever is with Rafaela usually wins lane.
Yeah, but they have a Matilda, right?
Exactly.
That's where the neutralization is. And now they go in as a penalty zone. Aggressive one onto Luke. They know he has no heavy spin. Boots is helping him out, but a boy now with the Ghost Bursters picks up the kill. It's the Panda dying, but ONIC have delayed the turtle take. Now it's Keyboy with a good circling eagle to try to delay it even further. It seems like ONIC might have to give it away this time round. Niall has that retribution, but a boy is bringing Boots back. They're still trying to delay it. Keyboy is rotating again. Niall should get it for free unless Keyboy, nope, cannot make a play there. ONIC will instead look for pressure elsewhere.
And the punish occurs here in the 5th minute of the game, with Kyrie taken out right before the turtle take even have begun. It was Geek Fam being able to win it out, but ONIC very quick to look for another thing on the board. They look for compensation and take away that turret in the bottom side.
And the intelligence that that circling eagle gives you is just, again, so underrated. We've mentioned it multiple times, but with Keyboy popping it, we just see so much more intelligence, and that means that ONIC can move in a more educated fashion. On top of that, by the way, it was interesting in the earlier fight because Sans wasn't even passing towards the turtle at all. And now he's getting caught out.
Sans forced to use that sprint. He already used the black shoes. Oh, he dodges away from the taunt, and now it's a circling eagle. Knocking Niall up. Boots, knockout strike to try to lock him down. That's enough damage. Says ONIC, we'll go back and look for scraps. Niall on the other side. Oh, Harry with a dash forward, very aggressive, trying to zone them away. It looks like they want to mount up a siege in the mid lane. Those are some big glooms coming at it, forcing out another realm as Kyrie gets stunned up, but he's still able to walk away. Luke, penalty zone, but it's only on to Chewe, who should be able to get out with a guiding win very easily.
Wow, all right. That was nearly such a different, entirely weighted outcome. But did you see what Boots was able to do? He was able to distract 2 members from the side of Geek Fam from even entering that team fight. And so ONIC, they were confident enough to be able to go for it. And this is Boots in the early game that you can't really consider has that much impact, really depending on the items that he's about to go for. But in that late stage, I expect this to be very brutal for Geek Fam.
And it is. Look at how much damage they're putting onto Luke with no full barrage, just a circling eagle to knock him up, and CW using those basic attacks.
And that point on Boots just having so much impact, so much crowd control, it's a very good one. Because I was talking about the difference between the Fredrin and the Akai, and the Fredrin has a lot more crowd control. He can spam out. Well, in this game, you can see that Boots isn't targeting the backline. He's just crowd controlling the frontliners, trying to be a big nuisance for his team. It's a completely different approach, and I think Geek Fam are just either not recognizing it or just not used to this playstyle.
We saw a team fight domination in game 1. We saw a pick-off sorta domination in game 2, and now we're just seeing an objective domination from ONIC. They're trying to win on all fronts against Geek Fam. Even Kyrie there, look at him, standing menacingly. He was just there. And that presence alone is going to force Luke to say, all right, you know what? Sure, I'll back away.
Exactly, that's the entire theme. The zoning potential coming in from ONIC, and Geek Fam understand it. Because when they go forward, this is what they get.
When they go forward, a Panda forces them backwards. Niall brought back entirely to the team, and no amount of healing, no amount of resources will be able to get you out of a team like this, who is 2,000 gold ahead. That's a knock up onto Luke. Meanwhile, Boots in a 2v1, no problem. Just goes at it. Still has a shielding Kibo with the guiding win as well, and a circling eagle. And even a full barrage. Max range forces another realm. Gets brought back by that circling eagle, that guiding win. Luke now caught in the midst, jumped in for the penalty zone right now, and it's actually a turnaround. A good one by Luke. Flickers out to safety, and Geek Fam have finally gotten a good win in their hands. Kyrie able to jump back a boy with a stampede, brings Sans back all the way to the back. Sans dodging away, but it is all for naught. Geek Fam gets the first win in the series.
This is the moment that we've been waiting for. This is what the community all around the world has been waiting for. A 3-4-0 trade in favor of Geek Fam as they retake the game. They get a little bit more space. They take away the purple buff away from Kyrie. Nile able to take it. Is Keyboy going a little too heavy? Still able to get out. Doesn't commit onto that. But 8 minutes in, 9 minutes in, this is what we want to see.
That's the Geek Fam require, but also ONIC just being uncharacteristically greedy for that kill there, just going in and bringing CW all the way to the front line against a team with so much damage, but with shorter range. It's a bit of a similar matchup we've seen Geek Fam and ONIC in before, but if the ONIC wants to get success, they have to be a bit more careful. There's a lot of ways that Geek Fam can punish, and we're seeing it in the previous fight.
Penalty zone locked on to the baptism as well, comboed in together, but the guiding win gets him out. Now ONIC mounting up a re-engage. Geek Fam have an advantage in numbers up top. Turns out ONIC are just trying to bait, trying to feint, to give the bottom side a bit more of an advantage. It's Kyrie and CW on the Lord. Nile with a Appraiser's Wrath, Kyrie with a heavy spin. No, he doesn't even use it. Now he decides to do it, and it's a pin Nile down. The NetherRealm grants him a bit more HP. CW dealing quite a good amount of damage. Boots clearing out this mid-wave, and ONIC just win out in the trade. Geek Fam, though, will not leave it to that. Sans has the black shoes, pops it. Luke now going to be knocked up. Luke, in the midst of it all, still using the hammers to get that sustain. The holy healing with the flask of the Oasis gets him out. Keyboy, that's a circling eagle. Caw-caw, as Leo would say.
Shout out, Leo.
Shout out, Leo.
We miss you. But back to that point, was that too early of an Appraiser's Wrath, Arashi?
I think he was just desperate to go for it, because the fact is he's alone against two members, and CW on a marksman has essentially unlimited damage output. That's the benefit of a marksman, right? They keep hitting, keep doing damage, and now just wants to really seal the deal, take the Lord, and Kyrie just very calmly doesn't even use the heavy spin and just goes for it. Now in the bot side though, more aggression from ONIC.
Luke's all alone, penalty zone onto Sans. He still has the black shoes, gets out as quickly as Luke was able to engage. Now he flickers out. Kyrie's looking for the play. Heavy spin, pinning Beloyski down, but he gets knocked back just a bit. That displacement saved Beloy. They're looking for this bottom side, but Geek Fam has managed it enough.
All right, let's reel it in a little bit. At this point of the game, 11 minutes in, we might not be able to, as Keyboy goes in again.
Ooh, two knockups onto Nile. Appraiser's Wrath not connecting. Now it's Boots with another knockup. Make it 4. Nile in the midst of it all, the full barrage from CW. Takes 2 down, and a boy is left alone to flicker back to the base.
That's a dangerous situation to be in, using all your engage, but having nothing to cancel CW on that full barrage. ONIC was able to just force that fight due to the abundance of resources they have, and Sans is just so risky with this Lillian, abusing the black shoes, his signature playstyle we haven't seen in a long time, but it shows that the rust really isn't evident in his playstyle.
Definitely not. I'm surprised. Wait, are we surprised at this point? It's hard to tell.
It's just Sans things.
It sounds things, you're right. 4,000 gold lead now for ONIC. Keyboy.
It's Keyboy things as well.
See, and he doesn't even get taken down for those kind of plays. He's just flexing at this point.
So unfair. But now,
Monster.
if you look at the situation though, Geek Fam, Marky has been farming and he hasn't been taken down. So technically he can kind of be the difference maker, but it depends on how the fight begins, right? There's a lot of ways for ONIC to zone him out. So Donna shoots on the other foot. If he wants to try and stay in the NetherRealm, then Geek Fam needs to play around him. And I think it's a bit difficult because ONIC are the ones that can dictate the movements, dictate the crowd control. And Kyrie, compared to Nile, I must say, is so much better at setting up the heavy spin. But whoa!
What was that? Black shoes? No way he survives this. The photo? Sans gets out! It's Keyboy! With the guiding wind to save him. My goodness. Even with the blunder, it's not enough to take one of ONIC's members down, but they do have an advantage now. An advantage they seek to utilize here. They're blitzing the Lord. Kyrie is the hope right now for ONIC to secure this game. It's going to be the circling eagle. Good penalty zone as well. Nile finds the combo, but Kyrie finds a two-man as a full barrage from CW into the guiding wind of Keyboy. Geek Fam find the Lord, but they lose out on a massive team fight.
They lose Beloyski, they lose Nile, and he's going for more!
Under the base turret. The turrets are non-existent. Keyboy, guiding win. He finally dies. That's what you deserve for doing all these blasphemic things.
But he has taken out Marky. No one's clearing the waves. A boy forced to flick around. One base turret down. ONIC, they're ignoring the Lord. They take all the base turrets down.
Without the Lord, without minions, they just get it. They poke it down. And who's it worth for? Do I even need to ask? That's 4. Make it 6 for the base turrets as well, and Kyrie gets the orange buff.
Take a look at the instant replay right there. A great penalty zone stuns Kyrie up. It's a great set from Geek Fam, but afterwards, 2 men pinned down and a full barrage, completely uninterrupted.
Jeez.
And in our own games, Mirko, we question if this is possible. Full barrage into the guiding wind. Well, now we have a very definite answer. That is deadly.
Why isn't it
disgusting,
possible?
right? Because the one thing that Ixia lacks is that range, that movement, but with the guiding wind being able to pull him in and out within that ultimate, that's like the perfect setup coming in from ONIC, the perfect solution to Ixia's immobility when she goes in for her ultimate.
Ooh. Weird flank from Boots right there. Could have been possible, but the Ixia, CW, is farming away, so it doesn't seem like this is a fight that they want to have. Now, though, says otherwise, but they won't have enough damage. Not enough crowd control to hold down the Raging Panda.
Dragon Warrior. What do they do? Well, right now, they're trying to poke Kyrie. That's what they're trying to do. Kyrie jumps in. Heavy spin, bringing Marky onto Boots. Now he's going to the back. Marky taken low. That's the photo. And the Netherrealm baited out. Meanwhile, Luke in the front. It's still going to be Boots surviving and getting out. The crowd roars as Boots gets out with the guiding wind. Now the Appraiser's wrap out to Kyrie. That's the Panda down, but CW is free hitting in the back. The guiding wind as well. Luke in the midst of it all, but it's CW and Sans who comes out on top. 1 down for ONIC earlier. ONIC make it 2 down for Geek Fam, make it 3. Niall almost caught.
Is Keyboy? No way, right? No way did they go for this. He's just posturing, all right. He's doing Keyboy things, but in the grand scheme of things, that was a huge win coming in from ONIC. And how did it end up like that? Because technically Luke was doing everything right.
Yeah.
His job is penalty zoning CW in the back line. He was able to do that. Why was there no damage? Where was the follow-up?
Okay, I think the question is the follow-up on who? The fight was so sporadic at every single direction due to the guiding wind, and CW is the main carry here. And in that fight, he was relatively untouched. Geek Fam were kind of baited by the
Penalty
low
zone
HP
onto
board.
CW, Arashi. Yet he still survived.
Exactly, because alone, the Terizla can't really do all that, especially with Keyboy just escorting CW. So Geek Fam needs to find someone else to join the fray with him. Like earlier, when a boy was able to get his hands on CW, he does get taken out. We take a look at the items here though. Sans is doing a lot more burst heavy damage. I thought he was going to go for a glowing one considering the tankiness, but no, Baloyski!
Godlike.
What?
CW is godlike. CW gets brought back in front of 2 frontliners, and all Geek Fam think of doing is we need to recall. That's when you know you have a lead. That's when you know you've gone to their minds. The marksman was right in front of you, and they couldn't do a thing.
It's just a big, massive mind game, man, at this point. If they want to go on that without the intelligence, without the vision, they're worried that if they jump on CW, it's going to be a counter-engage instead.
Exactly.
With the items built up here, a boy tries to make a play, but Sans, look at him! He's walking in the front lines.
And now it's Keyboy flying in the front lines, getting back to safety, and that's all 3. Base turrets down. 17 minutes, 7,000 gold lead. ONIC are mounting up to a siege. Might be the final one to secure match point.
And this is not what we expected from Geek Fam at all. How? And it's insane because every single member of ONIC, they can play several different playstyles, and we see that come through here.
Circling Eagle onto 4, knocking 4 up right now. Is that's giving Niall in the front, given the Netherrealm. Luke jumps in with the penalty zone onto 3, but CW positions himself. He has a full barrage. Baloyski jumps in, but CW gets the healing, gets out. CW and Keyboy get him to safety. CW gets the shield, he gets the guiding win. A kited battle. It's only Sans who was taken out. Geek Fam are able to fend off, but ONIC are able to back off.
Oof, man, back and forth, but there we go. A boy barreling in together with Luke. That is what they needed to shut CW down in the middle of the fight. Unfortunately, they were unable to take him out due to the guiding wind, and that was their big opportunity. Now with that precedent, ONIC will be placing Keyboy a bit further away from CW for the next fight. It's a bit of a victory, but what can Geek Fam find with it? They're trying to get more fights, they're trying to get more catches, but ONIC just isn't giving them anything to work with.
At all! They're taking everything away, and to make it all worse, Boots is playing the macro game as well. He's setting it up, he's giving space for his team, he's buying time. With 61 seconds left for the Lord to spawn next, do you even think that ONIC require it? Do you think they're gonna go for it here?
I think they can if they want to. At this point, it's an open book. They have all the tools available to do whichever they want. A big team fight, a split push. There's so many options available to them, and that's just so confusing. Can't imagine being on the receiving end. Because even earlier, we expect Boots to maybe go a bit more aggressively, shut down a boy or Marky. But no, he just goes back and crowd controls Luke in order to just get that much more survivability for CW.
And now, Geek Fam are actually getting to that power spike. The power spike they've been waiting for. The power spike we've been waiting for. Marky is online. He's gotten his final item, that Windtalker, to sell the boots for. Is this going to be enough to leave a dent on ONIC's frontliners?
It's all going to rely on how Geek Fam are able to catch ONIC, right? If they can make ONIC commit to a fight, then Marky can output that damage. But otherwise, the kiteback, I think, is just going to be too difficult to deal with. And keep in mind, there's that macro threat as well from Boots. So it's on ONIC to really fumble the ball here and give Geek Fam that perfect fight where a boy can output all the damage, can maybe get taken out and come back with the passive of the Faramis.
Execution, timing, determination is going to be very important here. And ONIC are looking to zone out Geek Fam at this point. They need to make things scrappy for ONIC. They need to deny this front-to-back composition they have. They need to be able to threaten CW in the back line.
That's a circling eagle. On to Beloyski. Kyrie is in the midst right now. Luke has a penalty zone. Will Kyrie pop in heavy spin? He will. And Nile gets zoned away. It's going to be who secures it? Kyrie! As Luke is isolated once again, melted down. That's a penalty zone. Used defensively to the back. What is the full barrage? Oh! From Chewe to flicker forward. And a guiding win! Chasing back. Geek Fam trying to run away. Nile with a 3-man taunt. Nile with some damage. Nile knocked up. Kyrie 1 HP. Will it be able to get the kill? No, it's Chewe! Once again, Boots walks forward. One member left standing. The Appraiser's Wrath gets one, but Chewe has been left untouched.
Keyboy, the only casualty in that long-drawn fight. ONIC!
Whoa.
Lusant, however, can they push for the end?
I don't think it's enough. I don't think a boy can defend this all alone. He buys the immortality. He tries to delay the inevitable. And ONIC are the inevitable. A full barrage right in the face of a boy. ONIC, the Sky Kings, as dominant as ever. It's match point.
Geek Fam are down to the wire in this full best-of-7 series. Everything pinned against them. This is no longer a best-of-5. This is no longer a 2-0. Geek Fam will have to pull a miracle. They will have to pull a 4-0 consecutive game win if they still want to take this grand finals.
Oof. So now we know the true meaning of what CW is. Not Calvin Winata, not Tewe as in girl in Indonesian, but consistently winning, Wolf. You're right.
Oh, that's just how it is. But no, kidding aside, I think this is on this ONIC form. Man, I think that they might have been smurfing the first few days of MPL playoffs.
I gotta say, CW as well as Keyboy played exceptionally well, and honestly, in the early stages of the game, even Eterna as Arashi as well as Mirko, shouldn't the one with the Rafaela win the laning phase? But how can you win when the Rafaela is not there? Because I've been watching that gold lane for a very long time. The Rafaela didn't go there, and the 1v1, CW won every single time.
There's no way around it.
The Bruno had to stay inside the turret, so it's kind of like you have a way to win, but you're not playing that way to win. He's just moving around the mid, so it's kind of like you got a draft to do it, but you're not doing it.
You want to know why? Even with the Rafaela down there, the Ixia wins. The Ixia will win the sustained battle, sure. You can get him up, you can get the clear, but that's it. So that's why Beloy was kind of forced to run around the map, look for something else. Because Ixia is a great strong side, can also be a great weak side. It's how you play it.
You know, 6 weeks ago when we were saying that the SS tier kind of hero is the Bruno, when people start first picking it, like who can actually win against that, and there were few candidates, maybe Clint was there considered. But at least for me, I think that Ixia is actually the answer, because like a 1v1 scenario, the only hero that cannot, that will be able to reach Bruno is actually Ixia, or Clint actually, or maybe the list if you think about it. But the only one that can actually force Bruno out of his comfort zone is that Ixia.
I mean, to be fair, Bruno was nerfed and Ixia was buffed.
That's also true.
Yeah,
That's
I would
also
say.
very true.
I would say after that patch update, yeah, that's where the thing shifts.
Yeah,
that's where the power scaling shifts.
I'll go further. I would say the best laner in the game is Ixia. If it's just purely laning,
1v1,
it's
right?
1v1, it's Ixia. Best laner in the game, hands down.
I mean, we had a game when we were playing ranked Mirko, and that one game I think really woke Mirko up to the possibility of the Ixia, because he was doing everything. We were ganking this Ixia, and even with a gold advantage, Mirko was still unable to go 1v1. And you know how Mirko
What was
likes those
Mirko
dominant
using?
1v1.
What was Mirko using?
What were you using?
I was trying to Brody out, doesn't work out.
Okay. So you had a post Ixia clarity afterwards.
And then now I'm 100% on Ixia.
Either way, I would say it's just ONIC winning the draft. I mean, even after the band's like, okay, yeah. After the Matilda pick, it's very iffy.
With no dive, Ixia.
Yeah, now.
Yep. I think that it would have been better if instead of the Terizla, they went for Paquito. So at least they have a way to go to the back lines.
Right, because then the Teresa is a bit too one-dimensional. Only one skill and then not really much else. He's also building tank usually. That is definitely a big problem. Clear the game though, by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. It's going to be Keyboy on the Matilda. Reminding us again, this is why you don't let it go. You don't trade it for a Rafaela even.
Here's the thing. It was supposed to be 100% kill participation. The only kill he was not a part of was the one ending the game.
Oh.
That's it.
That's
all he missed.
Oh, because he was
He was dead,
He was
yeah.
dead.
critical.
I like this. We finally see Keyboy wake up. Because this is the Keyboy, this is the prime Keyboy
This
that
is Finals
we're
MVP Keyboy.
accustomed to seeing, exactly like you mentioned. This is the Keyboy that we saw in SPS, this is the Keyboy that we saw in MSC, this is the Keyboy that we lost during the entirety of the regular season. I'm sorry to say.
I'll tell you why. Keyboy's a very emotional player. He only gets emotional in the playoffs. He doesn't care about the regular season. I think Connie's been making this a joke for the entirety of the regular season. ONIC don't care about the regular season. Unfortunately, I think it's true.
Yeah. I kind of feel like throughout this season, Keyboy doesn't feel challenged. He doesn't even feel like it's a competition anymore.
Because he's not meant to be challenged.
Yeah, he's not meant to be challenged. And only this time it's like, okay, it's the finals. Let's get real.
All right, let's take a look at the highlights here for game number 3. As to what exactly happened, you guys were able to get a bird's eye view of everything that went down.
Yep.
Show us your thoughts.
For me, it is the classic ONIC quote-unquote kiting. What they do is to go in and out, and then I think we saw this in when they actually in their championship run, going up against Blacklist International and MSC. They go in and they bait you into their box. And when you come into their box, they back out a little bit, poke you down, and then take you out one after the other. That's what happened when they went in for Luke. This is what happened also when Niall was tempted to fight in this battle. They go in, and then they force you to commit, and then all of a sudden there's the Matilda guiding wind to bait you out. Then they go back in with Flicker Ultimate. It's amazing to watch. The dance that ONIC is doing is all about getting in and out of the fights all the time.
I would say the only mistake ONIC has ever done is kind of like not respecting the damage coming in from the pyramids. When they're clumped up, the Ghost Bursters will hurt a lot, especially when minions are nearby. That's the only time where we see Geek Fam turning things around. But whenever the Ghost Bursters has been used and the maximum damage is not there, then they just fight back because continuous damage, ONIC has more.
I think a big factor in that regard was because it was kind of early in the game, no? Ixia was still kind of on just a few items, and so her raw damage couldn't really facilitate her regen when she goes in for the full barrage, and that's what the only time that CW I felt overextended with the guiding wind in that early stage of the game.
I mean, to be fair, Keyboy is here is just providing vision. I mean, sure, it looks like, again, smurfing, but when everyone has 100% vision of the game, everyone can make a good decision, right? So I kind of feel like Keyboy, he knows that he can now use the Circling Eagle to dash wherever he wants. So it's a very safe ultimate to use. And the cooldown is like, what? less than 15 seconds.
Yeah.
It's less than 50 seconds, so you could really just spam it out.
What was the nickname you gave it? Broken Hilda? Mathilda?
Legit, I forgot.
Me too, man. She's just so OP. She even erases our memories.
Yeah. No, I think it's just because of my autism.
I see.
21-minute game, 33 seconds. That was a little bit longer than the rest of the game so far.
But it's too
Is this-
one-sided for my taste.
Yeah, I agree, but does this mean like Geek Fam's setting in the right direction?
No, ONIC is
No,
respecting.
still?
ONIC is respecting because they have a good wave clear and they have a way to counter engage. So they're like, let's go in when it's 100%. So I kind of feel like ONIC, after dying a few times to the pyramids, they're like, there is a way we lose. And I kind of feel like that's the kind of mindset a pro player has. Is like, okay, how do we lose? If this is the only way that we lose, then we avoid that situation.
Yeah, and I think that, yeah, surely you can say that Geek Fam is in the right direction the way that they are trying to fight against ONIC. The good thing about their team is that even when they're down, 6,000 gold, they're still trying to make plays. Some teams will just cower when they have a massive deficit, and they will not try to make plays out of it and just wait for their opponents to kind of fight. And that last Lord fight coming out from Geek Fam, you know for sure that they don't have the advantage.
Oh, yeah.
Right? You know that they will be run down by ONIC. They still try to fight. Unfortunately, ONIC was just better when it comes to decision making.
And that's the big story, right? Whenever the fight begins, there are some moments where it seems like it's going to work, and you can see the adjustments, but it just comes a bit too late. In that last final fight, we saw that Aboy and Luke, everyone just tunnels straight towards CW. And I guess the idea is that even if they trade 1-for-1, it's still going to be worth it due to how much damage and sustain like CW can really bring to the table. But unfortunately, that wasn't being done all the way in the beginning of the game or in the mid stages. And of course, you can say it's due to how ONIC drafts and how many tools they have to protect CW. But it's still things like that we saw in the previous games as well, where in the end, there is adjustments, but it's a bit too late.
Honestly, looking at this game, Geek Fam has to do something that even ONIC can see coming. Because I kind of feel like before the draft even start, they have a rough idea, okay, what you're going to pick up. So we already know how we're going to fight back. Because, again, this has been the same thing all 3 games. Geek Fam cannot get a win in the early and mid stage of the game. They can't win laning phase. They can't win around the turtle. So where can they win?
That's the question. That's the question that I really wanted to bridge onto, the drafts, right? There was kind of like a record for Geek Fam going through the playoffs only using 14 different heroes. Is this because they're still hiding strats? Or
I
is
wouldn't
this
think
the
so.
best of Geek Fam that we're getting right now? Because honestly, they're down to match points. They need to bring out all their cards now.
Yep, for 100%. And unfortunately, they are up against a team with a vast hero pool. Like, again, this is a hero ocean, ONIC. They can't play any single hero, you know? So that's a problem. I think that it's true that the hero pool of Geek Fam are limited, but even if you think about your hero pool, and if you don't want to bring out your best heroes this time, I think you're forced in a situation where you want to play your best because you're up against ONIC anyways. They're going to play anything.
So the question is, do they still have something left?
For sure they do.
Yes.
Yes, that's true. They still have assassins.
So they're holding on to it.
They are holding on to it. They still have the Kaja plus the assassin combo, I think.
Okay. We'll see if that comes out.
I don't know about it, man. I mean, again, I think for ONIC, they also still have the assassins, right? There's still so much
That's
more
also
to
true.
explore for ONIC. For you guys, you can explore the UBS Gold booth outside and also try to enjoy UBS Gold X MPL ID Season 12, that Mobile Legends Bang Bang collaboration product that is now available. Eterna actually got it just yesterday. She can share a few things about it.
It's nice. I'm not sharing.
What? Sharing is caring,
No,
Eterna. Do you
no,
not share
not
about...
with OBS Gold. All
Why?
right.
You want it all
it's
to
super
yourself.
value, bro.
True.
Because not only do you invest, but you also get skins. You also get other things. There's a lot of value to the UBS Gold. And funnily enough, sometimes I wish I was a RRQ brand ambassador. Why? Because they were able to get their hands on the limited edition RRQ coins.
Well, you want to know who got that too? Arashi.
Arashi got it? Oh yeah, he told us yesterday. He's flexing on us.
Well, I was
It's
going to
so
announce it
expensive.
here, but, you know, it is what it is. a consolation for, you know, not being here right now, I guess.
So how y'all?
It's okay.
It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. But for those of you who are at home, ladies and gentlemen, please do make your way to the venue. Make your way to Mahaka Square, Jakarta, Indonesia, because it's getting packed. It's a full house, and I can promise you the energy is different. Just ask them. Is the energy different here?
The energy is electric for the entirety of the grand finals. I think that maybe if we get another close game, maybe we can feel them like erupt once again, you know? Because so far, the past 3 games go quite one-sided. There are spikes, I would say, but
it's fun though.
It's fun.
It's fun though. So if you guys want to come over, you guys can get a 90% discount on a Grab car or a Grab bike. And even if you can't go here, you don't want to meet Lafel, you just want to avoid the man. That's cool. That's dandy as well, because you can stay home, get yourself comfortable, satiate yourself by ordering Grab food, because there are a lot of promos that are available to you as well. All you need to do is scan the QR code right down below there to get your hands on it.
You see that,
I'm
Arashi?
kidding. I love you.
That's how you order Grab food. Wolf and Lopel actually ordered Grab food just yesterday. Got some delicious Indonesian food, right? How good was the food and how fast was the delivery?
Oh, dude, it was legit so fast. I thought I was like, okay, I'm just gonna order food. I'm gonna take a shower, and then by the time I'm finished, it's gonna be done. I was about to go into the shower. It's like, bang, udah di depan. For you guys to understand, it's like, I've arrived. Like, oh, all right, cool. I'm gonna get dressed, come down, and the food is great. The food is amazing. I like spicy food, so it's in my area.
I have one more thing for you to check out other
What?
than Grab. OVO.
OVO?
OVO.
What's OVO?
Miracle will tell you.
All right, so here we don't use cash that much now because of OVO. It's so good, you get so many different promotions, and hey, if you guys are running out on data as well, you guys can get even more of that data packages with more promos using this to watch or play games with your favorite heroes. There's a special promo with cashbacks up to 5,000 OVO points. Pretty cool, right? Don't miss out, buy the data packages now. Easy with OVO. Scan the QR code right here below the S23 Series 5.
Don't miss out. Please don't miss out. And I have one more thing.
Oh,
I know
what?
I have a lot.
What?
I have one more thing. I have Indomar Point Coup.
What?
You know Indomart?
Yeah, I know Indomart.
You know Point
What
Coup?
was that?
No, I couldn't hear what you said. What?
You know Indomart?
Yeah, I know Indomart.
You know Point Coup?
Indomart Point Coup?
Yeah.
Point
Yep.
Coup.
That's
What's
the app for Indomart.
The membership.
Membership.
The membership app that you need to utilize.
How do I utilize it?
No, you have to ask me why first.
Okay, fine. Why do I have to utilize it?
Because with every purchase that you make using the membership, you guys are able to get, and you are also able to get points that you can trade for a lot of things. You can get free stuff. You
I can get free stuff?
Member-only gifts. Yep.
Oh
Free
my
stuff.
god! As a Malaysian, I like free stuff.
Arashi loves free stuff too, right?
We're Indonesian. We love free stuff.
Absolutely love it.
Okay, at this point, it's an Asian thing.
He's Filipino. He probably loves free. I think it's a world thing.
It
Who
is.
doesn't
It
want
is.
free stuff?
I mean,
I guess if you're rich
people-
enough. If you're rich, I was about to say.
Actually, no. Maybe rich people, they like it because that's how they stay rich.
That's Miracle.
That's Miracle.
Well, let's take a look at MPL ID Season 12 team's performance here. Let's take a look at the big shift here because, wow, there's been a lot of big shifts.
Look at Geek.
All the way from 9th, all the way now to grand finals, right? They were just here, look, 9, 8, 7. That's it.
That's a steep curve, man. You expect this from, I don't know, like a huge stock market crash, but not in the MPL. But this is where we are right now in Season 12. This is why people are saying, hey, you guys have been saying it's the most exciting season every season since Season 10. Well, look at the data here. It's facts. We don't make this up.
This also really shows the improvement that Geek Fam has underwent. And we can talk about way back since Season 4 when they first joined the league up until where they are now. But even looking at the regular season, you can already see just a dynamic shift in their performance. Them being able to grab victories over teams that have held on and dominated this region for so long. Like, take RRQ, for example. RRQ was number 2 in the regular season this season, and coming to the playoffs, they were the ones that were knocked out by Geek Fam. Hence, Geek Fam now holding the title Kingslayer.
Knocked down by Geek Fam, knocked out by BTR. Just gotta, put that in.
All right.
Very important distinction for
Very.
Miracle. Definitely,
I thought we forgot
definitely.
about the red team already, but okay.
Yes, exactly. Again, that's why it's so volatile. It's the first season right here where the regulars to the M Series just did not make it through. And that is a huge precedent. We thought maybe one, maybe a few, but almost all the regulars, even the one that's in Bigatron, by the way, didn't make it through, Mirko.
Trio.
We want to send off. We want to send off.
Even
Thank
production
you
wants.
so much, production team. This is their message. We have worked hard. From the first day of MPL Indonesia Season 12 to the last match of this grand finals, we have collected a total of 578 fun facts. Therefore, now we want to enjoy the game once. Thank you, MPL Indonesia super fans.
Their
Thank
final
you so
fun
much.
fact, make it 579 with this one, is the one where they will tell you guys
Make
that
it
we have
580.
worked hard.
Make it 580. Make
Make
it
one
even
more,
number.
one
Yeah.
more production. Make it 580. Make
One
it a
more.
round number, right? I mean,
Make it about Lafel.
you know what? Put
21 more. Yeah.
Yeah, 21 more. Make it 600.
600.
I want to see some Wolf and LaFell facts, man. That would be cool.
Me too. It's like fun fact.
Here's a fun fact.
Okay.
Lafel actually has a bronze medal. Southeast Asian Games.
Oh.
That is true.
Yeah, but that was so long ago. It almost
But it's
doesn't
still
matter.
true.
Still counts.
Even if it's like 10 years ago, it's still true. Was it 10 years ago?
No.
It was 2019.
All right. Okay.
So
if you
10
do
I
years
the
don't,
ago.
I don't want to count it because now we're going into the draft where
Oh.
the bands are the same.
I wanted to follow it up by saying Miracle wasn't born yet 10 years ago, but
Oh, wow.
all right.
I mean, honestly, it's nice having a kid on the desk.
Yeah.
Honestly, the energy is intoxicating.
It is. But this isn't even more intoxicating, right? We're heading into match points. No, we're heading into possibly the final game. Ladies and gentlemen, if Geek Fam don't change anything, this is the stakes. They're going to have to finish this and accept defeat.
Yep. So they have to really bring out the big guns now. The Framis is still open, which is also obviously one of the favorites for the side of Geek Fam. But that means that Lilia will be the answer as well. So you can't be that careless if you're a Geek. So do you want to take the Rafaela in this slot so that it will not be given to Keyboy?
Honestly, I kind of feel like, yeah, because they've been losing the laning phase for so long. Just try to win something. But looks like, yeah, the Rafaela has been picked up. And the Paramis as well. So
Okay, so they get a both.
I gotta say, at this point, Geek Fam, pick up the Irithel if ONIC
Yeah.
doesn't pick it up.
No, I think ONIC will pick it up. No reason
Yeah.
not to. Irithel plus the Lilia.
Maybe they want to show mercy?
Maybe they want to show mercy.
They have
Maybe
been showing a
Edith.
lot of mercy.
What?
They have been showing a lot of
Grand
mercy.
final.
In the
Though.
first, I think so. In the first 4 days of MPL playoffs. So I think you go Lilia or Edith here, plus the Irithel if you're ONIC.
But here's the thing, right? Do they really want to show mercy? Do they not want to flex? Because most of the regions who have finished MPL so far, for 3, why not be the first region to
That's a
go 4-0?
let's go. That's a let's go. Get a clean sweep from the Irithel.
I mean, that might be just the pattern, the prophecy coming through right here, even in the Indonesian region. But with the Ililia and the Irithel, it's a lot of DPS to work with. If Geek Fam can't really find some kind of crowd control, then even through the Netherrealm, you're gonna get bursted down.
Honestly, one other way that Geek Fam can draft this is make it into a front to back kind of composition and just ban out all of Boost heroes that can die.
Can dive, that's right. And on their ban side. That means that they have to pick up the Claude this time.
Yeah.
Because if not, they will lack the damage. Or maybe something like carry, because they know that Fredrin will be in the front and then just shut down all of those dive heroes.
Yeah, because I
on
kind
the
of feel like
second phase.
picking out a jungler now may not be the best. Find a way
Yep.
to actually punish this pressure, because if you pick
Yep.
up the jungler now, they can flex it to the EXP.
That's right.
Even though Mirko doesn't like it.
Don't do it. Don't put it in the XP. I think
Even
for
if
boots,
it's boots?
If it boots, exactly. If it's boots, it works out. For Luke here, I think playmaking is what you need to put on him, and that's why they go for the Bruno here. Another safer pick against the Irithel, even safer than a Brody, because for the Brody, you need to get that early to mid, and so far in these games, that early to mid hasn't been kind, not at all, to Geek Fam.
But they picked Bruno this time around. He was still quite volatile. What do you
Yeah.
think about this?
I think it's a solid pick if it can have the same kind of backup that we saw, like we were talking about earlier, with the Rafaela in place against an Ixia. There's a lot of factors they have to try and negate right here if they want to make sure that the Bruno can get to the late game stage. Because that seems to be what Marky is trying to do. In the previous game, in the M department, he went with the weapon mastery and the Fury. He was fully banking on being able to just destroy in the late game, but it just wasn't allowed to even get there.
With the Fanny ban, of course, one of the Kyrie special. Maybe the Lancelot might be the next ban, because we know that the Fredrin can be flexed. But that's always the benefit for having Coach Yeb. He's always flexing his heroes.
Yeah, and again, Geek Fam right now, they're showing what they've been showing going up against ONIC that has won before. Front to back, try to make sure that this Bruno can deal damage, because I kind of feel like the the laning phase, De Bruno can win, and then transition into the team fight phase, De Bruno can win as well. The only time that Bruno feels bad is if you have to continuously kite. And that's the big difference between De Bruno and the Irritel. De Bruno can't kite, but the Irritel can just dive even faster.
Yep.
Again, on point. Well,
Thank
Lancelot
you.
gets taken out here. With the Lapu Lapu being taken out by ONIC, do you think they might progress onto the Khalid ban here, trying to, because that's another source of dive that they can go against the Irritel.
You basically read my mind. I thought that the Khalid will be the ban here because this means that they can go Terizla or Uranus, their last pick. Other consideration might be Yuzhong, because it is a Luke special anyways. But of course, Erpan can still just pick up something like Pakiro to kind of substitute for it. So I think the Khalid might be the safest ban actually for ONIC.
There's so many tools as well, damage, crowd control, and also the extra bit of sustain to just throw things around and buy even more time for Marky to just hit around. But with Khalid denied right here, my big question also is the roam pick. If ONIC want to really make sure that CW can have that strong gold lane, like how they're trying to make a big statement that CW is a strong side player as well, what will they put right here in the matchup against Bruno and Rafaela? Because it's one of the more common, the most highlighted combinations.
Wow, I would expect Geek Fam to actually pick up the XP lane, but this time they go Akai. Because we know for sure that even if you pick an assassin, maybe something like Ling for the side of ONIC, he can still be pinned down because of the lockdown that you have. At the same time though, there's a lot of options for ONIC. They can go Terizla so that they have tankiness. They can go Uranus even because it's one of those big pickups, and that means that you look for a pickup style or a playmaker for Keyboy, like Cho.
Ooh. Oh, honestly, if they want to close it off with a Joe, I'm all up for it because Kibo is showing MVP playoffs kind of potential, but Keto has been picked up. Also a denial coming in to Geek Fam because I kind of feel like the Paquito is going to be serviceable here. Ooh. And they pick up the Florid.
Opposite of the Joe.
Oh yeah, well, unless the Florid has to wear the dragon. But,
Lafel curse.
Yeah,
Lafel curse in full effect.
You had to say it, Lafel. You had to say you want to see the Joe on Keyboy. You had to do it. What do you want to see on Geek Fam, Lafel?
He's thinking.
He's stumped.
Uranus.
Uranus wasn't on my mind.
Uranus was definitely on my mind
There
in this series because it means that you fully commit on protecting your Bruno this time. The carry for Geek Fam, Marky, the solution. Will he make it this time? It's gonna be difficult. I still love the Florin pick because it means that even when you dive the Irithel this time, or if you can dive the Irithel, there still is that insurance policy. And the Florin plus the Paquito, what it allows is for the Paquito to be extremely powerful in flanking because you're not afraid. You have a heal.
Smells like a 4-0 to me.
Smells like a 4-0 to you? Is this a Lafel curse?
Ooh. I'm trying.
You're trying.
I'm trying.
And it
doesn't work that way, man.
It looks like you gotta try harder. Right? It's down to the line. Ladies and gentlemen, one more point the Sky Kings will need to secure the championship title, to secure a three-peat for themselves for the first time in MPL ID history. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the land of dawn for potentially the final, the last time.
Geek Fam have found themselves in this position before. It was up against RRQ, another king. Now will the usurpers be able to at least get a game? It's a one-step plan right now.
It's gonna be difficult. They're trying to out-sustain ONIC. That's the baseline, the base strategy they always fall back on. If we can out-sustain you and then let Marky just demolish everyone, that can work. But with the Florin, with the additional healing and the negation of the healing reduction effect that the Florin can apply now, it's gonna be very difficult. In a way, ONIC might even be able to out-sustain Geek Fam, and especially with the bloom that it can be given to Irithel, to CW, it's going to be even more damage on the Irithel.
And it just gets really hard for the side of Geek Fam in this position, but they're doing really well in the early game. Look at that, utilizing the 2v1 very well, using the trades, using that man advantage to create a good shove in and to force Sans away to make him miss some XP and gold.
It's definitely a lot different to what we saw from the first 3 games, but one of my concerns is after the early game passes, after it elapses, in the mid towards the late, when everyone is going to be centering around neutral objectives, these are when the 5v5 team fights begin. Who from the side of Geek Fam will be able to shut CW down in the back line?
Technically, kind of, in the early game, the Uranus can kind of do that. A boy can still dive in the back as well, but that's where they have to be careful. They can't really walk through just all this damage coming in from ONIC and just expect to leave unscathed. And to do that, they have to make sure that Luke does not get taken out.
Uh-oh, Praise's Wrath dodged away from. Good sprint by Luke to get out of harm's way. And now, it's a big advantage that Geek Fam have over the first turtle. Niall already pushing forward, jumping even forward with the help of the Holy Healing. A boy trying to zone Kyrie away, but he still is able to find that taunt. Keyboy getting a good stun in. And now it's Geek Fam on that turtle. Kyrie still with a taunt, zoned away by Luke. He has that dash. Heavy spin prevents them back, and now it's going to be the retribution from Niles. He pins Kyrie down. The baptism even here, but another realm helps him for a bit. It's now Boots getting brought back by that Stampede. And ONIC are forced back for the first time in this series.
And here it is, ladies and gentlemen. A reset coming in with Geek Fam being able to win this first neutral objective. Let's hope they can try and look for a domino effect in this early game.
Especially in the early game, the sustain is just a big problem for ONIC. But the silver lining is that they have a lot more damage later on down the line, and they have good wave clear. If they want to play that macro-heavy style, they have the Erythal, they have the Lilia. They can really clear waves out before Geek Fam make the push, and they can allow Boots to try and be a bit more dynamic here as CW just chunks Beloyski down.
So in this matchup, right, everyone has kept talking about the supremacy of Rafaela in the gold lane, but when you compare it to a Florin, what's that matchup like?
The Florin Rafaela. I think the Florin is a bit more passive, a bit more unreliable when it comes to the healing, because you need to have targets to apply your skills to in order to heal your teammates. Later on though, it's a lot bigger of a burst of healing, and in a way, there's more playmaking potential for the Florin because of the more spammable stun compared to the Holy Baptism. So I think in this case, in this scenario, there's more chances for Keyboy to make plays, but not in the front line. Because now there's a bit more range available to him. There's no reason for him to step up so far.
So we're expecting that this gold lane still favors the Bruno.
No,
but with that being said, Marky is behind on gold here.
Yeah, I think the Erythal definitely has an advantage in this lane. And because of that Rafaela, it does even out the odds, but ONIC have the same kind of healer. You have Keyboy on this floor, and sure, not as much more consistent healing, but because you already have the winning trades on for the Erythal, all you need to do is really farm. Use your abilities to farm to get to that point. You don't need to try to outscale the Bruno. You'll do that in the mid game anyways. Bruno needs to wait for, the third item before he really gets online.
And this is when things get a little bit different, because both of these roamers, the ones that we've been discussing for the past few minutes, they're now going to be trying to help out for this setup in the neutral objective take. Kyrie, level 6.
Oh, he used the retreat. That means the turtle will be done for. It will be for Geek Fam. That was also already a 2-level lead for Niall. A good decision, in my opinion, for ONIC to just retreat that orange buff. Not 100% secure, but now it only gives Geek Fam more pressure to invade the jungle. Kyrie jumps in, gets a bit of damage, but Niall wins down that trade, even with the help of the healing from Keyboy on this Florin. Kyrie jumping forward once again, but it should be Niall who secures it, and yes, he does. Beloyski, no mana though, and that's a dive attempt from a boy. It's all just to distract ONIC to get that turret up top, and yes, they'll be able to crack it up. Kyrie looking for an opening again in these skirmishes, but Geek Fam so far have been able to actually stop these engages from happening.
Kyrie is suffering. Miracle Arashi, Kyrie's suffering. He has 2 levels below. Ooh. That was close. That was close. But back to the point. Niall is level 9. Meanwhile, Kyrie's is level 7. Is this Geek Fam strategy winning, or is it just ONIC trying to just funnel everything onto the gold lane and wait for CW to come online?
I think it's an effective strategy. They get the pressure in the EXP lane, and they use the early obnoxiousness of the Uranus to try and stop Kyrie, absorb damage, and by out-sustaining, pushing back ONIC, finding info, letting the rest of Geek Fam make the right calls. But you can see, it Boots, knowing that this is the case, tries to make an impact. He has damage, but it's just not at that point yet. He needs a bit more items, and you have to question if he's gonna go for that utility playstyle, or seeing how desperate the situation is, maybe he'll go for a bit more damage and try and take matters into his own hands.
They still have that mid-game power spike. ONIC. Lilia the Irithel, and I would say even the Paquito here has that mid-game power spike, and it's quite big. Meanwhile, for Geek Fam, the Bruno really needs to wait for him to really get going, but so far he's doing really good in the farm department. He's gotten 2 turrets. That might actually speed up the process from that late-game power spike to a mid-game power spike for Marky as they go for it. Beloyski knocked up, almost chain CC, but is able to flicker out. Now Boots with a good flank onto Marky, splitting him up. Now it's going to be the heavy spin from Nile, secures it, pins Kyrie down, no follow-up. Marky's all the way in the back, has to use the worldie defensively as Boots gets pulled back by the Stampede, not so much through the wall. And now it's ONIC against Luke. Just trying to cut away. What happened to Boots? In the mid lane, assassinated by the Panda. Nile and the Brazer's Wrath not dealing enough onto Luke. He's still able to escape for now, putting the stacks onto CW. That's a heavy crossbow, an aggressive one. Luke running away and getting to safety.
The amount of space that Luke has been able to afford the team, denying away this lack of damage coming in from ONIC as well. It has been immense. It has been one of the sole reasons as to how Geek Fam have been able to take control of this game so far. 4,000 gold lead, and they've had all the turtles. Perfect turtle.
Oh, Nile's going in. Wait a minute. That's a knock-up and to it. Heavy spin. It's a good flicker out from Keyboy, but Luke is right there. Now zone away. Geek Fam look to disengage from this failed pickoff.
Man, that's just a lot of pressure right here for Geek Fam, pushing the tempo as much as possible, trying to make sure that ONIC can't really have a way to recover right here. They know in the late game that even though everyone's so tanky, there is gonna be tons of damage and AoE coming from the heavy crossbow as well as the angry gloom from Sans. They want to try and end the game before that happens, but ONIC as well, they're no pushovers and they know how to defend and bring things into the late game. So far, with all the turrets taken, now it's going to be a bit more difficult for Geek Fam to decide which lane they really want to bring people to, because that's where it gets confusing. We talk about how ONIC are always able to stay on curve, always able to find some gold, and in the laning phase, people are moving in a more predictable manner. Now that the laning phase is technically over, ONIC can try and do something a bit more creative.
And this is pressure now for Geek Fam, but look at this.
Pressure onto Keyboy, who's now forced to use the Bloom. Able to escape for now, Nile. Still holding onto the heavy spin, now locked down by the taunt, by the knockup, but he still saves it for the Lord. No Bloom, big resource burnt out, no Baptism, an okay resource. They still are relying on the heavy spin. Oh, that damage. Look at that 2-level lead on Marky.
Well, take a look at Boots right now though. He's trying to do what Uranus does, but on a Paquito, and it seems like it's kind of working. That's the macro play that ONIC can really take advantage of, and look at Luke trying to match it, but his team at the same time now have to fight without that main frontliner.
It's a good Stampede, bringing Kyrie back. Look at Sans getting melted down, forced to use the Black Shoes very early on, and they might have to concede this here. ONIC, Kyrie looking for the opening, but Nile is still holding on to that heavy spin. Kyrie backs away, knowing there is no chance of taking this. It's just a trade in the mid lane by Boots. Meanwhile, Luke gets chunked by the Appraiser's Wrath, but it's a Uranus. It's going to be very easy for him to just walk out of there.
It's a 4,000 gold lead now for Geek Fam in the 9th minute of the game. The question is, with Marky already picking up that item, a core item for his build, for the Bruno, a little bit more penetration, the Malefic Roar, and CW, I think, at Berserker Fury. How far off are they?
At this point, Marky can definitely out-damage CW.
Yes.
And it's going to be very difficult because of the crits, right, off the kit of the Bruno, which brings additional damage without using the ultimate. For Irithel, the heavy crossbow is what needs to actually be available if CW wants to try and match the damage output. So Geek Fam are the ones now hiding back and forth instead. And with this Lord, they're trying to siege, but they don't have too much long range either.
Good knock onto a boy, forcing him to another realm. Kyrie now running away, but now gets pinned down. Brought back to the team as well. Goes in for the Tom, but another realm still there. Kyrie surviving somehow with the Bloom, and now the Appraiser's Wrath as well. ONIC have an opening. Do they use it? Look at the damage from Marky jumping in. CW forced to use the Purify. Bounce! Has found an opening, brings Marky back, and that's the death that ONIC needs. One moment, and the gold laner is gone. Is that enough to bring this game back for ONIC?
It happened once, but now, right after that fight, Beloyski has finished the Flask of the Oasis. It will no longer be as simple, but I guess that's why I think ONIC has anticipated that, which is why you can see that Boots, instead of going for the sprint, the preferable battle spell, or going for those split push heavy maneuvers, he's going with the flicker. He's trying to make plays happen for his team, knowing that there's a limited amount, because Keyboy can't really be as volatile, as dynamic as he usually is.
And I find that so ironic because Boots was all the way at the top ran down to the bottom, to the depths where Geek was, and was able to make that huge play onto Marky, trying to level out the field as we take a look at the items here.
Well, what's interesting for me right now is the lack of healing, man. There's not a lot of dominant ices, not a lot of necklace of durances. I think people are just prioritizing the damage items first to ensure that in a pick-off scenario, when they can capitalize on mistakes, they will have enough and hopefully take out targets before the healing becomes a factor. If that's the consideration for both these teams, ONIC has a bit of an edge because the ulti from Florin, the Bloom, is global.
But now it's the waiting game. For Geek Fam, that's what they're doing. They're waiting. For ONIC, they're constantly looking for an opening back into this game. Just one slight mistake. Maybe a used resource. No heavy spin for the next neutral objective. Some poke. The Geek Fam are effectively neutralizing that by their discipline.
Sans has a lot of cooldown and a lot of mana regen. He has the Enchanted Talisman finished already. The damage is where it's still a bit lacking. He is building up to another item. I'm curious to see what it's gonna be though. Is it gonna be a bit more of the Ice Cream one? Actually no, it's gonna be NOD immediately. So now healing reduction is available for ONIC.
Oh, they found Marky. Forced to flicker out. That might be the resource that they were waiting for now. No Marky with a flicker. Sans, Black Shoes. Kyrie versus Niall. Kyrie down to a quarter of his HP right now, but he does have that Appraiser's Wrath fully stacked up. Look at Boots into the back line. He's looking for a flank right now. It's a heavy spin connects to the back, but Boots does the same thing right now. It's Niall who's secured the Retribution, but TW is looking for a good flank. Used the heavy crossbow already. Keyboy gets gunned down or balled down there. Marky in the midst of it all though. Boots unable to dish out enough damage. Kyrie running for the hills. Now ran down by Luke. Finds the top, one hit, but it's going to be disengaged by Boots. Kyrie will fall to the hands of Niall. Geek Fam, this might be the moment to secure a game. It's Boots running away with two dashes. A Holy Baptism connects. The Panda knocks him up. That's why he's called the Dragon Warrior. He does the damage and he's tanky. Who picks up the final kill there, and Sans is the final member left standing. Geek Fam, they have done it. Through the underworld, the depths of the lower brackets, they have taken a game off of ONIC. And just like what Wolf said, a match point is where the series really starts.
The pendulum shifts instantly, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to game number 5. Wolf, LaFell, how we feeling?
I would say this game, entering the entire series, Look has been telling everyone, look at me. Because even in the early stage of the game, it took attention of 3 members of ONIC, and then just keep adding more and more and more and more and more. Look is really making sure that ONIC doesn't get to decide what they want to do.
And this time, Geek Fam definitely adjusted and protected their jungle. Kyrie wasn't able to recover when it comes to the farm even after the first rotation. And this time, I think that Aboy is a menace. Surely, overall, I think Luke still is, for me, the MVP of this match. But Aboy, this time, very much on point with the Shadow Stat lead, very much on point with the damage and the usage of the ultimate as well.
And I don't know, something's wrong with my nose.
What's wrong?
I smell 4-0, I guess I smelled wrong.
When you smell something, it usually isn't right. Remember, that's the curse you placed on them.
Right.
Oh wow, the curse. You said it was going to be a 4-0.
Yeah. Do you smell a 4-1?
Huh? Ask me the question when the time comes.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's not make it too early. You know, it has a cooldown.
Oh, it's an active skill. I thought it was passive. I thought it was a
My passive
skill.
has a cooldown. Deal with it, all right?
Okay, sure.
Let's not argue.
All right.
I know myself.
Okay, calm down, calm down, calm down.
Get fleeting time, by the way.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I should have thought about that.
But it does not work because it only works on ultimates. But I think that...
Well, I need some assists.
Oh,
Yeah, I need some assists, yeah.
Oh, I'll assist you. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
We are all here to assist you, Lavelle.
But here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We're down to 3-1. We're forced another game in this best of 7 series. And it's like what Wolf mentioned. This is the perfect time. This is the comfortable spot for Geek Fam to finally come online when they're pushed into a corner, when they're backed into a corner. And this is very similar, very reminiscent to, honestly, Alter Ego.
Ooh.
They find comfort in discomfort? Very masochistic.
Just like
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Khalid thing or whatever.
Not the connection here. It's the
Excuse me, did you want to switch places or something? I don't know.
We don't need
I
it.
mean, if he wants Head and Shoulders.
I do.
You want Head and Shoulders?
This sounds like a sponsor's build. You want to go through with it?
I want to look at
All
this.
right.
The player of the game by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. It's Luke on the Uranus. And I couldn't really understand nor wrap my head around why they went in for the Uranus pick.
Okay, so what you do is to be a menace against your opponent. So it's literally anti-Fredrin jungle. Fredrin jungle wants to stay in front, and Uranus likes to punish those heroes that want to stay in front of objectives. So that's what happened in the first few turtles of the game. The additional benefit that you get from the Uranus is that you always take care of the lanes, which means that you can get into the jungle earlier on. So you'll notice that it was actually Luke who's always in front and also looking at the jungle of the side of ONIC. That's why now Geek Fam has control of the opposing jungle.
Honestly, I even looked at the gold distribution earlier, and yeah, Luke has been absorbing most of the minions that he actually absorbed way more than the gold laner. The gold laner had to get more gold in the turret, so yeah, the numbers add up.
Is it because he was like cutting 2 lanes at some point as well?
Yeah.
That's also true.
It's all about taking the pressure away, right? Taking the pressure from the team and also putting down the pressure for the rest of the team. Like you mentioned, Wolf, look at Luke.
That seems to be the strategy that ONIC has been taking advantage of, right? Just having some kind of small crowd control and then poke down the main front line. It works against the Akai, it works against all the other options that Luke has, but against the Uranus, he just stays there. And in addition to the healing from the holy healing of the Rafaela, that means that he can stay there indefinitely. And now there's trouble because Niall can just save the heavy spin, and Kyrie, despite all the skills and the timing that he is unable to secure the majority of these early game objectives. So it's a solution that really works against that particular approach that ONIC has been using against them so far.
I would say the interesting thing is when they're activating Luke, they're also able to deactivate Kyrie. So this is one of those situations where one stone did kill 2 birds. My God, English is difficult.
They hit birds, they don't kill birds.
They both kill birds? Wait,
Yeah,
what?
They just want to
2
hit.
birds with 1 stone.
Yeah, they use 1
Right?
stone to kill 2 birds.
But
We don't want.
No,
we
no,
don't
no,
kill
because
birds here.
Wolf is Filipino and they like to reverse things.
That's also true.
Right?
So you use 2 birds to kill 1 stone?
No, I use 1 stone to kill 2 birds.
But that doesn't matter.
2 stones kill 1 bird?
Each stone kill ni bird.
I'm sorry, Rayturn.
minutes.
He's just really good at
Yeah.
Japanese.
Dude, I just want to focus on this 14-minute game, bro.
It won't.
What happened, bro?
Well, what happened is Geek Fam finally found a winning solution.
And unfortunately, the Florin still does not work. I would say that there is this curse for all those Florin enjoyers, at least in the Philippines. Whenever they are winning, like they're up 3-0 or they're up 2-0 in the series, they pick up the Florin, they all of a sudden lose, and that is still not working. Maybe because it doesn't suit ONIC's playstyle. ONIC wants to be aggressive.
It's not a keyboy pick,
It's
right?
not
It's
a
the
keyboy
opposite
pick.
of a choke pick.
This is for science, all right?
Okay.
ONIC, they're trying to prove it. Like, if one of the best teams in the world can't pull it off,
yeah,
maybe some adjustments need to be done. But either ways, I love the courage coming in. I wanted to see the Cho, but they brought in the different, like the core difference of a Cho.
That's the problem.
That's
You
the
wanted
problem.
a choke.
Yeah, so your curse
Oh,
worked.
Maybe don't say
you
anything.
should not have wanted it. That's why.
Yeah.
The tighter you grip
Man.
it, the more it escapes you. It's just the irony of life sometimes. But I think a bigger factor as well for the Florin Wolf is the fact that it's very limited wave clear. The Rafaela in comparison has a lot more ways to help out in the movement speed and in the clear. But at the Florin, when it comes to clear, you got
a stun, that's it.
That's it. And it doesn't do that much damage, and it's not as spammable as the I'm blanking out on the name.
Florin.
The Rafaela first skill.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm blanking out on it.
Skill 1, yep. I do agree with you. That's some problems that arise with Florin. So maybe some teams just kind of compensate with picking up a Lilia, for example, so that they can clear the waves faster. However, we saw that it does not fit ONIC's playstyle because ONIC, they do want to make the plays all the time, and then with the Florin, you have to wait for your opponents to go in. Well, technically speaking, Geek Fam's composition, they want to go in to ONIC's box. However, it happened far too many times that Keyboy's ultimate did not come through.
Luke even has the most gold. I mean, this is what happens when you clear all the minions. It opens up the rest of your team and be like, well, I guess I can't farm now.
Exactly.
I might as well just attack.
Yep.
I just realized this is such a low kill game. Only 14 minutes as well.
Yeah.
That was a really quick game by Geek Fam.
Almost 0.5 kill per minute. Almost.
Almost.
0.5. Yeah.
Yeah, and ONIC showing again that they are a top tier team with 100% kill participation. 1 kill.
Solidarity.
That's all they got.
Hey, percentage never lies. All right?
Percentage is what
This is selective analysis.
You're wrong.
I'm what?
What did you say?
Almost 0.5. He said almost 0.5.
Almost.
Oh,
it's more than 0.5.
It's more than 0.5.
Yeah. that's it. The way that
It's
I
more than
curse
0.5.
things.
All
It
right.
works so well. It just keeps working.
Yeah, my
sorry, I shouldn't have outed you
At
like
this
that.
point, I'm just looking at you. I'm just
Yeah.
I'm just trying to see what you have to say next. Just to see what's not gonna happen.
Starting today, you're now called Lefal. You're not Lafel
Do
anymore.
you want to know a fun fact?
Sure.
This
I
is
think, I think it was a best of 3, where one team was like really far behind, and I'm like, okay, we don't want the series to end this quickly. It's like, oh no, I don't see any way they can win. And then the losing team got 2 wipeouts in a row.
What?
Yeah.
So where's the fun fact?
No, the fun fact is,
That's a scary fact, bro.
Yeah, that's not a
it's
fun
it's fun
fact.
for one team, scary for another.
I guess it's subjective.
This is why
Subjective
This
fact.
is why people find it very offensive when I'm like, hey, you look good today.
Yeah, we don't trust that.
We don't trust that.
It's like, oh my God, what's
You're-
wrong with me?
One time it
Is
happened.
my hair off?
It was grand final, and I said, Rose, your dress looks good. Legit, this happened. Coffee fell on her dress.
Oh
Legit,
no.
I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding.
Just don't talk, man.
She wasn't even wearing the dress.
Wait, what?
Can you?
Meaning her
Oh,
dress
it
was
was-
on the hanger, and then the coffee was there. Someone bumped into her, and then it fell on the dress.
Can you be paid to not talk, Lefal? Lefal?
Actually, that could be a business model. No?
Wait, I want to ask you, what coffee actually spilled on her dress? Because I actually have coffee right now. Was
Whoa.
it this? Was it point coffee?
I don't think we have.
This
that
is a trick
actually.
question.
Oh, you don't have it there?
Oh,
Oh, you're missing
that's so
out.
sad.
What?
Well, he just cursed it, so that
Supremacy.
point coffee will be in Malaysia next time.
Oh, this is for Wolf. Here
Oh,
you go,
thank
Wolf.
you. Makasi.
Kopi pandan for you.
One of my
Taste it,
faves,
Wolf.
actually.
Taste it right
I've
now.
tasted.
No,
Taste
no,
it
no,
again.
I'll do it.
And if you like it, you gotta finish it. This is the Indonesian tradition on the
It
desk.
is.
If you like it,
You
you
have to
got
chug it.
Yes,
Okay.
chug it.
Okay.
While
Right
we do
now,
It's
the
kind of
ad
lame.
libs.
Yeah.
It's kind of lame chugging with a straw. It's like,
No, it's cute. It's fine.
While you do the ad libs,
It's a very manly straw chug. But yeah, what you're drinking right now, what Wolf is drinking right now is Point Coffee, which is a specialty coffee with a made-to-order concept that serves you fresh quality coffee made with 100% Indonesian coffee and made by a professional barista with international standard brewing machines. And this time, there's a special discount on the collaboration menu from Point Coffee with MPL ID Season 12. All you need to do is use the promo code DISCON PC Playoff on your Indomart Pointku app and get a 30% discount on several different beverages.
I
You
did
did
it.
Well done.
Point Coffee W.
It's okay, Lafel. Are you missing out? What do you want? Do you prefer lemon tea?
You left
like
your
lemon
surname.
tea?
There's an expression in the Philippines where you left your surname when there's still a little bit of leftover. You left your surname in there.
Let me just finish my surname.
Here.
Surname.
This is
Technically, I won.
lemon tea. Here you go. You can have it.
3-0, nerd.
Hey, shut up. Why do you keep bringing that up? That is so unjust. Why would you say that?
What's going on here?
this is one way
Nothing's
to
going
shut
on.
me up.
Just a 3-0.
Yeah, this is actually one good way to.
Yeah, this is one way to shut me up. Yeah.
Keep feeding him like.
It's time for LaFell. Get a special discount. Once again, Discount PC Playoff on your Indomart Pointku app and get a 30% discount on matcha latte, caramel macchiato, and lemon tea. Get yourself the always on point taste and make your day or your game Eterna
legendary.
This is nice, right?
It's always so nice.
Not hearing the fell for a little bit because it's
It
busy.
feels like
so
everything has just
calm.
been lifted.
Yeah.
It felt like there was a burden on my shoulders.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah,
Wait,
the
sorry.
cobwebs cleared up.
I'm hearing something. Excuse me, producer. What did you say? We have a break?
LaFell, don't talk before they cancel the break, okay?
Okay. We have a break. We'll
Oh,
go straight to it before he begins. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Don't talk.
Shush, shush.
Oh, we're not going on a break? Oh, that's great.
Oh
Oi.
no!
The producer's
I mean,
in on it, man.
actually
no,
cursed
we're not
it.
going on a break.
Oh no!
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all live. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan.
We're back from the break, ladies and gentlemen, and here we are still on the still on the English panel. Is this what we are?
We took over apparently.
Yeah,
apparently. Hey, analyst supremacy. Arashi?
I mean, technically, Miracle's also a part of it, so you're shutting me out here.
You're not an analyst?
No.
You're an
I
analyst
feel
now.
like you're clever. I mean,
Thanks.
you guys think alike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're clever. No, if it comes from me, you kind of believe it, right? But if it comes from
That's true.
Rafael,
That's
you're clever.
Yeah.
Oh wait.
See,
yeah.
now I'm
Oh,
conflicted,
no, I'm
right?
sorry.
You're usually right. He's usually wrong. Both of you are saying that
The
she's
same
clever.
thing.
So does that mean she's just 100 IQ?
Hey, shut up.
I won't then. Thank you so much, Lavelle. That's a good sign that I need to start talking more.
Anyway, for those of you who just tuned in to the English broadcast, we are now at 3-1. So after ONIC was able to get 3 consecutive wins, the Geek Fam surprisingly came back with 1 point, looking for that reverse sweep. But what they need to do now is go a full.
That's a beautiful number with it. 3,
What?
2, 1.
Yeah. It's like
Yeah.
What? When did I say 2?
3, 2, 1.
It's 3-1. Get it?
Oh.
T-O.
Yeah.
You said clever, Wolf.
I'm sorry
See,
for calling you
spoke
clever.
too soon.
Exactly.
I'm sorry for calling you clever.
I missed it when you were just sipping on the point coffee.
Yeah.
Let's go back to that.
I hope we go back to that.
Let's
Actually.
go back to that.
Hey, you know what? Getting paid not to talk sounds like a great deal. Yo, Moonton, we gotta restructure our contract.
He's just standing there menacingly.
He's just sitting there menacingly. He doesn't stand
Like him.
like him.
Like that guy you saw on screen earlier before. Oh, production team, hello!
No, I gotta say, if
Thank you so much for everything. We love you. Thank you so much for your hard work for the past 8 weeks plus.
Yeah. How long has it been actually? I think it has been like total 5 months, right, for MPL Indonesia?
5
Oh,
months.
Is it?
Not
3
not
months.
till 4 months.
2
5
months.
Maybe
2
4
months.
because of the break.
3 months. 3 months.
3 months.
Wow,
long
so
stretch.
long. Yeah.
It's a long stretch.
Is it?
What? Oh, what?
Is it not
It's
average?
a long stretch. That's it. Stretch.
Oh, stretch.
Stretch.
Are you okay, Lavelle?
Are you okay?
No,
Rafael?
legit, I can barely hear you guys.
Oh, that's because of
Does
the
that, mean
height.
does that mean you can hear us, or does that mean you can't hear us? See, it's so
Yeah,
hard.
it's so difficult, you know. Susa.
Susa, he says.
But we're going back to the drafting phase, ladies and gentlemen. We're down to the wire here, and ONIC have opted to go for second pick, the comfortable side that they are on now. Let's see what changes occur here.
Yep. So the family is still left open, but it kind of feels like ONIC has shown that they don't want it. So there's the
No.
Akai. They wanna really take the Fredrin this time, but Angela is open.
No, I kind of feel like the more you feel like it's not gonna come out, that's when it's gonna come out. Because you've been saying Fanny, and they're like,
Alright.
oh wait, we can hear someone saying Fanny, we're not gonna pick it up. The
Oh.
moment you don't, here's the thing, this is my personal experience with my mouth.
Okay.
The moment I don't say it, that's when it comes out.
Yep. So they picked Matilda instead of the Angela, and look at Keyboy, he's happy. This is Angela Irithel. Angela Fredrin, wow. Also works.
Interesting.
I mean, you did say they want the Fredrin, so you're right.
Yep.
I don't understand how that feels like, by the way.
No, if we're going with the whole box analogy, right, that Wolf has brought up to us, the fact that like earlier on, I think the problem was that ONIC was walking into the box of Geek Fam, but then they're able to stay there due to just the abundance of regen. Now with a Matilda, they can attempt to do somewhat of the same thing, and they're trying to take away that Lilia pick. And I think Abloy is also an adept player. We haven't seen him play this Lilia in quite a long time.
True, true. Oh boy, when was the last time we saw him on the Lilia? I think it was towards the end of the regular season.
Yeah.
That was when he picked up the Lilia. And looking at this combo, it's a combination that we've seen for, I think, 2 seasons ago. And what this really resonates with is really fast waves in the air. Some dominance that they want to find in the early game, and they pick up a Lancelot to boot.
Yep. Because this Fredrin is not a jungler. Fredrin, we don't know that. Either can be picked up. I honestly feel that if ONIC wants to try it, they can pick up the Fanny this time.
When he says it, he gets it. That's the Fanny for Kyrie. A signature pick, as you can hear. Mahaka Square erupt after that signature pick.
And it's even Fanny plus Angela. Even scarier.
It's a Fangela.
Yeah. Fangela. I love it.
Just give me a point coffee, man. I refuse to do any work anymore. The moment I talk to you about that thing and then
Yeah. Don't
in
think
my
about
mind, there's a lot of words. None of them are safe for broadcast.
Okay.
Is that how Wolf is always able to be correct? You just predict the opposite of what LaFell says?
Maybe that's actually
That's the
you gave me a tip. You gave me a tip.
He just listens in to whatever you say, Rafael, and then he does the opposite of it. So what's going to be banned out?
What's going to be banned out, Rafael?
Oh, and for Geek? Let's see. They should ban
Eto, he says.
I don't know, Irita Elixia? Okay, Claude, sure. I knew he was a marksman, but you know. Yeah.
So the Claude does get banned out here. And the thing is, what does this signify? Because the Iritel is still left open.
Yeah.
Do they want...
Nothing.
Okay. It doesn't signify
signifies
anything.
nothing.
So it signifies something.
It signifies something because they deny a combo at least. Because you already have the Fanny plus the Angela, the Claude plus Angela is equally strong, right? So you want to take away as much combos with the Angela as possible. The Paquito could be there. I think...
No Paquito ban?
Maybe.
I mean, what's the chances of me being wrong now?
Pretty big. No!
Hey!
Let's go! It is on a cooldown.
It is on a cooldown. Yeah, like I said.
Okay.
See, this is more science. I gotta test it out.
True. The LaFell science. The science of LaFell. LaFelltology.
Side ban.
But this is a huge change already coming in from ONIC, right?
Yep.
Because the last time that they went in for a, I would say, respect ban towards Luke in towards the second phase, they usually went for Lapu Lapu, Khalid. But this time they go in for the Uranus and the Paquito. What's the adjustment here? Why?
Because they don't want someone to dive into the backlines. The Uranus is definitely for them to make sure that they win the Lord Dance because the Fredrin is still going to be in the front lines, and that's Uranus. If you think about it, there's not much that the Fredrin can do when the Uranus goes for the for those cuts. Like imagine if that will happen, the Fanny will be forced to go back, and he's not able to dip into the team fight. So I think it's just that Coach Yeb denies split push. That's also true with the Paquito, right? So they don't want Luke to be just all over the map.
Oh, what? What the heck? They go for a 1-1 here. This 1-1 pick, I mean, I get it. They banned out the Irithel, the Claw. These are the two heroes that actually do quite well against the 1-1. Technically, for Geek Fam, I mean, the Ixia will be very, very hard to pull off against the Fanny. So that's another hero that does well against the 1-1. They've gotten rid of a lot of the counters against the 1-1. And guess what here? Against the Matilda. And with the Angela in, the mobility with the 1-1 and Fanny is going to be a big problem, I would say.
I think they still can go carry. Because carry will be able to burst down the 1-1 so much, especially with the Matilda to help. And then, of course, Edith to provide more damage.
You know, I said
Bruno.
Edith or ONIC. I meant Geek Fam. That's what I meant when I said Edith earlier. But anyways, looking at the composition right now, I feel like Geek's composition is actually pretty. Oh wait, no. I feel like it's average. I feel like Geek's rep is average. You know, I feel like still on cooldown. At this point, mid laner.
Are they looking for a mid laner or a roamer?
Yeah.
They could still draft Ayala.
Kufra?
I mean, honestly, a lockdown hero would be great to give that 1-1 to get that 1-1 online. Something like a Kaja even, right? You put the Divine Judgment on, you get the crossbow attack, and you isolate effectively the rest of the team back. Cho works very well as well, but the thing is, you're up against a Bruno. Someone can't go for that Purify. But I like it. Either way, it could force... Well, now you're forced to go for Flicker.
Yep. Man, that's quite the old meta. I think it was very familiar long ago. Kaja and the 1-1, right? The days of the 1-1 domination, where Mirko was also a very avid player. I think you can pour a lot of insight into this matchup, but what do you think, man?
This matchup 1v1 against Bruno? Oh, Bruno wins hard. This is a matchup that 1-1's not really a good laner right now. Trading-wise as well, you used to have a stun, back to winning mobility. You still used to have a lot of damage with your weakness points, now not so much. You really need to bank on your items, you really need to wait for that, and you really need to get the Kaja there to help you, to enable you.
ONIC late game is great. I think this is championship game for them.
I refuse to participate.
Good.
All right. Thank you, Lafell.
Who's the fifth?
The curse will not prevail in this game. What game is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 5th game of this best of 7 series. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Wings are in the land of Dawn as we enter the game for, again, match points. Geek needs to go for a miracle run. Can they succeed getting another point under the nose of the Sky Kings?
Seems like for both these teams, the idea is that, oh, we tried that sustainable build, the healing heavy build before. Maybe it's not that. So now with 2 assassins right here, the jungle neutral objective contest is going to look so different. It's going to be very steel heavy, mechanically heavy. And Keyboy now trying to make the most of this Kaja pick, but he might just get punished.
Ooh, Flicker already early on.
Wow.
From Keyboy. Now we take a look at the emblems by Dunia Games, Arashi.
Well, Keyboy doesn't have that pull yourself together, so he's still going to be Agility, Wilderness Blessing, trying to match the movement speed, but Mathilda and the Lilia are going to be a lot more active roaming around. What's important to note, though, is the tenacity is available for ONIC. They're expected to go up against burst damage, and CW is going with an Inspire. It's potentially outplay potential, but it's very risky.
I like how you mentioned that, right? Because that's the entire theme that we saw from the early phase of Geek Fam's draft. They want to be able to control this early game, and the question is how? The question is through really quick wave clear in the mid side. Already Lilia alone is super quick, but in addition with Beloyski on the Matilda, it also gives a little layer, but Kyrie wants to punish in the bottom lane. Doesn't necessarily get it just yet, but it does kind of even it out in this particular lane that CW is supposed to lose.
This is how you get a win on that 1-1, right? You're so weak in lane that you are a bait, literally, that you can utilize to get the opposing jungler or gold laner aggressive, and that way you can create a lot of kill pressure for the assassin.
CW special.
CW special.
CW special. So the question is, what happens in the EXP lane? But wait a minute.
Let's see, it's Nile jumping in with a puncture, only onto the mid lane. Oh, some good damage placed onto Sans as Kyrie jumps in with the cables. A boy taking very low, forced to use the black shoes. But ONIC are forced back here after that burst of damage.
So back to that question. If this is what we're expecting from the mid, that's what we were expecting from the gold lane. What are we expecting from the EXP lane?
This is an all-out brawl until later on, where the Edith can maybe do some more DPS, but Beloyski, pre-level 4 now, Boost trying to capitalize!
Appraisers, Wrath, oh, even in the bottom lane, it's Sans who picks up the kill. That bait has worked out. Now Kyrie jumping in, not able to find it, but a taunt from Boots knocks Niall up with the help of that skill too. ONIC picks up a kill for a turtle.
Ooh, in the bottom lane though, that was also a multifaceted play from ONIC. They target the player on the top side, but then they use that global presence to be multiple areas at once. And with the one kill picked up by CW, that could be more, unless Geek Fam tries and find a way to curb the snowball, because Mirko knows for sure, man, if the 1-1 gets rolling, it's very troublesome to deal with all this mobility.
It looks good so far, especially with how much presence Keyboy is utilizing in the jungle. That constant wave pressure.
Divine Judgment into the immobility right now and into the burst of Kyrie on the Fanny. That's why it's a signature pick, and that's why even the 1-1, so weak, CW makes it work here. A dive all the way to the back. All the weakness points have been popped, and we do have a talent prediction here, up and ready again.
2 versus all. Kabe and Ranger Mas, the only 2 from the side of Geek Fam. But again, this is the thing, right? If they wanted to utilize the gold lane to find a winning lane, the fact that Kyrie is so quick at it to make things just in the favor of ONIC time and time again? Does that not deny the entirety of the winning condition of Geek Fam's composition?
The gold lane, huh? I guess they're relying more on the Matilda later on, but this is a bit of the matchup here. Can Geek Fam really use the guiding wind efficiently enough to be a problem for Kyrie? Or is Kyrie just way too good, way too precise with the cables as Keyboy here? So moving around with as a bit of a deterrent in case he just goes on at play. The gold differences by UBS Gold right here though. Didn't get to really take a good look at it, but CW is definitely quite ahead, and that's not ideal. We talk about win conditions. Marky is also high up there for Geek Fam.
Significant advantage for CW now. Whoa, very aggressive maneuver, but CW looks like he's going for it. That's the worldie to cancel it out. The Keyboy's looking for that Divine Judgment. A good flicker out from Beloyski as the hard guard gets placed down. Good resource burnt out. Now, which one was worth it? The hard guard or the flicker from Beloy? Wait a minute, Keyboy's looking for the Divine Judgment once again. A good throw, Rose, oh! In the midst of a guiding win! They still find it, and it's on Nile, and it's CW finds the kill now. Final crossbow tang, not translated over. It's Kyrito, picks up the scraps in the back line. Now it's Kyrie under the turret. Has the cutthroat, will wait for it. It's a good stun by Marky, but it's not enough. Boots picks up the kill. It's 6-0 for ONIC.
Look at the turret aggro juggle right there. Even Kyrie, when he realizes, okay, my time is done, I've done all my damage, just stays there, takes a bit more turret shots to ensure that it's spread out evenly and it does not ramp up because every shot becomes even more painful. But ONIC now, they're going to be contested in this turtle, and usually this is where the big moments really happen.
A few cables back and forth, a boy. And oh my god, so many cables coming in. It's still Nile who secures the turtle, but Beloyski will be taken out by a cutthroat. It's a killing spree for Kyrie. It's some damage placed down by Nile. But ONIC again, they'll give up the turtle for kills.
Is that worth it? I mean, we've seen it work. So in that particular
it's an orange buff steal.
Oh man!
From Keyboy, he's flexing. Keyboy is online here in the regular season. And now in the playoffs, what is going on with this man?
It's almost nostalgic to see this man on the Kaja.
You mean this boy?
This boy on the Kaja. Well, with Nile and Beloyski getting taken out more and more often, it's just dangerous, man. Without the Matilda, if the Matilda has no items, it's going to be dangerous, but CW now tries to go for an outplay.
Crossbow Tang is ready, pops it on Beloy with an Inspire. That's a delete. Now Divine Judgment coming on, bring in Luke back to the team, all the weakness points, so easy to pick off, and even in the back, what happened? Fanny in the mid lane, Kyrie gets a kill, Boots zones, Nile away, 10-0.
Zero in 7 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the prowess that ONIC have right now, and they're looking for more. Nile barely has any say. Luckily, Keyboy doesn't have the Divine Judgment just yet, or that would have been as well another sure kill for ONIC. They're winning it out on all fronts. CW is snowballing. It's never a 2v1 situation when there's always constant lurk, constant presence from Sans that can come in at any time with a hard guard.
I would even say that this is a signature style for ONIC when they have an assassin, but oh boy, so squishy.
Brought back instantly, the black shoes, the crossbow attack, and it's Kyrie with a cutthroat. Now Luke, desperate maneuvers, but it's Kyrie with a double and Appraiser's Wrath, forcing Beloy to use that DCE, the defensive circling eagle.
It's just way too much damage, and Beloyski is powerless, man, no items. I don't know if the Flash of the Oasis is completed just yet, but he is not able to do anything, and look at Nile, might get punished yet again here.
That's a Divine Judgment onto Nile. You make a wrong move, and CW eats you up. Calvin Winata.
They're going for more Miracle Beloyski.
Circling Eagle, Boots against 4 in the front. The crossbow attack is ready, but it's on cooldown. And Appraiser's Wrath coming down. Luke gets an Earth Shatter, a brilliant one. Taunt. But it's a Primal Wrath used for nothing. ONIC are making Geek look like absolute amateurs.
This is Sans on an Angela, and he was able to outplay that Lancelot and actually make it worth it for them, taking a pick onto Nile, and it's gotta be tilting if you're Nile at this point.
You almost feel bad for Geek Fam though, because who could have seen this coming, right? Sans on an Angela? This is not that common. Kyrie on the Fanny, that's really difficult. But then CW on the 1-1. All these picks we haven't seen for a very, very long time throughout the whole playoffs. And now they're bringing it out, and they're out Matilda-ing the Matilda. They have the shielding, and they have more mobility on their own, and they're abusing it.
Luke say we have an onward. And wow, some damage. Keyboy jumps into the back, gets slain. That's the first kill on the board for the side of Geek Fam right now, as that's going to be an all-out fight in the mid lane tier 2. Boots losing his life again. That's Niall, who picks up a double. Crossbow of Tang. Is there a solution? Luke jumps in. But CW still able to escape out of the crossbow. Tang! It's turned around. 2-4-3.
Man, the crossbow of Tang is lethal. And despite the fact that 1-1, in a way, isn't as strong as she used to be, CW just going in!
Calvin with nada! Kyrie! It's just the names of the players for ONIC.
What in the world? And they're looking for more. A boy might be in trouble here.
Oh boy, Black Shoes back in. CW, 1 HP, circling Eagle, the healing. CW finally shut down by Beloy.
Oof, took them long enough. And finally, a sliver of good news coming in, but the trouble ain't over yet. It's a shutdown on CW, but at this point, Kyrie is also an absolute menace. It's a game fact by Grab though, 8,121,600. The total number of seconds run throughout MPL Indonesia Season 12. A lot of action.
I thought they weren't gonna pull out any more fun facts.
That makes it 580? Was it? It was
Maybe.
578. There was another fun fact earlier, 579. This is 580. They're making a square number. Boots got a squared number. The players there is Tomb now. Niall versus Kyrie on the retreat. It's still Niall. Somehow, some way, 2 levels down, no problem. But now, the Divine Judgment always gets you. When you try to steal, Keyboy is there. And now it's a double for ONIC, who again are ignoring the neutral objectives and just taking fights.
You gotta give it to Niall though, right? Amidst all the chaos, amidst all the damage and the calamity, Niall 2 levels below of Kyrie, still able to secure it. And this is Niall on a Lancelot against a lot of crowd control coming in from Keyboy Sans as well, and the kill pressure coming in from Kyrie. But if the game prolongs like this, if it keeps on going this way, trading the Lord for ultimately most of the lives of Geek Fam, is it worth it?
That's a 4th item Berserker's Fury for CW in the 10th minute of the game. To say that he's fed is an understatement. Beloyski now jumps into the back, but you can see that damage, that item discrepancy is shown. Papulo's on the camera. Even he wants a piece of the pie.
Where'd he come from?
Seems like he's nervous. First time on the camera, Papulo.
He looks so lost. That's quality content right there. But for Geek Fam, they've done most of the things right. They used the crowd control to stop Kyrie, but to no avail. The last thing they wanted was all these picks, the 1-1, the Fanny, to snowball, but they can't do much. And even in the front line sustain, the Fredrin is just giving ONIC so much more value. 90 seconds on the clock, and you can see Geek Fam, this is what happens when ONIC start getting so much mobility and so much damage. Geek Fam are corralled, sticking together, but then they're not farming. This is time for ONIC to just keep farming all around the map and increase this gold advantage to a level where they can just brute force plays.
8,000 gold lead from the Sky Kings in what appears to be disastrous for Geek Fam right now. Cornered into a position that is highly uncomfortable, highly unfavorable, and the stakes are ever so high. Match point, ladies and gentlemen, if nothing changes, this is it from Geek Fam. This is the time for them to pull out all the stops. This is the time for Beloyski to use every single cell in his brain to look for a comeback.
It's time for BBB. Big Brain Beloy.
If Big Brain Beloy can come up with something, it's big indeed. But with no information, without any control, what is he supposed to do? There is no area in the map right here that he can abuse to try and get a pick off. And even if he does, the slippery nature of this 1-1 just makes that twofolds as difficult. And look at Niall. Even him with all the security as an assassin, he is just struggling to find anything to stay in the game.
So I think it's on everyone's mind right now. Is it even possible to come back from this?
Good question as Niall gets engaged on. Luke has the flicker but will not try to force it, and it is a flicker. No, a retreat. Burned out by Niall as the Lord spawns in. 13 minutes in this game.
That's gonna be a free Lord, Mirko Arashi.
As the multifaceted threat, what can Geek Fam do? They have no crowd control immunity, they have no saving tools, they have the guiding wind, but now with a 10-0 Fanny, with a 5-1 and 11-1-1, your allies don't last long enough to even take advantage of it. And even if they do, they can get caught with the Divine Judgment mid-flight, and that is a bit of a sneaky counter that we haven't seen, but ONIC, again, is completely abusing the fact that they're just ahead of the curve. They have more information than the rest of the teams seem like they do.
20-3. Geek Fam are on the brink of extinction here. ONIC pushing forward with the Lord in the mid-side, looking for this opening, as this might be the final push.
Even the wave setup, man, it's on 3 waves altogether, but now Boots maybe a bit too deep right here. Geek Fam definitely wants to find something. They go for it.
An onward and Earth Shatter, but the hard guard is ready. Now it's going to be Kyrie jumping with the cables. Once again, hard guard on the CW as he jumps into the back line. That's a cut through the Slayer boy. Luke gets an Earth Shatter on the 4. Boots gets slayed in the process. Marky gets the kill. CW still kiting in the back as the Phantom Execution gets used up defensively. Beloy with a circling eagle loses a lot of his HP as CW now is still able to run back and forth. Kyrie with some stunning cables. Geek Fam have defended a 10,000 gold lead for ONIC, but 3 base turrets gone for Geek Fam.
Oof, the danger that ONIC can just show to Geek Fam, man, forcing Beloski to flicker, but now
they're jumping in where the nature is ready. He pops it right there as Niall jumps in once again. Divine Judgment locks him down, and Niall should fall now. He gets out with Beloyski's help, the guiding wind.
You see again the discipline there shown by ONIC. It seems like Niall was a free kill, but they know there's no need. No neutral objective available, nothing worth risking. The 10k gold lead. They can just go back, reset, and once again, entrap Geek Fam, imprison them in their own base. Geek Fam are now venturing out, trying to find something, but Kyrie knows the timings, he knows the buffs are available, and Boots has spotted it. He's gonna deny it even more.
Let's see if they try to go for anything too special. Niall, oh, some good damage, but CW actually ends up stealing that purple buff away from Geek Fam.
It's a ticking time bomb. ONIC, they're waiting on the next neutral objective. And if they don't, all they need is a single mistake, a single opening that Geek Fam can give them. A single sign of desperation for them to capitalize over. 10k gold lead for ONIC right now. Is there a moment in time where they can reach equilibrium despite the gold gap?
Well, the gold gap will start diminishing by about, I would say, 17 minutes usually, but that's if it's a normal game where your players are not just stuck in the base when they keep farming. So if ONIC just plays disciplined like this, which it seems like they're trying to do, especially with CW, man, he is respecting the damage potential. He has the Wind of Nature, he has the Rose Gold Meteor. He's trying to make sure that shutting him down is going to be the most difficult thing possible for Geek. But as always in Mobile Legends, it's never impossible. There's always a chance. It's a very slim one though, but Geek Fam have done it before. Can BBB do it, man?
Can BBB do it? Keyboy, Flicker Divine Judgment onto a boy, loses his life. Beloyski now caught, flickers out, the cables on through by Kyrie. The crossbow attack as well from CW. This might as well be the moment. Luke with Primal Wrath, that's Niall. In the midst of it all, he denies the play, but ultimately he will be left to run. That's a kill over. That's one. The Marquee against the world, against ONIC.
Wow. CW is the only one taken down as Niall goes in once again, looks for an opportunity here.
Thorn Rose, puncture, all the way to the back. Now Sans, that's a Phantom Execution again. He's looking for the play, but the Divine Judgment finds its mark. ONIC have taken 4. They only lose CW.
It was a great moment, a great attempt by Niall, but it just wasn't good enough with Keyboy just ready. He has the fleeting time as well. The cooldown on the Divine Judgment is just too difficult for Geek Fam to find a window of opportunity. But if the same result can be repeated, you can see the gold swing here. It was 9k to 10k. It shrunk due to the pickup on CW. Geek Fam are catching up, and they have a lot of damage. A Bruno in the late game, a Lilia in the late game, a lot of AoE possibility, and ONIC with their assassin reliance on Kyrie, they do fall a bit more, and if CW isn't there, the only real constant DPS output is that Fanny. So ONIC still, even though they're ahead, even though the Lord is with them, they need to be careful and not make a mistake here.
How do they do that though? They literally have 0 lockdown. The only source of CC that they have is possibly Edith and Beloyski.
And then they have to bait. They have to try and wait for a moment where Kyrie or CW goes for a play and then attempt to punish it.
Hard guard, CW gets it. Now the base wide open. They're going to go straight for it. They're going to go for the end right now. But it's still going to be an all-out effort for Geek Fam. That's a Thorn Rose on the keyboard, taking him low. Puncture as well. Phantom Execution, healed up. Boots taken very, very low. CW still able to kite away the Thorn Rose. Connects once again, but the crossbow attack is ready for CW. He doesn't quite get it onto Nile as he's able to evade for now. And Geek Fam, against all odds, are still in this game, are still preventing the end.
Mahaka Square erupts. 19 minutes have elapsed and the game keeps on going. We've seen Geek Fam in a very similar situation, in a very similar position before, and they have found miracles. And it's going to rely on that, a miracle play. Beloyski already posturing here, looking for information, gaining some ground. With 84 seconds left on the Lord, Geek Fam, what can they look for?
They can just wait for defense and try and... They've been here before, turtling, defending, clearing the Lords, even though the game goes later and later.
Is Marky ready yet? That's the question here.
I think at this point, he most definitely has the items, man. He still has the boots if he wants to switch it out, but he has the Wind of Nature. He has the Malefic Roar and the Has Claws. A whole lot of penetration, a whole lot of cables from Kyrie as well. But like I said, if he can withstand his damage and go for maybe a 1-2-1 trade, in a way, some of the members on Geek Fam are more valuable than some of the members on ONIC. So maybe a 1-for-1 trade later in the game, playing one for the Death Timers could be a solution, but with the Divine Judgment in hands of Keyboy, that seems to be a solution that ONIC are more well equipped to try and take advantage of.
The longer the game goes, the more even the odds get. This is Geek Fam's one and only way to win the game. It doesn't matter right now. 0-6, 1-7, 0-4. 0 impact. Doesn't matter. Does not matter. The gold lead does not matter. It all comes down to one moment.
I do wonder if in the end here, ONIC can go for a solo play on the side lanes. Because realistically, I don't think anyone here can really duel Kyrie. And who can really catch Kyrie? We talked about the lack of crowd control. But Beloyski might be trapped here.
Oh, whoa! He canceled the Divine Judgment with a flicker. A very rare sight to see. Beloyski out of all people.
And other than that, right, the Hard Guard has already been used as well right before this Lord take. Geek Fam have successfully baited out a lot of resources. Let's see if it's enough.
That might be it. That might be the way for Geek Fam. It all lies on Nile, who's been winning these Red Tree battles this game. But it comes down to one moment. No Divine Judgment. That's information that they have. Kyrie jumps into the mist. Luke getting a brilliant onward. Another shatter as well. The Primal Wrath. Nile, it's Keyboy! How did he get that? Nile gets a kill though. CW now in the midst of it all. Marquis dealing the damage. There's one more Regis point to pop. But they're all running away. And it's Luke! And it's Geek! And it's Sounds taken down! A shutdown! A turn of events! ONIC, they get the Lord, but they lose the fight.
And everything changes. With the Lord marching down in the mid side, they are going to be able to rush through it. But look at Kyrie. He's in the bottom line. He's looking for something. But it looks like Nile knows what's up. He's going to be able to clear it before anything special happens.
Earth Shatter comboed in, but it's a flicker Earth Shatter. Not an Earth Shatter flicker. Very easy to read. So Keyboy reads it. One moment. Reset it. Kyrie and Keyboy left to defend. 1 minute wave right now. It's an mobility. It's the Immortality packed. And now it's Keyboy clearing the wave. They have done it for now. It's a shutdown for Marquis. Geek Fam, this one moment could seal it. Boots is respawning in 3. 10 seconds for CW.
Boots is up. Boots is coming back up. Will it be enough? There's no mini waves. Boots needs to do it.
Gonna be shredded down. The crowd. Mahaka Square erupts. 1 second on Sun. CW is back up right now as he clears the mini wave. That's a Hard Guard coming down. That's the base wide open as there's one more cannon minion dealt with. Geek Fam holding on, but so are ONIC. 3v5.
It's a miracle play coming in from both of these teams. When it looked like it was ONIC and ONIC's demise, they have been able to clear.
One moment, once again, Phantom Execution in the back line. Right now, it's Luke! CW with one nature, but it's not enough! Led by a sin in disguise! You call him Beloyski, we call him greed!
We might be going all the way for this one, ladies and gentlemen. 5 games. We're gonna see game number 6 with a beautiful comeback by Geek Fam. That was a 10k gold lead by ONIC. Wolf, LaFell,
I feel like the more people doubt them, the stronger they get, man. This is a weird kind of buff, but I'm feeling it.
It's a passive that they procced. But then again, you see, ONIC did not look as if they were... They did not overextend at all. It's not like that. That is what you get from Baloyski, I think. That's as a captain, he comes up with ways. Who would have thought that he was able to force hard guard
And
as
Divine
well
Judgment.
as divine judgment and dodges, gets away with it with a flicker. Baloyski still got it. That's a, I don't know. That's something old men cannot do. I mean, Baloyski's not an old man, but he's old in the business.
Honestly, looking back into the play, you can rewind. One item really changed everything. Because after this item was bought, Geek Fam immediately won the match. They immediately won all the fights.
What was that?
The Starling Disciple on Luke. The moment he picked it up, no one lost.
Holy moly.
I'm getting goosebumps. I'm getting goosebumps.
Unbelievable.
I don't think anyone would have predicted this outcome at all.
Especially with getting Fanny Angela and then winning the early stages. They're not making the mistakes. But you see, like, even the 1-1 is only 2 hits away from the Raging Ball of Bruno. That's why Bruno is good, and that's why 1-1 is bad in the meta game right now. But like I said, it wasn't really, you cannot picture that. ONIC got it already.
10,000 gold lead.
Man.
3 base server, 10,000 gold lead. What more could you ask for?
I mean, like, Lilia just cleared the wave, and then Bruno just dealt the damage. I think even ONIC is like, yo, come on.
How?
Let us in. We just want to end it now, but Marquis was like, nah, fam. My balls are heavy and it's hitting your face.
Heavy balls, indeed.
I think the range at disadvantage as well. CW is just forced to just try and get close, and in the later stage of the game, with so much damage, even the Starlium on Luke, there's just way more ways for him to really make a mistake. And this is the weakness of the Angela, we said, right? You have a lot of shielding, but at some point, the items are going to be so disgustingly strong. And for Marky, each of those crits were hitting for, what, 1,800 damage? There's a lot of shield on Angela, but still, that's way too much to withstand for more than 3 seconds. On top of the Wind of Nature, CW even tried to make that play happen, but it just wasn't enough, man.
Yep. Geek Fam are playing like true underdogs this time. Well, they are actually underdogs in this matchup. Nobody ever expected them to be at the grand finals, and nobody expected them to play like this against ONIC. But the true underdog moves that they're doing every time, and it was against BTR, even when they were up against RQ, even when they're down by 1,000 gold or 10,000 gold, doesn't matter. They will make a play.
One thing I hope I get wrong. Behind the scenes, I was writing this with Turna. I thought you meant what was going to be the end result, and I say it's a 4-2. I hope I'm wrong on that one. This one here.
I don't know what that means, though.
We don't know how to react to it at
This is
this
a
point.
miscommunication by us. This is a miscommunication by us.
I just don't know the gravity of your statements anymore. Like when you say you hope it's not a 4-2.
That means you want a 4-2?
Does that mean you want a 4-2?
Right, see?
Man, Baloyski, man. Player of the game by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Again, Baloyski special, died 7 times, didn't matter whatsoever.
Yep.
That final play just really was the nail in the coffin to what was actually a really brutal start for themselves. And that amounted to that comeback.
That's why I always say, man, it's not a real Beloy game until he dies 7 times. That's a 7-death power spike we were all waiting for. When he died 7 times, you knew BBB was coming out. It went from normal Beloy to BBB with that 7th death.
And you see that there was a play that they did when they're trying to run down the members of ONIC, and they were defending, right? And it was a very weird play that Nail was there. But then again, he comes out and he's healed up easily because Baloyski's guiding wind was there. I think he's on the right place at the right time when it's clutch time already. So that's when BBB comes in, because he's got a lot of experience in him. And I think Matilda, for the longest time in MPL PH, it was actually a Baloyski special. So now he's back at it. I would say, though, I think it's weird that the losing team did not make a mistake after leading, but they still lost.
Here's the thing, looking back at ONIC's draft, they have a very tight window to win the game, right? It's a very burst, heavy, quick damage kind of composition where you will do very well in the early stage, and then you just gotta end it as quickly as possible. And I kind of feel like Geek Fam, they understood that it's like, okay, the Penny does well early, that makes sense. You know, the 1-1, that kind of doesn't make sense, but sure, we'll learn to live with it. But eventually, it won't matter that much because they can't end the game, and I kind of feel like they understood the assignment. It's like, just don't tilt, relax. There's this thing called breathing. Do it a lot, clear the waves, do as much damage as you can. At one point, it will be enough. And they got to that point.
That mentality, again, that winning mentality, that championship mentality that Geek Fam have been able to find here amidst a lot of rookies coming in, like even Niall, still being able to remain composed. I think we looked at each other at one particular moment in the game when Niall did that 1v4 play, which was kind of confusing, but even despite that, he's still able to stay composed, get the Lords, Retribution still very on point. And this is what I was curious about as well. Heat map for both of the mid laners, how do you think this affected?
Yeah, you can see Sans. This is an Angela, by the way, but he's already like moving forward. Maybe it's because he's always utilizing the ultimate. I think that a boy was actually pinned in a position where he has to defend, but he played it so well. Remember that Lord push, or at least several Lord pushes, he was already prepping up all of those glooms to where the Lord will be so that they'll be able to defend. So it's like a boy really stuck to his role in the latter portions of the game. He needed to be the one to supplement the clear and not just about taking down the members of ONIC.
And looking at the game here, again, I feel like ONIC, they didn't do anything wrong.
No.
They understood the assignment, they did it well. But look at the composition coming in from Geek Fam. Aboy and Marky really did a lot in terms of make sure that the game doesn't end.
Yes.
And I would say as well, Beloyski and Luke created enough space so that they can do it safely. So this is really a team effort to make sure that it doesn't end. And why I say, the moment Luke got that Stardom side, Marky, Aboy, Niall, as well as Luke can do enough damage. And that's why we see every single time ONIC goes in front, in a split of a second, the HP's gone.
Yep. And this is Marky starting at what, 0-4, right? And this is Kyrie, what 12, 1, and 5 maybe, I don't know. He's got like ridiculous demon level kind of numbers this time, but they still lost, and it's just great MOBB, boys and girl.
And girl.
I don't mind. I don't mind.
Yeah.
But what about you, Arashi? What stood out for you the most here?
What stood out is the fact that Geek Fam just know that they have so much more damage, so this is where they want to be. They don't really have a lot of tools to start the fights to catch people out, but at some point, you know, when you are an immovable object, even though you're against an unstoppable force, just wait for them to come to you. And like LaFell mentioned, Starlium side, Lilia AoE damage, when it comes to just pure damage and not utility, I think Geek Fam has so much more in the bag. And I think that's where maybe perhaps ONIC really should have went for more risky plays in the early game. Maybe instead of going for all towers outside, go for a quicker push and force Geek Fam into those fights before they can get to scale and get some more items.
Here for Geek Fam, technically they have 4 damage dealers, right? Meanwhile for ONIC, only 2. They're only relying on Kyrie and CW both being physical, so towards the end it really shows that they get outscaled in that way. Not in the way that it doesn't do good in the late game, but in a way where there's only one source of damage, technically physical damage, that you need to really be able to deal with. Sans on the Angela, sure, early to mid, was doing really good, was doing fine, but towards the end, fall off.
12-1 and 5 for the Sky King, and they still lost. Like, if you look at the other stats, like 0-6 and 11, a boy still is.
Dude, if you show this stat
exactly.
and if you ask the person who will win, who won? No, I think very rarely you will have an answer that ONIC won or that Geek Fam won.
Items here as well, Aboy having one defensive item, making sure that even if he gets caught, he has ways to survive. And Marky having the Wind Talker as well, making sure that it's a little bit easier for you to clear waves. This is one of those matches that I do feel like the items do deserve a special shout out from Aboy, Luke, as well as Marky, making sure that they have enough damage and they can clear very well.
And on top of that, to enhance the damage, you can see a very greedy emblem being taken here. The Weapon Master on the Bruno. Again, so much early game damage, you would expect it as tenacity, but it's almost like they had this plan. Marky, get to the late game. We will try our best to just get you to that late game. Go for the Weapon Master, go double down on that damage, and that he did.
Yeah, and again, to emphasize, I would say this is not a draft problem. They did what they had to do. It's just that Geek Fam kind of did the impossible and defend.
Yeah.
Very close.
there was one defense where Marquis shut down all of the pushing coming out from ONIC just by taking down CW.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like CW was making a mistake. He's just doing his job. He's supposed to be like that because he's a 1-1, you know?
Exactly.
He's going to play like that. And this is like top level MLBB that we're seeing.
We gotta look at this.
Look
Just
at that.
instant shift in the gold curve to the very end of the moment. And we were talking about this time and time again, over and over. The thing that Beloisky was able to achieve, that gold shift from 10.5K.
Wow. One mistake, man. I mean,
ONIC.
not really a mistake, but you know what I mean.
Outplayed. It wasn't a mistake.
It wasn't
right? Literally
one outplay.
outplayed.
Yeah. One outplay. Yeah.
This is what happens generally when your draft looks like it's very conditional. Like in this particular game, surely we voted for this to happen, but you kind of have to come through a lot of steps. Whereas if you're looking at Geek Fam, all they need to do was to force ONIC into their box, and that's exactly what happened in the Lord. Like they invited Kyrie in, and Luke did a heads-up play where he went in forward just to stun up Kyrie so that ONIC will not be able to react. And actually did it so advanced, it was far away from his team, but it was more than enough to kind of throw ONIC off.
Can you go back to that Starlium Scythe topic? I'm quite curious.
No, because, okay, so it was basically equal. Everyone was able to defend. There was one time at the bottom side, the moment Luke got that Starlium side, the entire team played a little bit more aggressively. It was just after, or just before, Beloisky was able to bait everything out. That was just before the Lord fight.
When he was still at the bottom lane, right?
He was at the bottom lane. He got that. They went straight for the Lord.
Genius.
Yeah.
The understanding of when your power spike hits was really impressive, because really they were waiting for that moment, turtling in the base, letting Beloy sacrifice so many times, 7 times to be exact, for that moment to happen. And man, it was like a late game. It was like a long-term investment.
That's why I was curious, the equilibrium. That's when I asked Arashi in game, right? When does this equilibrium hit? But you know, the fun, it doesn't stop here, but we have to take a break. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we're not gonna be too long. Don't worry. You'll see LaFell very, very soon. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Or do.
Terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Semua serangan jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah.
Fam are looking for a miracle comeback, ladies and gentlemen, as they have forced a game number 6 against the Sky Kings, the all-powerful, the almighty Sky Kings, and they have done it. We're one game away for them equalizing with ONIC. And LaFell is back, and we're also happy.
I never left.
Literally.
You really never left.
Yeah, I don't need a toilet. I'm holding it in.
Wait, does
once
that
it's
mean-
all over, I'm letting all of it out.
See, now I'm confused. Does that mean you need a toilet?
I do.
What?
Wait, what?
See, he said
I-
he doesn't
I-
need
I-
a toilet,
I like
so does
peeing,
that mean
so-
he
Yeah.
needs a toilet?
Oh.
Do as I say, not as I do.
So does that mean...
Man, it's
So
just
it's like because I want to go to the toilet, that's why I cannot.
Ah.
You understand, right? You already got it. You
He's
already
committing.
I understand. That means
You don't understand?
I think every time that LaFell is on the table, on the desk, we're all meant to be challenged.
Kalau macam ni aku cakap bahasa Melayu je
It
lah.
spreads.
It just spreads.
I actually can understand what you said.
Yeah,
so.
you know, so maybe that's the solution. I'll just speak a different language. Watashua
Japanese?
no speak English.
There you go.
We don't understand Japanese here,
That
sir.
was Japanese. That's all I
No,
know.
it's not.
Hola,
it's
no
not
hables
Japanese.
español.
Spanish.
Yes.
It's not Japanese. It's Japanese.
Japanese.
Because
he keeps yapping.
Just because yapping, bro.
Oh, okay.
Keep yapping, man.
Japanese.
The LaFell special. The Yap Master.
I know it's very tiring. It's okay. Thank you for sticking up with me. Yeah.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
Semangat dua beruang.
What does that mean?
They need it. They need it, man.
Yeah.
Luke needs it right now.
Luke and Beloy.
Wait, who's the beruang?
Beruang?
The Bears. 2 Bears.
Bears.
Luke and
Oh.
Beloy.
I thought it was Wolf and LaFell.
I'm sorry. When everyone's talking at the same time, I can't hear.
To Beruang.
It's the 2 Geek Fam players, Luke and Beloy.
Did you hear that?
Beloy and who?
Luke.
Oh,
This
Luke.
guy. The one you see on screen.
Look at him, dude.
Luke.
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 Yes.
Oh, I wonder what's going through his head. Is thinking about so much now.
How do I clear the waves? How do I cut the wave?
How do I cut the waves? How do I clear the waves? How do I get to the... How do I get Chewe?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
in real
think
life?
a lot of guys are thinking about that, right?
Yeah.
How to get
I
Chewe?
agree, I agree. Chewe is very elusive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think RQ struggled with getting Chewe.
Oh yeah,
I think
definitely.
BTR struggled.
Yeah,
Anyway, drafting phase, boys and girls, for the 6th game of this best of 7 series. Now,
Wow.
we were talking about
Hey.
the outcome of many regions that have led to a 4-3 grand finals, and we are
You're
on
right.
the way there.
I hope so. And
Don't
I just
jinx it.
I just hope that
I don't have a jinx.
LaFell does not jinx it.
No, okay. I said it's gonna be a 4-2. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna say I want it. I don't want to say I don't want it. I want to pee, but I hold it in.
That means, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Makes sense.
I keep the toxicity inside of me.
Can we? Can you not say want starting from now?
Can you be neutral about it, man?
How do I?
I'm
Okay.
P.
Okay.
This game is average.
This
alright?
game's average.
This
There
game
you
is
go.
pretty average.
Okay, but what I do?
Mirko, you're average.
Thanks, man.
Not
What
bad.
was that? Anyway,
What was that?
Wolf, please. Take over, please.
okay. Angela, Rafaela, Matilda is open. What does Geek want? Do they want the Matilda once again, or are they willing to give the Angela back? Even after winning game number 1, I still feel that ONIC's draft was pretty good. Like, imagine, it's still scary.
You're pretty good. Oh, you're pretty
Oh, no.
average. You're pretty average.
You're pretty
etc.
average. Right.
Oh, it's so tiring.
You're
I was thinking
somehow
twice.
average. All right, so Matilda is still gonna be there. Angela is still scary because the thing is, you combo with so many things. Like you can even have the Fredrin this time, and the Angela.
Oh my
It's
god.
just how it is.
There you go, the Fredrin and the Angela. It's literally going to be kind of the same draft as we saw earlier. The Angela Fredrin also picked up.
Yep.
This was a setup to a Fanny. And now, my question is, do they want to still go with the Fanny? I think yes.
Yes.
They want to go with the Fanny, but maybe the 1-1.
1-1 is a good way to
yeah.
change. I agree. So that means that Geek might just go for the Lancelot this time. They went in for the Lilia.
Lilia Lance.
Yeah.
Lilia Lance. Which still makes sense.
A dog! Wait, is that a dog?
Oh my god, wait. That's
It looks like my
Airpunk's
dog.
Airpunk's dog.
No, it doesn't.
It looks like a
does.
wolf.
That's a husky.
It looks like
Kind of like a wolf, actually. You're
Wolf?
right.
Hey.
Wait.
A baby wolf.
Foreshadowing, maybe.
It's nice that you say baby correctly.
Yes, I do.
Unlike
that a lot.
someone
Who
else. Well, we'll have to see. For now, though, Geek, can they find
Lilia?
something that works? It's going to be Lilia. Is it the same trend we've seen so far? Like same picks, maybe one different pick?
So this is good. This is actually a good adjustment coming up from ONIC. They don't need to get the Fanny now. They can keep it until later.
Ooh.
It might be banned out, but at least they still have the Cloud to go with Angela.
I mean, if there's no Fanny, there's still Link. There's options.
That's also true. That's
with Angela some more. Yeah. So I like the pick.
So they can go for the early game pressure, the early game snowballing with the Angela, right, with the playmaking. Oh, that's close Chico from Rebellion and Owl, our Indonesian caster. MPL date. But yes, in the late game though, like you mentioned, Wolf, they have the Cloud Insurance and they have that combo technically. But the issue is if they go and if Geek Fam can get their hands on that Irithal, then they can still beat that huge crit heavy burst damage playstyle that ONIC seems to really struggle against.
Yep. And in this particular case, that's going to be the thing, right? Bruno plus the Irithal will be banned out. And if you're looking at Geek, I still feel you ban the Fanny here. It's such a good combination. And then just, you know, maybe ban the Uranus as well.
Ooh, Uranus.
Yeah, because the idea is it's still the same. You want to be on top of the Lancelot. Lancelot will not be able to kill you instantly. You can still sprint out, get out, in and out, be healed by the Angela.
Honestly, looking at the draft, might not be a bad pick for Edith or ONIC here. A deny as well as making sure that this Lancelot cannot do much because the crowd control coming in from the Fredrin as well as the Edith. And we saw just now, Edith just needs one item and suddenly she becomes a damage dealer.
And before that, she can build full defense and still have that double benefit, double tankiness and also more damage and regeneration with the Primal Wrath. I'm quite concerned about the roaming position actually, because earlier, one of the main reasons why ONIC was so dominant is the fact that the Divine Judgment keeps catching people off.
Yeah.
I even feel like maybe if they really wanted to force more fights, they can do more risky things with Keyboy and his pick-off style. But with the Ling banned away, seems like for Gig, it's not about the pick-off, it's about which assassin is going to be menacing in the Land of Dawn.
And I really love this deny on Marky, right? We've only seen him play these three heroes in the playoffs, plus the Hilda now. Pick it up. Does that mean they're setting up for an assassin pick themselves? Are they setting up for possibly a Hayabusa? It's very risky, very aggressive, but they ban out the two marksmen who can actually kind of handle that, like with a lot of mobility, and they force him on the carry. A very, very vulnerable target for a Hayabusa. They pick up the Hilda. Why?
The Hilda is the one to kind of invade the jungle of the Lancelot. It's not that easy though, it's a Matilda. But what it achieves is that it takes away pressure from the gold lane. Now the Claude will not be that scared about the Matilda going into his lane because the Matilda needs to mirror where the Hilda is. It's like the Hilda attracts the Matilda so that it's a pure 1v1 in the gold lane.
Okay, well, what will be the last pick here for ONIC?
Uranus is good, I believe.
Pick XP, but if they want to go crazy...
All right.
Why Dairoth?
So you imagine this. What they wanted to do is to kill the Kali before he's able to regen. Like even after you utilize your ultimate, you're still susceptible to the Dairoth.
I kind of feel like Dairoth is a win more hero. You're already winning with the Hilda. Just win more with Dairoth.
I agree.
And then the Claude is the backup.
I agree. I completely agree. I think that, man, ONIC's drafting is looking really solid and it's scary at the same time.
Same problem.
Same problem, yes.
Same problem. They don't end quick. It's going to be very, very scary.
But right now there's a bit more ways to play around this though, with the late game Cloud damage, with the Hilda technically being able to zone still and being more regenerative technically. Then the same problem is mainly in the mid lane though, without a magic damage dealer. It sounds on the Angela, that's where the main concern's gonna be, especially in the big team fights.
And there you go. It's do or die, ladies and gentlemen. Can ONIC dominate the early game with the drafts that haven't been set? Or will Geek Fam force a game under, again, the Sky Kings and go to Equilibrium to make it all the way and look for their miracle run? Welcome to the Land of Dawn. As, again, that's what they're going for. You're right, Keyboy already very aggressive, trying to pressure Nile from the get-go.
I like the wording here. They need to Luke for the early game. Through Luke, exactly. Because Luke is the guy who can actually hold this off. Nile doing a good job at securing that orange buff already, but I don't think you should be going at it in a 1v1 against Keyboy here, who can just walk back and forth and even just, this is buying time, man. You get a kill here. Oh, it's Beloy who gets it. But look at where the Fredrin's already pathing to. They're already trying to invade very early on.
It's like a big combo, man. You deny the jungler, but your own jungler is an amazing fast clear jungler. Kyrie making full advantage of the situation, and so is Boots with the pre-level 4 power.
Luke jumping in with the help of his team. 3v1. Kyrie secures it with Retribution. Beloy gets out. And Nile is super behind. Now 1 level only. He decided to path towards the bottom lane instead. This will give the Fredrin a whole lot more to work with.
But this is it. This is it. This is Lancelot without a purple buff. That's going to be very important in this early game. They want to look for pressure onto the side lanes.
Man, look at Keyboy though, just so active. He won't be playmaking, but if there's anyone who can be as aggressive, as crazy as he is, it's gotta be Keyboy. He burned the flicker aggressively for a surprise play earlier, but now Boots on the top side in the 1v1.
Keyboy's gonna die again, but that's all good for now because Boots finds a trade up top. This 1v1, the guy who can hold his own in the early game, not doing too well.
And is that not the issue for the EXP lane for Geek Fam, right? Khalid, very strong laner, but does he not require snowballing?
I think he requires a bit of snowball, definitely, if he wants to be that big menace. They can just go all in, but now a boy getting zoned away by an Angela. Now Keyboy!
Sans! Gila Sans!
Keyboy wasn't necessary in that fight, and even on the turtle side, Kyrie gets it.
That's the first team mid laner for you, Gila Sans.
What the heck?
Almost a solo kill on an Angela. That is insane. But Keyboy is literally insanity, man. Doing the exact same thing, expecting the same result technically.
He has the power of Wilder. Oh my god! The power of Wilderness! Keyboy just dives in. Oh boy, this is his second death. Look at the Angela getting free turret gold in the mid lane.
Absolute oppression, and he's not stopping there.
Oh, hard guard helps him even more. Nile zoned away from his own orange buff again. Level 3. They're doing what BTR did to them, and Nile goes in, but Kyrie finds a retreat. Now a boy, his 4th death on the way. Luke jumps in with a raging sandstorm, unable to find the connection, but they are able to take Keyboy down, and Nile finally gets a little camp.
That's what's so crazy, man. ONIC has made Geek Fam work so hard, and for what? For a 1 and 2 Hilda. They have no issue sacrificing Keyboy like that if it means that Nile is just kept under full pressure. Only level 4, 3 levels behind Kyrie.
And in the gold lane, CW was still able to get that away from Carry in a 2v1 situation. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, what?
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, that's a blazing duet. Beloyski connects onto the back, but CW has that BMI placed down, and I actually would say he actually won that trade 2v1. Now Sans is on the way. They can cancel these recalls to delay it even further. That's what they do, and this will severely hurt Marquee. I think they're on the way to cutting that wave and to get that turret gold and even to deny these minions away from Marquee.
They're buying some time right here until Keyboy arrives. Nothing in the jungle, but there are juicy targets in the middle of the lane. ONIC might just go for it.
Very greedy maneuver here, but the guy in win gets him out. Power of Wilderness. Not gonna be used just yet. Oh, he gets cancelled. Beloy! That's the BBB in the early game. Big boy Beloy. He saves Marquee and gets him a kill.
The timing on that. That's just insane. Sans with the Oasis though has more damage, has shielding, and even though there has been a bit of a success story there, ONIC has full control, and CW is the one doing the zoning.
Good play again in the mid lane. They're getting some chunk down. Even some strike doesn't connect, but what does is the retribution on the turtle. Beloyski circling Eagle just to buy some time, just to halt ONIC for now.
This is a 3-level difference between the junglers. You can already feel the presence coming in from the Hilda, from Keyboy, from that early stage of the game, being able to deter the farming patterns and ultimately make Nile a non-factor. Can they stay consistent? Can they keep this ball rolling? Because we know that Geek Fam, they're very intelligent to bring things back.
Because right now Geek Fam has recovered though. They are trying to get their footing back, and Nile finally is getting some of the buffs that has not been allowed to him in the early stages of the game. It's almost like ONIC kind of leans more into the early game. No assassin, but all these fighters, especially with the direct as well, everyone's just trying to be even more aggressive. Even Keyboy, look at Luke!
A Prism Strike, that's a Raging Sandstorm defensively used into the turret. Keyboy with the flicker forward. Oh! It's a bait by Luke! And now Boots gets caught as well. That's a hard guard to save him. A big resource burnt out. Who won that trade?
I think all things considered, it's still value for ONIC because they keep losing Keyboy. And while all the attention is elsewhere, CW has finally taken down the turret. More gold, more pressure around. And this is what Sans is doing, man. Asserting pressure all over, but still having that killer instinct to know when there's a chance to use this hard guard to just throw a screw in throw a wrench in the plans of Geek Fam.
With so much going on here in the first 6 minutes of the game, we do have a game of fun fact here by Grab. Throughout the qualifiers for M5, there have been 4 results of the final playoff round, ending with a 4-3 score line, but CW...
Just gunning Beloyski down, now into a Power of Wilderness, brings him back under the turret, the guiding wind, gets him to safety. Marky shredding down on that HP bar. Level 8 to CW's level 9. 1 level lead right now, that's Niall, who finds the orange buff. Meanwhile, Luke in that XP lane, just tearing down structures.
At this point, with Luke understanding that he might not win in the standoff between Boots 1v1, he goes in for the structures, he plays the macro game, slowly winning it, slowly keeping Geek Fam worth in this 6-minute game so far.
The late game though was kind of concerning, but for now, look at Boots.
Let's see this retreat battle, it's Niall versus Kyrie. Last hit, there you go, with the retreat. Chained perfectly by Kyrie. Now gonna be cancelled by the Phantom Execution. Now Beloyski gets gunned down, but is able to flicker out. CW dives in deep, has the hard guard, gets back to the BMI. Meanwhile, Keyboy against the world. Niall, whoa, going a bit too aggressive, punctures twice. BMI gets him down. Sans picks up the kill. Beloy now in the midst of it all. Jumps into the Circling Eagle, jumps out with the Circling Eagle. A missile strike from Boots under the tier 2. Now it's a boy getting that choke point down, forcing ONIC back for now, but it's still a winning trade for ONIC.
Oof, all the aggression, man, and Boots on this Dyra. Very high win rate, unpredictably, but Kyrie goes again.
Good taunt into the front, no black shoes means you can't go back. Luke has already used the healing, and now Boots gets a double.
This is dangerous now because the death timers are scrambled here. 3 members initially with all different death timers means that ONIC will get full control over the waves, over the jungle as well. They can't really go with the Geek Fam unity and go for these big team fights. I wonder how it's going to play out because later on, Marky does percentage HP damage. He will be able to secure the kill onto Keyboy and Kyrie more reliably, but he is also in a more risky position with the distance.
Okay, Niall is still going to be able to get his orange buff this time around. Kyrie only there to be, CW, very aggressive. This is what I wanted to ask. The gold lane, with CW this far ahead, when will it become a Marky show? When are they ready?
Ooh, I think it depends on how the game goes, how much farm they can get. Right now, Luke is the main target all the time.
And Luke is dead now. It's a puncture by Niall, used up the hard guard. Great timing on that. CW is able to fend off for now. CW jumps into the BMI, onto the back right now. Boy gets chunked low. They're looking for more on the board. Gets to the BMI behind him, and Kyrie is forced back. Mid lane, tier 2, targeted by ONIC. But Geek Fam will not let them have their way.
For our boy, he just hasn't had the items right here. Earlier, the only real person pressured very hard was Marky. Now it's a bit of the opposite. Marky has a bit more space to move around with. Actually has 2 kills, but at the same time, now he's been pressured, and so has a boy in that mid lane push power. And Luke, 1 and 4 on the Khalid is not ideal, but can ONIC end before that 16-minute late game power spike where the goal difference will just start to diminish?
That's definitely the question here. And it's looking like they're trying very hard. They're using everything they can. They're using every capacity, every possibility to do so. And it's going to start with the first Lord that they are able to take away here. 7,000 gold lead. I don't know if we should even be talking about gold gaps at this point because what we saw in that previous game was unfathomable. But this does give an idea of how things are going in terms of items.
If we get the items right here by Dunya Games, the fleeting time is finished for Sans, so they can be a lot more aggressive with it. And Boots, despite 5-0, you would think he'll go with a bit more damage, a bit of a mix, but no, it's full tankiness. He knows all he does is shred physical defense for CW to come in and mow everyone down, no question.
I love this build by Marky. He knows that his team is super behind. He needs to get that item power spike quick, so that's why he didn't actually complete the boots. Went straight for the DHS here, 3rd item. If that's your question, Eterno, when he gets that damage, it's the DHS. But when will the actual power spike hit? In my opinion, it has to wait for the win in nature. He needs to be able to survive these team fights before he can actually deal that damage. So that halts him for a bit. If he goes for that greedy effect, wait, Niall jumps in. If he goes for that greediness in the item builds, then he can get the win in nature by, what, 12 minutes.
All right, so that's what we're looking for here. DHS coming out for Marky.
Well, it's a 9k gold difference right here, but we have just seen that Geek Fam can come back from even worse. There you go, that's the 1v1 kind of style. Like Mirko mentioned, not enough just yet. The Wind of Nature will be a big factor later on, but with Sans building the Holy Crystal, he will have more utility items later on. But for now, this Angela, as we've seen all during the early game, is still doing both healing but also good damage towards the members of Geek Fam.
I will have to say though, I'm very impressed by Niall, right? Because against the Hilda, we saw Kairi was 5 levels below of Super Ken in the BTR versus ONIC matchup. Niall has been able to kind of neutralize that by quite a bit. It's only a 3-level lead.
And for Niall, that doesn't matter. We've seen him in this same exact position, and yet he's still able to get that retribution over ONIC. Is it the setup? Is it his own particular skill that he has above Kairi?
I think skill definitely plays a part here. There have been buffs contested by ONIC that now has been able to secure. So that's definitely no small feat. He has made those crazy retries before. So that is definitely something that Geek Fam can use. But I don't think they want to bet everything on something that is just so risky, right? They want to go for something with a higher chance of succeeding.
CW, he's posturing here. They're looking for a bait maybe before the setup for the neutral objective. The Lord is 18 seconds away. The players are feeling it. They're recalling in each other's faces. They're baiting each other out. But at the end of the day, it's still ONIC with a 10k gold lead. It feels like a Olivia Rodrigo song.
Ooh, what is that? What is
Deja
that?
vu.
Deja vu. Well, deja vu indeed, but I do think that ONIC has tried to learn some lessons from the previous game, not the first game, because I think they're gonna try and be a bit more aggressive here, knowing that this first Lord is not as powerful, but this is the moment where the power spikes from Geek Fam are also not quite there yet. They can try and go for a bit more of a risky dive, and that I think is required. It can work out in favor of ONIC or Geek Fam, but I think at this point the game is way too competitive for any team to get something without risking something equally large in return.
This is where the Lilia comes in clutch, right? They really need that Lilia to be able to do this. They are trading in a Lord for just some minions down below to get Marky to that item power spike. The Lilia helped, and we saw that earlier as well in game number 5.
I think the orange one was stolen by CW right there. There's one in the hands of Marquis though, but he was the one, CW was the one closer. So we'll have to see. The waves are being set up right here. I think Sans will be comfortably just pushing on the bottom side, coming in with the hard guard. Into who? That is the main question. That is what Geek Fam has to anticipate.
You see the Blooms already in that mid lane, helping chunk it down. Even Marky just shreds it. Kairi in the front, the true damage, a fade away. The hard guard comes in clutch. Raging Sandstorm coming into the back line right now with Niall as well, but it's Luke who ends up losing his life. A bit too hasty, but they have defended.
They have defended, and Marky finally gets that item power spike that you mentioned earlier on. Loisy goes in, doesn't commit onto this particular situation, but ONIC, they're looking to force something out.
It's a 5v4. This is the moment. This is the opening to go for a big play. But Geek Fam are still denying it away from ONIC. A 12,000 gold lead.
If it's not this Lord, it's going to be the next one. But you can see the urgency that ONIC is playing with. They're going in, they're diving, and now CW is alone.
Gets caught. Oh, the hard guard gets him back to full HP. ONIC have gotten 2 members down now.
With those picks, though, can they find something else? The base turrets are ideal, but with the Death Hammers down, they can go for a dive. 5v3, they can very easily tank this turret up.
CW is looking for exactly that. Boost just jumped into the back right now. He can't get too greedy though. They need to still stay disciplined. They don't have the many waves for now. It's building up again. 10 seconds for Beloy, 13 for Niall. Some good damage onto CW. Oh, it has popped the Rose Gold. That's a big win for a Geek Fam.
I thought that could have been it. I thought they
Me
could
too.
have ended that. I was already on the edge of my seat there. Ladies and gentlemen, again, this grand finals is everything that we have been waiting for, everything that we have asked for. 14k gold lead, and it really doesn't matter at this point. It just takes one particular moment for things to turn around. As we take a look at the instant replay here by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G.
Yeah, CW was so aggressive, but you have to wonder now, was that a bait, right? Was he intentionally flashing himself towards the side of Geek Fam to try and draw a reaction? And if they don't get to seal the deal, if the hard guard comes in at the right moment, credit to Gila Sans, that could be it, man. That could be what Geek Fam needs to avoid, overextending and unlike what they did in the previous game.
We have Mahaka Square completely distracted. No, wait, hypnotized
silent.
by how amazing this game is.
There's tension for sure, man. You can cut it with a knife. On the top side, though, with the wave building in, seems like I think ONIC are trying to make a play without the Lord just yet. Can't work out. Can they go for more afterwards, though? Never mind.
The Lord's still going to be marching, but honestly, with everything that you guys mentioned earlier on, I feel like this is where a boy thrives. The fact that he's able to clear really quickly will give ONIC a run for their money. They need to be able to engage onto the members of Geek Fam. But who do they engage with?
The Usurpers on their last legs. A Wisdom Strike used up, but look at the Circling Eagle. Knocks 3 members out right now. That's going to be CW. Battle Mirror image. Woloski gets taken down. The base is wide open, but minion waves have been cleared out. Take a look at that. Niall's dealing with it right now. It's still going to be Marquis. Taken down. ONIC. This might be it. The Kings have descended from the skies back to earth. Feel the grace of their presence. 3-peat, the first time in history. The Kings of the Galaxy, the gods of the game. ONIC.
Absorb it, ladies and gentlemen. The birth of the new Kages once again. Season 3, Season 8, Season 10, Season 11, and now Season 12. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulate your Kings of the Galaxy of Season 12, Team ONIC.
A phenomenal display of discipline, of micro and macro. Completely in control, even in the games they lost. Still unbeatable. Still immortal.
Ladies and gentlemen, this means that ONIC have broken the record at MPL ID. It was RRQ holding on to the record, being able to win the Kings of the Galaxy 4 times. And ONIC have one-up them 5 times. This is history in the making. This is the team to look out for. And it's this team, this lineup. Kyrie, Sans, Keyboy, CW, Boots. The main 5. The 5 that the world needs to watch out for. And they're coming to M5 to look for yet another trophy.
Who would have thought this was gonna happen, man? And a lot of people discredited Geek Fam, but man, did they put up a fight. Even in the last game, at any moment it felt like the unthinkable could repeat itself. But it turns out that the supremacy of the Kings is just inevitable.
And now you get to bask in the glory for ONIC, who have fought their way. For ONIC, who have never been sated. Their hunger still stays on. Their next goal, the M5 World Championship.
Let's see if they get it. Thank you so much to all the viewers who have tuned in to the English broadcast. My name is Eterna.
My name is Miracle.
Rashi.
We're signing out. We'll see you next season.
Perjuangan dari tim Geek Fam begitu kuat dan begitu hebatnya. Inilah dia runner-up dari MPL Indonesia Season 12, Geek Fam.
Menjadi runner-up adalah prestasi luar biasa untuk Geek Fam walaupun belum bisa memenangkan gelar sebagai Raja Galaksi. Tetapi perjalanan Geek Fam di Season 12 ini sungguh luar biasa.
Tentu saja sportsmanship ditunjukkan dari kedua tim ini walaupun mereka harus berperang di Land of Dawn. Namun persahabatan dari kedua tim ini terasa begitu mendalam.
Benar sekali, apalagi kedua tim ini akan mewakili Indonesia di M5 World Championship.
Namun Raja Galaksi hanya dimiliki oleh satu tim saja. Dari Geek Fam, mereka sudah benar-benar berjuang. Yang dari sebelumnya tidak bisa masuk ke babak playoff, lalu beranjak naik ke playoff Lalu di season ini mereka menempati peringkat ketiga di klasemen untuk babak regular season dan sekarang mereka menjadi runner up.
Betul sekali, pada season 12 kali ini Geek Fam menunjukkan performance yang begitu baik. Bahkan mendapatkan gelar julukan juga sebagai King Slayer karena juga sering mengalahkan beberapa tim raksasa di MPL Indonesia. Inilah Geek Fam. Silakan Geek Fam, ada yang ingin disampaikan tentunya?
Geek Fam Unity, makasih banget buat supportnya. Kita udah oke kan? Dari zero to finals here guys. 4-2. We test the limit of ONIC. I'm so proud of my teammates, my coaches, my boss, my management, all of you guys. I'm so proud of the progress of our fans. I love you all. Especially to all the supporters and my best supporter.
Who is that?
Gak ada.
Gak ada. For your friends in Philippines or anyone that you want to say, anybody, adakah yang mau mengucapkan sesuatu juga dari tim Geek Fam?
Guys, see you in M5. I hope you guys enjoy ONIC, Geek Fam. All of you guys here, I hope you enjoy the finals. We will give our best on M5 ya.
Wow, yang lain? Coach Erpang mungkin? Ingin menyampaikan sesuatu?
Makasih udah dukung di MPL Season 12, dukung kita terus di turnamen-turnamen mendatang, MPLI, M5. Mohon dukungannya ya guys.
Dan inilah dia, pada akhirnya tim Geek Fam.
Sekali lagi kita sambut bersama ini runner up Geek Fam.
Tentu saja kita akan menyaksikan mereka nantinya di M5 World Championship. Kita berharap yang terbaik untuk tim Geek Fam. Dari pertarungan mereka di babak playoff kita sudah bisa melihat bahwa kualitas Geek Fam mereka benar-benar menunjukkannya.
Betul sekali, tapi hari ini juga ada sang Raja Galaksi back to back 3 season berturut-turut. Kita sambut bersama sang Raja Galaksi ONIC.
Dan menarik sekali karena mereka udah siap-siap kaosnya ternyata. Udah langsung ganti baju. Repeat Champions 3 kali beruntun. Dan ONIC silakan ke tengah panggung ya. Jangan bosen-bosen di tengah. Kabur. Oke, sembari mereka digeser ke sini ya, digiring ke sini. Pasukan landak kita akan mengundang yang terhormat Bapak Michael Yaya selaku Creative Director dari UPS Gold untuk menyerahkan champion ring dan gold medal untuk sang juara.
Dan juga kami mengundang Bapak Faris Sidki, Asisten MX Product Marketing Manager Samsung Electronics Indonesia untuk menyerahkan 10 unit handphone Samsung S23 Ultra kepada sang juara kita.
Dan yang terakhir, Bapak Lukas Aryawan Sidarta selaku Kepala Bidang Organisasi dan Daerah PBSI untuk menyerahkan giant check kepada sang juara. Kami harapkan dan kami mohon untuk bergabung bersama kami di atas panggung MPL Arena.
Dan tentunya tim ONIC silakan untuk bisa bergabung di tengah.
Boleh berderet karena hadiahnya banyak banget guys.
Wow, ini dia sang Raja Galaksi.
Keluarga besar ONIC berkumpul di atas panggung ini untuk 3 kali berturut-turut.
Menggunakan kaos ini udah disiapin ya, 3-peat 3 kali berturut-turut mendapatkan piala dan gelar sebagai Raja Galaksi.
Mereka seru banget pasti. setelah menantikan MPL Indonesia Season 12 hari ini. Mereka ingin juara, mereka ingin M5 dan mereka membuktikan hal itu.
Yes, dan hari ini bukan hanya mendapatkan gelar Raja Galaksi, tapi juga tim ONIC akan menerima sejumlah hadiah, trofi juga hadiah yang diserahkan oleh tamu-tamu VIP kita.
Betul, kepada Bapak Michael Yaya hadiahnya udah siap ya. Semuanya tentu saja saat lagi akan menerima Champion Ring dan Gold Medal untuk sang juara.
Ini dia Champion Ring dan juga Gold Medal. Diserahkan langsung oleh Bapak Michael Yahya, Creative Director dari UBS Gold. Wow, membawa pulang piala, membawa pulang emas dari UBS Gold.
Dari semua yang kita saksikan, match-match yang begitu mendebarkan, tim ONIC, mereka selalu bisa tenang sampai pada akhirnya menjadi tim dengan konsistensi tertinggi hingga hari ini.
Mendominasi MPL Indonesia 3 season berturut-turut mendapatkan gelar Raja Galaksi. Ini bisa dibilang koleksi emas ya, 3 season berturut-turut juga koleksi Champion Ring.
Coach Yep, we will look at Coach Yep fingers. Dari Coach Yep, akankah dipenuhi nantinya bakal jadi 5?
Oh.
Sekarang udah tripit winner, tripit champion. Coach Yep, kita akan lihat nih ya jarinya Coach Yep, tolong di zoom semuanya. 3 gold ring for Team ONIC.
Ini koleksi Champion Ring dari Coach Yep. Ditunjukin Coach, show it off. Oh.
Dan dari para jajaran pemain dari tim ONIC pun, mereka akan berpesta emas. Medali emas, cincin emas. Dan kita berharap tentunya emas juga untuk mereka semuanya berperforma seperti layaknya emas yang bersinar.
Yes. And diserahkan ini emas-emas UBS Gold. Silau ya, sesilau prestasi mereka di panggung MPL Indonesia.
Tim ONIC mereka akan mendapatkan banyak hadiah. Jadi tunggu, itu baru satu. Baru saja kita menyaksikan penyerahan Champion Ring dan Gold Medal dari Bapak Michael Yaya dari UBS Gold pastinya.
Dan juga telah menerima handphone ya, handphone Samsung S23 Ultra.
Yap, dan inilah dia. Tadi kita sudah melihat ada 10 unit handphone Samsung S23 Ultra kepada sang juara. Terima kasih kepada Bapak Faris. Lalu selanjutnya akan ada penyerahan Giant Check kepada sang juara dari Bapak Lukas Aryawan Sidarta. Bersama-sama, inilah dia Giant Check untuk sang juara.
Bertuliskan Raja Galaksi sesuai dengan gelar mereka pada MPL Indonesia Season 12 ini. Inilah sang Raja Galaksi Tim ONIC. Diabadikan momennya ini ya. Koleksi emas, handphone, dan gelar sebagai Raja Galaksi.
Coach Yep, dia udah mempersiapkan 2. Sekarang nambah 1 jadi 3. Kaos pun mereka siapkan. Mereka benar-benar sadar kemampuan mereka dan sesuai dengan semua pada bilang ONIC kuat banget.
Dan sampai saat ini belum terkalahkan. Namun tentunya ada satu player yang pada match Grand Final kali ini juga turut berperan penting dalam kemenangan kali ini. Ada MVP Final.
MVP Final dari 6 game yang mereka lakukan. 6 game mereka berperang. siapakah final MVP-nya?
Wow, dan langsung saja kita lihat siapakah final MVP MPL Indonesia Season 12 Playoff.
Inilah dia, sang MVP, Most Valuable Player dari tim ONIC.
Kita lihat
begitu mendebarkan dan final MVP jatuh kepada Kiboy.
Kiboy juga akan mendapatkan hadiah tentunya yang akan diserahkan oleh Bapak Faris Sidki dari Samsung, mendapatkan 1 unit Special Gaming Package Samsung Galaxy A34 Lime kepada Kiboy sebagai final MVP.
Tentu tidak hanya itu karena Bapak Michael Yahya akan menyerahkan Golden Thumb kepada final MVP ini yang udah diincar. Karena ini adalah pertama kali ada Golden Thumb.
Wow, dan tak lupa juga Pak Lukas Aryawan Sidarta akan menyerahkan Giant Check dan juga piala MVP kepada final MVP kita. Sama-sama kita berikan tepuk tangan untuk Kiboy.
Kiboy bukan hanya menjadi player roam yang agresif, namun dia juga bisa menjadi seorang support system yang baik. Dia bisa defensif pula, dia bisa mengcover kawan-kawannya dengan sangat baik. Silakan diserahkan semua hadiahnya Kiboy. Untuk
silakan Bapak-bapak untuk diserahkan hadiahnya
dari Bapak Faris Sidki untuk menyerahkan 1 unit special gaming package Samsung Galaxy A34 Lime kepada final MVP kita Kiboy.
Kemudian Pak Michael Yahya untuk menyerahkan ini Golden Thumb kepada final MVP. Silakan Bapak, ini Golden Thumb.
Telah mengabadikan momen dari Samsung kali ini Kiboy, selanjutnya dari UBS Gold Golden Thumb. Kiboy, bakal jempolmu bakal jadi emas gak sih Boy? Udah jempol emas. Dan boleh kasih tepuk tangannya semua dong untuk Kiboy.
Dan Bapak Lukas Aryawan Sidarta untuk menyerahkan juga Giant Check dan piala kepada Kiboy, our final MVP. Banyak sekali hadiahnya ya. Ini diterima oleh final MVP Kiboy. Baik, sekali lagi selamat untuk Kiboy sebagai final MVP dan terima kasih Bapak Faris Sidki, Bapak Michael Yahya dan juga Bapak Lukas Aryawan Sidarta telah menyerahkan hadiah. Dan ini dia diserahkan secara langsung juga piala sebagai final MVP oleh Bapak Faris, Pak Michael dan Pak Lukas.
Trofi yang Kiboy dapatkan untuk sampai titik ini tentu semuanya juga sudah tahu betapa hebatnya Kiboy dari mungkin gak cuma season ini tapi dari season-season sebelumnya. Dan kali ini begitu berpengaruh untuk kawan-kawannya.
Terima kasih Pak Faris Sidki, Bapak Michael Yahya dan juga Bapak Lukas Aryawan Sidarta. Kita sudah mendapatkan Raja Galaxy sekaligus juga final MVP kita.
Dan tentu saja hal yang dinantikan daripada sang juara. Mereka akan berkumpul juga di sini. Perjalanan mereka sebelumnya belum selesai. Namun ini adalah saat mereka untuk menselebrasi dengan grand final ini. Kalian udah nyangka kalian bakal juara ya? Apa itu kaos kalian tiba-tiba ganti? Hey ONIC!
Halo.
Halo.
Wah, gimana nih? Apakah kalian memang udah nyangka bakalan juara, udah siapin juga kaosnya? Atau seperti apa nih?
Lang.
Hah? Lang.
Sorry Kak, apa?
Apakah kalian udah nyangka bakalan juara, udah siapin nih kaos-kaosnya?
Ya sebenarnya kalau juara tuh pas liganya mulai kita udah komit lah buat tes yang terbaik buat turnamen sekarang. Jadi ya pasti nyangka dong.
Pasti menyangka sampai sudah ngeprint. Dan itu kenyataan, menjadi kenyataan, manifesting kali ya. Tapi kalau dari tim ONIC sendiri, what you guys have and the others don't, Coach Yep or Adi.
Coach Yep. Coach. Dewasa dik.
Apa sih yang kalian punya dan tim lain gak punya sampai kalian mendapatkan 3 kali juara beruntun untuk MPL?
Kenapa 3 kali juara beruntun?
Apa yang kalian punya dan yang lain gak punya?
Oh, sebenarnya aku baru masuk ONIC, terus baru apa namanya back to back. Kalau yang lain udah ini tripit. Ya intinya aku baru sekali sih ngerasain kayak anak-anak yang benar-benar berambisius setiap ngikutin turnamen lah. Dan mungkin itu salah satu alasan kenapa kita bisa sekonsisten ini.
Wow, ambisius dan menjadi tripit. Mungkin Coach Yap ada yang ingin disampaikan? Anything you want to say
about this win and also your upcoming battle on M5?
Gue seneng banget sih karena season ini terus baru meta. Kami bisa we can go through a lot of challenges with this season. Terus kalau gini kami bisa bilang tim ini yang paling kuat sekarang.
Tim yang paling kuat dan itu terbukti. Mereka bisa untuk menunjukkannya di sini di final. Namun ini adalah momen yang sudah dinanti-nantikan. Siapkan semua device kalian karena tim ONIC akan menuju ke arah tengah untuk mengangkat piala yang sudah mereka nantikan. Dari berbulan-bulan ini mereka berjuang dari regular season dan mereka pada akhirnya
move.
bisa untuk mengangkat piala yang mereka nantikan.
Udah diarahin Kiboy, move, mengelilingi piala karena akan siap-siap mengangkat ini piala ketiga mereka secara berturut-turut ya dari season 10, 11 dan saat ini di season 12. Mereka akan mengangkat trofi. Ini piala yang ditunggu-tunggu oleh tim di MPL Indonesia. Ini adalah piala sebagai Raja Galaksi yang didapatkan oleh tim ONIC.
Indonesia, dunia, sambutlah sang Raja Galaksi MPL Indonesia Season 12, tim ONIC! Indonesia bernyanyi, Sonic pun bergembira. Semuanya merayakan untuk kemenangan sang Raja Galaksi. Beruntun dari title ini, tak ada yang bisa mencuri dari tim ONIC. 3 season berturut-turut. Mereka begitu mendominasi dari regular season di MPL Indonesia Season 12 berada di puncak. Dan mereka membuktikan mereka bisa tetap dengan konsisten hingga pada saat playoff menjadi Raja Galaksi. Yap, perjuangan mereka belum berakhir di sini. Mereka memang menjadi Raja Galaksi, tapi ada satu title yang belum mereka dapatkan, M5 World Championship. Itu akan menjadi sebuah hal yang ingin mereka raih.
Benar sekali dan tentunya kita berharap dan memberikan dukungan untuk tim ONIC juga pada saat M5 nanti agar bisa membawa kembali kejayaan Indonesia di ajang M Series. Dan tentunya terima kasih untuk seluruh super fans di sini yang telah hadir dan mendukung MPL Indonesia Season 12. Dan tentunya MPL Indonesia Season 12 powered by Munton, presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone,
official sponsor Head and Shoulder,
official mobile internet partner by Telkomsel,
official gold partner UBS Gold.
Ada juga partner ini sports kita, ada Blibli, Dunia Games, Grab, OVO, dan YouTube.
Official broadcast, Maxstream, TVRI Sports, dan juga video.
Terima kasih untuk supplier kita, ada Indomaret, Point Coffee, Mineski, dan juga Samsung.
Acara ini supported by PBSI. Dan kalian semua tentu saja dari super fans, dari semua yang sudah mendukung acara hari ini. Sampai titik ini, perjuangan dari Indonesia belum usai. Masih akan ada ONIC dan juga tim Geek Fam yang akan berjuang di M5 World Championship. Untuk hari ini, kita akan tutup MPL Indonesia Season 12. Budi Karamongsar dan juga Monica mengucapkan terima kasih. Dan akhir kata, MPL Indonesia Season 12, we on this!
the usurpers, Geek Fam!
That's a problem, man. That's a problem, man. You make one mistake, it's like a stack of dominoes, a house of cards. One little thing happens, it leads to massive downfall.
Dominoes.
A house of dominoes.
Their algorithm hijacks the Sky Kings of King Horror! Replacing the West! Takes Monkey out of losing 1v1 against Luke. But take a look at Ken. He's caught and he's down. And Geek Fam, they look for the ult and the pull by Mr. Maloyski.
Look at their celebration.
Sky Kings have descended again. First and 5 representatives move forward.
Qualifying to the M5 World Championship for the... Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari.